Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Hello and welcome to the NACL Summer Split powered by the Philips Norelco One Blade. We are closing out the end of the regular season as we enter week 4 of 5. The top 3 teams of each group will auto-qualify into the bracket. So teams got to bring it while it's still hot, man. For the casting desk, my name is Eric Bo3. And, you know, Philips Norelco keeps my head clean. It also keeps my co-caster's face clean as well. It's Matthew Cubby Samuelson. How you doing today, brother?
Doing great, Desrex. Excited to have the baton passed for me for the week when it comes to NACL. So should be fun. We got a lot of action today, including 2 of our best teams in the league going toe-to-toe for the second bout today, Desrex, one that I know that we're both very excited about.
Yeah, it's bound to be a pretty fun one. I mean, this is going to be one of our heaviest games of the entire summer split. That's going to be coming up pretty soon. But, you know, first things first, we got to cross our T's, we got to dot our I's, and we got to get you caught up on what happened, because last week had some of our longest games of the regular season with 6 games in total, 4 out of the 6 games going the distance. To get you caught up, we got Hawk with the recap.
Hey everyone, Hawk here to tell you all about Week 3 of the NACL Summer Split, presented by Philips Norelco. Week 3 started out with a banger 6-game day that saw Ole Miss come out victorious versus CCG and Contingent triumph over Blue Otter. Led by Daption's incredible mage play and a bold Game 3 Graves jungle pick, Contingent continues to show that Game 1 losses can't stop them from pulling out victory in the end. Day 2 was another 6-game day of near upsets and upsets, headlined by Dorado Gaming taking down former champions Conviction in 3. AD Carry Hub would become the hero of Game 3, putting in the work on the Senna to help his team over the top and show that Summer Split Dorado is a team to be feared. Finally, the week concluded with a couple of sweeps, capped off with NRG becoming the first team to clinch a spot in the playoffs after improving to 3-0 atop Group A. Despite being a 2-0 sweep in NRG's favor, Dorado showed us quite a bit of fight across both games, including a nearly game-changing engage from Decoy's Ornn around the Baron in Game 2. Ultimately, however, Kisno, though, showed that he's having the split of his career, going 11-3-14 on the Xin Zhao for NRG and securing his 3rd consecutive MVP award to start the split. That's all for Week 3. Be sure to check out the NACL playoffs starting August 20th and support your favorite teams.
It was quite a busy week 3, but we're hearing right now that one of our coaches is on standby. So to get more insight on the upcoming match and how things are going for Blue Otter, we have Patch on the line, so take it away, Cubby.
All right, thanks so much, Desrex, and thanks so much to Patch and Philips Norelco One Blade for powering this interview. Patch, good to see you. Thanks for joining us in advance. And doing well. Diving into today's matchup, you guys go up against Winthrop University. I know one thing that came out of your camp before the year started one of the ideas behind this roster, Munchie being the only returner, was to surround him with some more experienced voices to try and help Munchie in the game. So far, halfway through the split, how's that project been going for you guys behind the scenes? Do you feel like Munchie's been more empowered, and how's the team been coming together?
Yeah, we've been feeling good. Obviously we'd like some more stage wins. But if just kind of looking at things in camp and watching Munchie play, and he's been speaking up a lot more. He's been a lot more vocal, and I think it's been beneficial for him to have these guys who have been around for so long, able to kind of sit him down after games and go, "Hey, look," and really direct him after games and give him some good guidance on how he can sort of work on some specifics.
Yeah, now, Patch, I know that you in particular work with a lot of data with Blue Otter. What's it been like for your role, and with the meta being so flexible, how does that kind of change your own approach? Or have you tried to add anything with what you've been doing prep-wise behind the scenes with just how different the meta's been for this split?
I've actually been really excited about mages and like bruisers starting to show up bot lane, because it's something that I have been saying for a little bit is really, really solid. And so with the mages and, the bruisers kind of being the next logical sort of step in that, it's given me a lot of flexibility to talk about, just really possibilities, like concepts and, in theory, this might be good bot lane, people are talking about Kale bot now, which I don't think anybody would have talked about, 6 months ago. So I'm just having a lot of fun with it. And just sort of cruising through everybody's cases for why their kind of niche bot lane pick is actually good now.
Yeah, I know the op.gg's, they give you the snapshot when you scroll through through the leaderboard. It's a lot harder to tell which roles everyone's in with what the meta's been so far. Patch, on the other side of the rift today, Winthrop University have a new look themselves coming into the split. What's the biggest challenge they present you guys as a team, and what do you guys need to do to win?
Yeah, I mean, we, we're obviously really familiar with Sammy, and, so that's definitely a familiar sort of aspect, sort of across the rift today. Tomo's been showing a lot of flexibility bot lane. He's been playing a really large variety of stuff. So, when they pick a champion, it could be for mid, it could be for top, it could be for Tomo, so I think that's probably one of the larger challenges for us today, is really just sussing out which champions he wants to play in that bot lane and which are going to one of the solos.
Yeah, well, Patch, hope the rest of the Otters can get revenge for the OG Otter that was snatched up by the Eagles today. So you guys go up against Samek and Winthrop. Best of luck. Let's get back to the crew, and excited to see what you guys have in store for us later.
Yeah, thanks. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you, Patch. Destrex coming back in. I mean, early on, I think Munchie, a lot of Blue fans were surprised to see that Munchie was the only returner. Just given that team has been, they had a core with Rovex and Samikin for a long time. Munchie was one of the weaker performers in split one, a split where they faced relegation. But really coming in with a strategy to try and empower him for this split, I think was one that myself and a lot of fans were not expecting. And one that I feel like Blue, as Patch said, a few more stage wins definitely in the cards. Hopefully for them, is this going to be needed to avoid that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, I'm glad the mental's still good as well. As he was saying, like, they still feel good despite having some struggles in the regular season. And it's great to hear that, all things considered, Munchie is still developing and still finding his voice on this team. I think some of this more veteran experience within the tier 2 space, such as Philip and Minui, kind of help contribute to that. And I look forward to seeing how Blue Otter is going to close out their seasons. But let's go ahead and pull up the standings and take a gander at where the teams currently lie. Now, keep in mind, this is 2 groups. For Group A, NRG, in that group, they've been dominating it, putting on a similar performance to what we've seen in spring. With Ole Miss, they're the only other team that has wins currently in that column. Group B is a little bit more contentious. Cupid and the new kids on the block, Contingent, they're the ones leading the pack, with Dorado, to me, being one of the surprising standouts, taking down MU and Conviction.
Yeah, to see Dorado really pick up where they left off last split and have a split that's even better, as they didn't prove, I think, that they are a top team in NACL, but have proved that they're challengers and can be competitive against everyone and anyone. That's been a real positive. On the flip side for Group A, just having 3 teams, including Conviction, be defeated, as well as Ole Miss at 2 wins, sitting at 2-1, a team that's been much improved coming into this split. I feel like we've had a lot of surprises in the standings so far, and we'll see if that can continue to the day. As, of course, the two teams that sit atop both of our groups do go toe-to-toe later on, which should be a fun one.
Yeah, an important thing to mention, once again, top 3 teams from each group will auto-qualify into the bracket. There will be a last chance to get in that will be played after week 5. The 2 bottom teams will duke it out from each group, and those teams will then qualify into the bracket. So all is not said and done for teams like Conviction, for example, who have shown they can make very deep late-season runs and obviously become champions of the defending ones overall. But let's get into the topics for today, and that's the matchups we're going to have. It is going to be right now, I mean, Winthrop versus Blue Otter. These are 2 teams that are very much aching for wins. And then to follow that up, the 2 heaviest hitters in the league, Cupid, NRG, going into a battle with perfect seasons on the line. And Cubby, I think NRG Cupid is bound to be the biggest match of the season.
One of the biggest ones we're going to have this regular season, as it's going to be a matchup that I'm going to use in the future as to, like, why do we have the champs of last year play the finalist of split 1? We always kick off our LCS splits with what was the finals matchup. It's more fun to save it for a little bit later on in the season, because then you get some gameplay, some tape, and some narratives to back it up during the seasons, with both Cupid and NRG have. As Deserux, we're covering all of our bases up here on the desk today. Nice to see us show support for all 4 teams. We do feel like we're going to have a couple competitive series on our hands. However, we also feel like we have some clear favorites that have emerged, as I do believe that Winthrop went out on the voting for our team, and a little bit split between Cupid and NRG, but I believe NRG has the lead. But we'll see what it looks like for the later one.
I mean, for Cupid NRG, it is a little bit more split. And of course, just forecasters shown, but I still have some hope for Blue Otter, man. I think I'm the only one holding out hope here, but I do think they can grow and they can show. And that's going to get into our match right now, Winthrop University taking on Blue Otter. Again, both of these teams are pretty much aching for wins. For Blue Otter, you're at the bottom of the standings. You've yet to pick up a win. Winthrop University, it's been a little bit of story of growth for them. The first week that we saw them, it didn't look like one coherent piece, but every week afterwards, it's been quite the bit of a display.
Yeah, of course, with Denethor moving to Dignitas, that was a rather last-second acquisition. Not as last-second as, of course, Dardoch going to Dignitas. But Winthrop, of course, losing Denethor, did have to respond in kind. So Barrick came in a little bit late, and thus time to practice. But this is a team that it really feels like Samikin and Tomo have emerged as the 2 carries of this roster. I've got to say that's somewhat expected, but as they've gotten more time under their belts, it really feels like Tomo has picked up where he's left off, being one of the stronger ADs in the league. And I think Samikin's been, I think, having more individual, impactful performances, which have been needed for Winthrop to snag any wins that they've been able to get so far.
And their opponents on the Rift will be Blue Otter. Again, this is a team that has been dealing with their own struggles and growing pains. Both of these teams kind of going through that. On Winthrop's side, again, you had mentioned it earlier, Denethor getting called up to LCS, but also Mobility leaving the squad. For the side of Blue Otter, however, quite the bit of a rebuild that they have to work through. They have a lot of members coming in that used to be part of that Cincinnati Fear roster back in the day, and Philip and Minui. Munchie has been someone who's trying to grow into his role as being a little bit more of a dominant voice for Blue Otter. Then you got another bit of the kind of older tier 2 talent and Young, as well as Levitate, one of the Blue Otter OGs, stepping in. And this team, I mean, we've seen moments and glimmers of brilliance coming out from the Blue Otter squad, but we've yet to see it connect fully on a heavier level.
I think Phillips had some really big games, but just hasn't been able to win a series yet. Minui's been a little bit more missed than hit so far. And I think Young, for me, I really feel like Young, when he's at his best, I've seen him be one of the better mids that we've had in the league. It's funny, Deserux, the very first NACL split for Samikin, he went up against Young. It was a DSG versus Blue Otter series that went the distance, went to 5, and it kind of just came down to a Baron, and that was it. It's kind of funny having Samikin go up against Munchie from last split, and then also face Young from his very first split with Blue now. who finds himself on this blue lineup. And a lineup that I feel like has a lot of faces that have had some success in the league, looking at that Fear core of Philip and Manui, or Philip, who even made a final, Young, who won an NACL split. But success now is something that this team has been lacking. And I think that Munchie and Manui need to step up a little bit as a duo. As I think that at times throughout the games, both of them have been lost or disconnected or kind of in their own ideas. And that's helped give teams enough tempo against Blue to give them leads throughout the games that I've seen so far. So really looking to have the two of them play the map just a little bit cleaner. And then to see if we can get 2 good games out of Philip or Young. Because the Gragas games that Philip has pulled out to the Rift, it's looked like the Gragas of old for Felipe Sexo. It's good to have him back. And we'll see if he can continue to really step up and be the weak side player that we know he can be, but also be the Renex and be the Rumble that we know he can be. Philip really emerged into this malleable top laner when he was at his best at the end of his tenure. And would like to see him return. Would like to see a couple players return to form on this team, because if they do, like, Blue can be quite pesty when it comes to playoff time.
And hopping off of that topic, let's go ahead and go to the head-to-head, because Philip is a great one to bounce off of right here. I mean, he's performing tremendously well. You already mentioned it earlier with a lot of the Gragas play that we've seen, helping lead to some pivotal Blue Otter wins. The Cupid one being one of the most significant, despite them not taking the series. Philip was big on that Gragas. But also Barrick. These were some pretty big shoes to fill, taking over for where Denethor is. And at times, well, there has been a lot of struggles for Winthrop University. There have been some standout games against NRG, against Conviction, where he has shown that that old UCI top laner can throw hands.
Yeah, I feel like Barrick, it has been a slower start for him. I was a bit surprised to see Barrick in this position. I feel like Winthrop, just given when the acquisition of Denethor happened, Winthrop wasn't left with the best options available. Just in general, I feel like the pool was kind of decided at that point for top lane. So I think anything that Barrick comes in and does, you have to look at as somewhat admirable. And from the first outing we saw with Winthrop to the last, Barrick, I think, has already kind of reassured his play. But he isn't getting leads in the top lane. It has been a Barrick that's been kind of playing from behind. And accepting that he's going to be down a bit and then hoping that he has a bigger impact on the map, which he has had in some games, but that's where Philip specialized in the past. So I think if Philip is kind of able to take control of this matchup against Barrick and shut him down, that could be a path to victory for Blue Water to find not just a game win, but a series win going up against Winthrop today.
I mean, that's where I'm going to give some credit to Barrick, because, yeah, he has been playing from behind in most of his lanes, but still, you know, getting the better of some matchups. I mean, going Vayne into Cassante, I know it's kind of expected to ultimately win that one, but he still looked really good against General Sniper, and the Jace game as well performed quite well into the Rumble of Zamudo in a matchup where oftentimes we see Zamudo and expect him to just dominate the lane. You can see Philip right now getting some prayers in, you know.
He's channeling Stand United. He's practicing for later.
Channeling Stand United. Yeah, flexible pick, you know. Minui and Philip can both take that technically if they want to go for. But yeah, I do think this makes up a pretty interesting matchup in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I feel like, again, these are two pieces that are a little bit talked about less, or maybe not recognized enough in their team, but I feel like both roles have been big within their team to help each team get to where they're at right now, which is looking for a win to avoid that last chance qualifier. As Deserex, you mentioned at the start of the broadcast, it is a 2-group system. We've got 2 groups of 5, the top 3 teams of each group. After playing the other group in a single round robin, they move on to the playoffs, and then the bottom 2 of each group, they play each other, so another unique opponent to decide who rounds out our 8-team bracket and who gets sent to that promotion relegation tournament to get back into NACL for 2027.
I think one thing to frame right here is the fact that Blue Water, if they do go into that last chance qualifiers, it can be pretty damning for them. you have to look at the opponent they might face, right? Like Maryville on one end could be a team they'll face. Conviction on another end can be a team you'll face. That is not giving you the best odds of making it to bracket. So trying to pick up wins right here, even late into the season, anything to try to improve your odds to make it through.
Yeah, if you tell me that UG or Insanity are playing in a promotion relegation match, I'm going to probably favor them in that team. Those are players that I would not expect to be in that position. Of course, with Maryville and with Conviction, I guess, it's a bit of, sign of the times with some unfortunate vacations, whether, taken physically or mentally, or asked to vacation from the team versus asked the team to vacation, and scheduling was wrong. A little bit of a difference there. But, yeah, I feel like that speaks to the importance of this matchup here for Desterux. The fact that the Otters sitting at 0-3. I think any series win is going to be important for them. And opportunity against Winthrop for sure.
Yeah, and I do have to say, even though I went Blue Water, I think it's still very much Winthrop favored.
Yeah.
I'm going to harpen a little bit more to Blue Otter and some of the things they need to iron out, right? Some of the decision making hasn't been quite there. One of the players I do want to point out is Minui. I feel like he is a very solid support, but in the current meta has been struggling with some of these picks, such as like Shen, for example, which hasn't exactly seen the best play out of him.
Yeah, I think sometimes that support, if you make a mistake, everyone knows you made a mistake, because oftentimes it leads to a death. And we've seen Minui go down in rotation or just not connect with some of the plays. I still see the vision, but when taunts miss, that makes plays harder. Or I think in other cases, like other teams have just responded better. We just haven't seen Minui take enough good plays. And when Minui is in a team, he is vocal. He's going to be one of the leading voices and a big talker within that team. So I know him stepping back in to NACL was something that Blue Otter and myself was excited for. I was picking teams to look at Minui in the offseason. I really thought highly of him in his timing Conviction, where first split of a role spot felt like he was a top 3 support already. So to have him step back in to this role for Blue Otter, again, just hoping that Minui can continue to kind of step up and put good play forward. As at UCI, is playing a few different roles over there.
Yeah. And, to be fair, I still echo the sentiment, right? I think Minui is a very good support. I just think he hasn't gotten the better of the meta at the end of the day. Yeah. And against this bot lane matchup, that could be a bit of an issue given how good Kim Down has been on some of these engages. But we are now ready for draft of game number 1. Winthrop getting busy with the Ziggs ban, which has been a popular B1 to take, but a lot of jungle bans through and through. This leaves the Orianna wide open, and that's what Winthrop go for.
All right, Orianna secured. I'm going to take that away from Young, who has played it in every single one of his series so far as well. So we'll see if Young wants to grab something like the Syndra. Into the Orianna is Akali already taken away, helping protect that Orianna early on. And honestly, funny to see that Ziggs banned away, Desterux. This is one of the bigger talking points I had coming into the day. Ziggs is 10-1 so far in NACL this split. It's been really big. I think that the ease of teams comboing off of it, and then maybe some of the Ezreals not being quite as good on not zero ping, like we put NACL on, and then it's definitely led a little bit of Ziggs advantage so far.
Also just like it because it fits both forms of the meta, right? If you go back to ADC meta, well, Ziggs was still kind of there. You go into the mage meta, and Ziggs is a mage, so hey, you're sitting pretty at the end of the day, and got no problem with it.
Speaking of metas, Desterux, I think that your read on Minui maybe not responding well to the current meta. Leona Blind, a little bit of a different take coming in, but some old comfort for Minui, something that we've already played this split too. So we'll see if that can combine well with a cease and desist from Munchie, give some guaranteed lockdown if they find it. But a ball carrier found in Wukong for Wilson and Winthrop.
It's going to be Kim Down taking the Shen this time.
Yeah, probably.
So, yeah, most likely. I always forget that it can go top lane, but no one has been willing to play it that often in the top role. I just like it. support role overall. But
Dude,
now,
Philip was channeling Shen to the other team. He's like, I don't want to play this.
Was either that or praying to the LoL gods to finally give a win over to Blue Otter. But here comes Syndra getting locked in. This is a lot of early pick that we're getting out from Blue Otter's side. A Scout of the Week, great pick tool. Vi, always good at doing a lot of these early ganks and skirmishes. And you have Leona alongside it. I think the identity is starting to form very clearly for Blue Otter.
So back in 2020, going into 2021,
Back
Young
in my
went
day.
from a team called Radiance, which was owned by High, shifted over to a team called 100 Next, who had this role swap to support, known as Busio at the time, was making his debut split for 100 Thieves. And Young was the top mid on their list, and back then he was a filthy Syndra. This is a legacy pick for him. We'll see if he can really show up, because if those scatters do go amiss, you're going to end up getting shockwaved and having a pretty short trip. But Syndra plus Vi, a lot of single target lockdown and damage between the two of them. So if Young and Munchie can play off each other to try and get a lead against the oldest otter of them all, and Samikin, who sits on the other side of the rift. Did you like my otter snatched up by an eagle there? I feel like nature documentaries are sometimes things we avoid on Summoner's Rift, but actually kind of appropriate looking at Samikin going over to the Winthrop.
I don't think it's that avoided. Mazel has hit that in the past quite a few times. Just we haven't had his on the range.
Got the job bias,
Yeah.
I do miss the on the ranges. Those
Me
were fun.
too, man.
Yeah.
Also, a fun thing to point out here is the ban of the Vladimir. This is something Tomo has been so willing to go in the bottom lane. I know there's been some criticism about it. I still enjoy watching it. But nonetheless, a lot of bot lane focus. Even the Jace is technically a bot lane focus. If you think about
I
it,
guess Sumi for assuming this is going to be a Syndra for Young, but I do think it's going to be a Syndra for Young. It might be decided here. They could blind top. They want to preserve this flex, but given that it's Orianna mid, I think AD coming out. Going to be Jhin for Levitate. So Barrick definitely, I think, encouraged to grab something like a Scion here if he wants to, or grab a big meatball. And meanwhile, double mage, Tomo, one of the more likely players to pull it out. We've seen it so far. Patch even talked about it in the coach's interview before. We have a blue. Gonna likely, I would not be surprised to see Victor here whatsoever, but top one going to be locked in first, and that Renekton.
Yeah, this is the big reveal to me. What is Tomo going to play? Is he happy going for a mage? Would he rather see that through? Only time will tell as we kind of wait this one out right here. Renekton, something... And we know Barrick can play over on that top side with no problem. It's kind of a takeaway from Philip. But yeah, Tomo jumping into the mage wheelhouse once again with the Victor in the bot lane.
I think it might be Gragas from Philip. That said, I would kind of like Aatrox or Mundo. I've started to see into double mages. Yeah, I think Zahen's something of same vein of thought. It's something that can brawl later on. That really benefits from not having a marksman in the game. Lack of damage with the Jhin.
Yeah.
That's going to be made up for later on with the Zahen. But early, definitely favor what Winthrop can do. Just given they have Orianna, Victor, Renekton. These should be lanes that can push into Munchie, into Manui. With the Stand United, can definitely pressure early on. So we'll see if Winthrop can make any early plays. And facing some of that early pressure at SRX, want to see if Munchie and Manui can play better together as a tandem for Blue. Because we feel like that has been one of the missing elements when it comes to them and trying to find success in these games.
That being said, I like the composition in terms of the identity of what it wants to do, right? There is a lot of skirmish for Blue Otter. Minui can play very well alongside Munchie when it comes to Vi and Leona kind of coming together. So there's great pick on this composition. I feel like once you get into mid-game skirmish, Blue Otter do have kind of an advantage they can play against Winthrop's composition.
Somewhat. I think that Blue Otter's going to need some time to scale. I like the Cinder Vi combo a lot, Desirux. I also like Winthrop's answer to Stand United it a lot. So I think some of these fights can come down to, is the Cinder Vi enough damage to get through the Stand United shield? I think that's going to take a little bit of time. And if that takes time, I think that's what's going to enable Blue Otter to make plays or not. Is there going to be enough upfront damage to get through that big shield? That's something that I don't think they're going to have an answer to early on. Definitely going to need some time to get through.
All right, you want Nat Geo as our teams hit the rift. Going into their jungles. Unseen. The predator awaits. Winthrop. Blue Otter. Game 1.
Then we just need Snoop Dogg to come in and just be like, it's an otter, y'all. Oh, he's got that shell. All right.
I don't know if I ever want to hear that again from you.
Yeah, we usually don't bring the impressions out for a reason. That's for sure. That's a great video. Snoop Dogg doing nature documentaries, though. I think that he's got a lot of careers that he can lean on later on. That's one I'd like to see, selfishly.
Oh, God. I pray you get that wish to come true, as
I think
very
it'd be
early
good for
aggression
humanity.
going on
It'd be
in
a
the bottom
positive.
lane. Maybe. Yeah, you know, the more I think about it, the more I see it, but for reasons I can't really say on broadcast.
You got to get the next generation of kids interested in nature, and we're going to solve this with Snoop Dogg, the '90s rapper.
Well, these early Zenith blades, this bot lane is just looking to scrap, man, and I do like it. Usually you see that from Kim Down a lot. Kim Down is one of the more aggressive engaged supports, and has honestly shaped up quite well since we've seen him join Tier 2.
Was the split closer to what we saw with Team Liquid from Kim Down last split, which was a big positive, as he... I mean, really, I think Winthrop's entire split turn, once they said, all right, Kim Down, you're playing engagers now, really helped Winthrop come into their own, as you have both of our junglers working their way down towards that bot side. That said, Barrick really push out Renekton. Yeah, you can really shove the Zahen around, so gonna take advantage of the wave clear of Renekton to really crash in, and gonna get some dirty farming in as well, as junglers make their way bot, and yeah, and it's gonna be Blue Otter seeing if they can get anything early. I really feel like with these lanes, that's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, that's the most difficult part of it all. Like, at the end of the day, I do like the skirmish part of it, where you can get, like, kind of uneven numbers going in a lot of these fights. More specifically, the Vi just really stands out for that. That's what we might get on top of it. Eyeballing the mid lane right now. Munchie looking for an angle in. I believe that was a flash sprint from Sammykin, and yeah, Sammykin's under attack right now. Fortunately, we did miss that on the camera, but Munchie gonna find a successful gank.
Something that Young can at least try and look for. And Sammykin did take the green tree on the Orianna, so will help against the all-in of the Syndra. As looks like bot lane is going to reset wave in favor of Winthrop. And Tomo, I think kind of surprisingly, actually, opting for the cleanse against the Leona. So, a lot of the times, I mean, Leona versus a mage, if the mage has TP, you know, taking cleanse against Theo is big. But cleanse against Syndra plus Leona and Jhin, something that Tomo, I don't usually see, but honestly, I mean, you are going to get cleanse value this game for sure.
I mean, what's the other option? You don't take cleanse, and you don't get to move for about 10 seconds of gameplay before the screen goes gray, right?
Build shreds or suffer.
At that point, I'll get the whole pool. You'll find me with the wit's end and the Starex out of frustration, tilting the game off the earth.
And then when it's like a half-second stun, you just have to respect it. Heavy investment to decrease that.
Yeah.
But at the moment, investment is in the bot side river, coming out from Winthrop. As
Like 10 half-second stuns, though, you know?
it's going to be, it might be a lot, it would be a lot. But Winthrop a little bit behind in the clear second time around. Munchie did get the gank off. Vi, you are going to clear a little bit faster earlier. Just curious if Munchie decides to look for this early dragon. Always in the cards with Vi and those denting blows.
Yeah, at the same time, the first scuttle did wear off, so there's no vision over there. Now going to get some with the scrying plant. They're at the control ward. Had an urge to call it a pink ward for a second, and you know, I can say it's Elite Classic, but it's just how old I am. Wilson in the area, Young, kind of eyeballing the monkey, looking for a scatter, the weak angle, will take it. It's followed by the Deadly Flourish. Only going to hit the clone. Priority onto the Dragon. Found by Blue Otter, but the pill off. Looking for Wilson. Shockwave goes off. Wilson almost getting the pick on the Munchie, but following through is Minui, who will get first blood in the name of Blue Otter.
Nice. Well played, Blue. They had numbers. I think Munchie played that really well. The flash out was good. Re-engage was solid. And yeah, they picked the smite target and Wilson's Wukong. Made sure he went down, got the Dragon. Well played, Blue Otter.
Yeah, they put a lot of pressure onto Wilson quite early, both at Scatter the Weekend, Deadly Flourish.
Yeah.
That's always what you got to watch out for. This is kind of just a game of crowd control wars.
I mean, I respected from Blue. They just kind of chatted Winthrop off there. They started the objective first. The Wukong saw it. They didn't care. They forced him out with all their tools and got the kill, got the Dragon for themselves. Well played. As no Stand United to come in yet to impact the all-in and the single target damage. Yeah. And between that and Blue just being there grouped up first, well played by Minui and Munchie. We were asking for them to sync up, and a good target selection there to find the first kill, the first neutral objective, Blue Otter's way.
I think the only sad thing is Minui was the recipient of the kill, but in the grand scheme, you're just happy you got the Drake. We'll consider that a win any day of the week.
Also considering where Zahan's at in this matchup right now to be a win. Philip is in a very comfortable spot on this top side, and this pick, this game, is going to scale to the point where it's just really difficult to deal with. Yeah. Slows from Victor and Orianna, you can kind of control the Zahan, but I think it's going to take multiple rounds of cooldowns to deal with this champ, and when he is allowed to live and get his passive trucking in these fights, the amount of bonus AD you get from that passive is rather gross and going to be something that Winthrop is going to have a tough time dealing with. No marksman.
So when Philip's doing well, you call him Felipe Sexo. What's the opposite of that, Cubby?
Ooh. Philip V from History.
Wow.
Yeah, if you're a history buff, that's I'm pretty sure it's the right. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Let's get the Google search now first. I can see it on my side monitor that Cubby's
may
really
or may not be the right one
right here.
No, not the right one. That's all right. Okay. We'll find the right.
You know what? This is a growing process. You have to admit your mistakes right there, but as we figure that out, we do got a roam now coming in from Winthrop as they head down the river. Minui to eyeball that section right now. Deadly Flourish goes out. Kim Down will simply dash right out of it. Are you still looking it up?
No, we got to figure it out now. It's
okay.
I didn't find the right Philip. I just remembered which Philip that was. I thought I knew, and then I second guessed myself, and I was right to second guess myself. Sometimes just be like that, you know. That said, Munchie ending up on this bot side again may open up a window to take the grubs here for Wilson.
Well, that's happening. Munchie does have an open track to try and attempt this gank. Tomio has flash up. Here we go, now coming in, cease and desist, going to find its mark. Deadly Flourish comes through. The chain of crowd control is going to be found, but it gets retorted by Tomo, putting down the gravitational field and locking down Munchie.
Nice flash by Tomo. Got out of the solar flare. But that's something that, again, I'd like to see Munchie and Minui sync up on. The cease and assist coming in. There's a window where you can flash from Tomo. Might have been an ability to follow up on that from Minui. Rather than dropping the solar flare before the cease and assist and giving Tomo that window to flash out, create space against both, and dodge out of the big cooldown. Which ended up being big for Winthrop as the gravity field locked him onto the turret. And trade kill goes back over to Tomo and Winthrop.
I think that's the point where we're just kind of giggling about the fact that we took cleanse. Whatever it takes to lower that crowd control.
Mm-hmm. Cleanse worked out nicely there. I mean, the flash out was good. I'm sure he cleansed something else. Unless he just wanted to get rid of the slow, but Well managed by Tomo and Winthrop
Yeah.
as they cut into that lead. I said trade kill, but there was no kill that went over Blue Water. So will just be the kill up top. Dragon spawning here, though, in a couple seconds. We already have Munchie back on this bot side. Doesn't have access to cease and assist right now, so I don't think it's going to be a quick start. But they did spot Wilson. So information given over to Blue Water as Winthrop's bot lane got the wave in and now are going to collapse on Blue's tandem.
You know, we're going to back up. Teleport being channeled. Young's getting in. Has to flash away from the shockwave of Sammykin. Now it's Winthrop who hold priority on this Drake. Meanwhile, you have Levitate on the opposite side. You look to crash in the wave before helping out towards this dragon area. But what's fortunate for Levitate, he does have the curtain call, so he can help from a distance if something does break out. But only going to be unleashed for a second, pulled away.
Honestly, these traps from Levitate in a lot of info order. As just getting the vision on everyone this couple of times. Just helping give Blue Water the info. If the Victor and Orianna get set up in Fog, I think Blue Water's only response is to play away from them and just trying to go hit the waves. Use that to kind of break the setup.
Here we go.
Oh, Stand United.
Stand United used. Flash also burn from Sammykin. Kim down. Beautiful taunt flash. Still, Wilson will fall in the grand scheme of things. Now chasing through onto Sammykin. Onto Kim down. Tomo has arrived. Scatter the Weak gets a double stun. A kill returned. Opening up the curtains from downtown. Looking for any shots he can find, but nothing going to be slotted in a 1-for-1 trade. Both junglers going down.
I mean, if Shockwave is up for that engage from Kim down, that fight's over. But the fact that Shockwave was flashed out of by Young, that's what enables for there to at least be a 1-for-1 off of what was a really big engage from Kim down.
And the follow-up with the Cyclone, the potential's there for some of this Wombo combo, but one of those pivotal pieces missing from that equation right there. As you had mentioned, that Shockwave cubby. Now ping's going out towards the Dragon as both teams look to hit the map again.
It's going to be ladder reset for Tomo, whereas Winthrop reset first through mid. So should be Winthrop getting control of this area again. The fact that Dragon's delayed, I think Winthrop probably going to pick this one up in the end for me. Just the Victor Orianna right now a little bit too strong, and Sammykin can threaten Shockwave again. So
yeah,
do think that Wilson clears down, ends up taking this one for Winthrop, but kind of seeing how both these comps might be able to interact, Desirux, and the big thing for me is that in the backdrop of all this, it still is fill-up. Getting farmed and getting ahead on this top side, because Zahen, for me, is going to be what ends up breaking the Winthrop draft.
You want to get a Dragon, one way to do it is to pick off this mid lane. Sammykin doesn't have his flash available, and his 3-hit combo of the Leona Vi Syndra could be disaster for Sammykin, but staying away from those Scatter the Weaks and regrouping with the team. Now priority belongs to Winthrop for the Drake, but not starting it up just yet.
I'm a little bit concerned about this Zahen. Phil's been ahead of the pace of the game, based on what I'd expect of him the whole game. And what this champion gets to do later on, again, just with his passive, as he's going to be a Blue Water Dragon start. But I just think if Winthrop doesn't play fast soon, they're going to be in trouble.
Oh, here we go. Flash forward coming out. They want to put pressure onto Wilson. Shockwave gets a knock up onto 2. Wilson still alive. Munchie's getting lower and lower. Phillips able to teleport right in. Minui will take the kill onto Kim down. Curtain call now opened up as the trade. Munchie falls. Sammykin gets him. Another shot goes out, and Minui is a bloodthirsty support, but Wilson gets the job done and will take the Drake.
Yeah, Munchie went down first. Wilson was able to sneak that Drake away in the back half of the fight. Philip joining was able to have a pretty big impact, but honestly, Winthrop will take that. I think the fact that you take the Dragon, you're down a man. That's a decent result. I'm still concerned about what the Zahen is going to be able to do later on in the game, but at the moment, Winthrop at least get the neutral objective while they're strong.
Minui kind of reflecting back onto those days of Cincinnati Fear. You're in the bot lane, but you still think you're a carry. 75% of the kill score going over to Minui. So many kills picked up. And very unfortunate for Blue Otter, is all I can really say.
Yeah, he got that harness, man. He's going to get in there. He skipped over the locket. He's got the gold. He's got to act like the pseudo carry. But it was a good engage for Minui. At least Minui's having, like the Leona was the early pick, was a stray away from the meta a little bit. I think Shen and Leona, fine matchup. That W field you get a Shen that blocks auto attacks can be really nice, and Leona's Q stun. Minui's navigated things well so far, and again, what we asked for from Blue Otter, just in Munchie and Minui play a little bit better together. I feel like just set the table a little bit, set the table up better for the carries, because the big games they've had so far have been Philip setting the table from the top lane.
Young. Ooh, it's not good. These are eagle-infested waters, and Young gets popped by Sammykin. A quick, successful dive, going to get retaliated. As now in the bottom lane, Blue Otter look for one of their own. Munchie flashes out and will claim Barrack in the process. As above, so below. It's a one-for-one trade.
Maybe Winthrop able to play faster, though. They've got the Rift, and they have 3 grubs, and Sammykin, meanwhile, looking at Levitate.
Ooh. Yeah, his old teammate right there, giving some love. Ball chases him down. Munchie's not far off, but that is a low Vi. You're not looking for a fight.
It always take the flash away from the Otters, so shell stolen. I feel like that's kind of appropriate for the Otters, like your flash is your shell, and then when you lose it, you're set. It's your toy to play with. You have it.
Shell?
Yeah, you know, like
I mean. Don't they use like a rock and crack open shells?
Yeah, dude, Otters beat us to fidget toys. They really did.
They did. Yeah. I actually love watching the videos you'll see on YouTube where the Otters, they just look so playful. You hand them like little toys and they'll actually clean up after themselves and help the keepers.
Yeah, they're just on their backs, just having to have the time of their life in there.
I wish it was the same story for Blue Otter, though, because, you know, 0-3.
Not the time
No
of your
toys.
life. Yeah.
No toys.
That's right. Minui's just trying to flip the script.
Ooh, curtain call opened up, looking for Sammykin, but Sammykin's going to walk right onto the edge of it. Another shot goes in. Fourth shot does land. Sammykin's low. Munchie looking to follow. Solar Flare in the wrong direction. Sammykin will outplay it, but still the Zenith Blade's going to land. Shockwave onto 2. Sammykin lower and lower. Will use the Honey Fruit to heal up. And there's the rest of Winthrop as they start converging right onto their targets. Munchie looking to walk away as the Cyclone goes through. Look at how much damage Philip's able to absorb, though. As he joins the fray, he gets one fight back. Young's able to grab that kill, knock up onto Kim Down, forces the flash from Kim Down. Philip will continue the chase, looking oh so scary, does have the revive available, and there's the unleashed power from Young to finish off Sammykin.
Yeah, Philip just gets to join these fights, gets in the mix, and can't be dealt with. Was kited out in the end. That's the only way they were able to deal with Philip in that fight, as once he got involved, in the middle of everyone, really just reset the table for Blue Otter, because they needed a little bit of help. The scatter, when it missed on the Sammykin, really felt like that was where this fight could have turned in Winthrop's favor. See if you get a look at that one in a second. But that said, might have to be back to the action quickly here at SRX, because we have Dragon up in 25. Nice stop on the base from Tomo. Keep in mind, he's got cleanse, not TP. So him getting back out of the map in time might be of worry. Yeah, Sammykin got out of the scatter that missed from Young. And it's really Philip's entrance into the fight. This TP placement was so good.
Yeah.
Forces all of Winthrop back away from carries from Blue Otter that were low. That was really important that Philip joined the fight when and where he did.
Yeah, and Philip being able to stay in so long and absorb so much damage allowed for a very snappy attack on the Sammykin from Young. Finished off that kill. Now Dragon started up. Here comes Minui. Zenith Blade right on in. Munchie looking to follow through. Tomo is critically low. Has to bail out. So is Wilson. Wilson looking to run away, but Cyclone stops Minui from going forward. Smite. Munchie looking to take down the monkey, kick him out of his own jungle. Philip on the opposite end, hunting for Sammykin. Recall going to get started up. Only going to receive the ball from Sammykin, but Philip's happy to pull away the Eagles and secure that Drake.
I gotta say, Deserex, of all the threads that we pulled on or set up early, you've had the best one so far. It was Manui and not being as comfortable with some of these champions. This Leona's been fantastic. I really feel like the turns that Manui's taken and where he's taken some of these fights, like letting Winthrop just walk through the choke a little bit, and where he took that engage, where it forced him right back out onto the ramp. Young was set up to follow that one up really well. I mean, that was a wonderful engage from Blue Water. They really set that one up nicely as a team.
We're seeing some good angles coming out of Minui, where the more traditional engage supports, they're working. You saw issues with like Camille's support, with Shen's support, but now Minui looking much more comfortable on your standard engagers, very much showing with this support carry 303 scoreline.
And if you're Winthrop, I think in this comp, I don't want to say you've already missed your window to win, but this lead in the top side is concerning, because again, when Zahan gets control of this matchup, he doesn't let go. And I feel like some of these picks that I've seen taken into Barrack, we've seen a couple extra carries taken into the Barrack, because some of these teams feel like they can get a lead against the new top laner of Winthrop. Philip got a lead out of lane, and how he's able to cash this one in just might determine whether or not this is a Blue Water victory or not. Because again, the Winthrop comp, they're missing that marksman that oftentimes that's the DPS you need to deal with a champion like Zahan, who really benefits from staying alive in these fights, just given what the passive does, the revive, and all the sustain he has in his kit.
It's been nice seeing Philip again. You know, we did get little bits here and there back with Citadel, but I feel like some of the best we ever saw from Philip was when he was on that Fear roster from back in the day, Cincinnati Fear. That same roster that was able to kind of run amok throughout a lot of NACL, their highest finish at the end being second place. Now looking to put even more pressure onto Philip over on this top side. Kind of playing with some good spacing right here, but able to use the ultimate to hop right out from that shockwave of Samikin.
You know, might have tried the greed grass proc at the end there. Might have been why we had all out, but that's all right. I think Philip, again, managing his champion well in this game. And again, that TP, big difference maker in the last fight. See if Philip can continue to be a difference maker. We kind of expect his champion to be, because I think this was a 5-pick used well.
Yeah. See, we don't even got to think about the opposite side of Felipe Sexo, because we just have Felipe Sexo here. Buys you more time, Cody.
I was trying to think of like an ugly Philip, and that was just not coming to me. You fill our heads with kings only, you know?
Yeah.
Putting myself in that mind space is it's not comfortable. Not for Philip. Again, it's looked really good. 90 seconds away, though, from this dragon. Could be a soul point up for blue. I don't think we're going to have any threat on this Baron. Just not a fast Baron for Blue Water with Jhin, and not a fast Baron for Winthrop, because they have mages. So, going to be dragon-focused this game, Deserex.
Got a minute 12 before that Mountain Drake just spawn. Gonna be nice to have some of those resistances going into this comp. It's also gonna make Winthrop's life that much more difficult given the double mage that we're running right now. So Winthrop would like their first foot into that direction. But again, you have to watch out for Minui. Been tremendous on this Leona. And fighting for vision right now, Flash is available for Minui, so Minui has no problem doing some of these snappy engages if he needs to find them. Or Blue Otter. Philip on the opposite end looking for Tomo. Tomo able to get a sidestep through, but getting chased down. They'll just collapse onto Tomo, who will pop the Hourglass, but Levitate still takes him down. Curtain Call going to get opened up as the fight continues to go through. Kim down on the opposite end, eats the Unleashed Power Cyclone. Still trying to peel off the members of Blue Water, but you're getting nothing but pain, man. As knocked up is Barrack. He'll get taken out by Young, who's showing these old hands still got fight.
I mean, that's just a great fight from Blue Water. I think where they took that, how they took that. Love Philip finding that engage with the Stride Breaker on the Tomo. And yeah, he rocket belted out, got value out of the rocket belt, escaped a bit of that engage, but couldn't escape all of it going up against Blue Water. As they find the collapse into the Victor, they're going to take both objectives as him down, only one that's up. They've split the smite with the rest of the team. Manui going to slink on out of there with the last bits of his HP bar as Baron falls, going over to Blue Water. And Dragon falls, going over to Munchie and Blue Water. So Blue Water wins everything.
Himdan wants to change that. He's showing up. Okay. Yeah, Dragon's taken. What am I talking about?
He was showing up, and then Philip hit the camera with Stand United. Yeah. But look at our Philip Norelco one-blade precision play as Phillips. I mean, again, just chasing Tomo. Nice re-engage from Kim Down was a good attempt, but Tomo was already dead. And then love the focus on the Samikin. The way that Blue Water took care of both carries in that fight. Yeah, Tomo was a little bit out of position with a nice Stride Breaker play from Philip to kick that one off. But how they found Samikin for the second kill, the follow-up, that's the kind of stuff that we want to see out of Munchie and Manui. Like, they just cease and assist solar flare, dropped on the same target. That's a fight where the one carries out, so easy to focus on the other, but having that get taken care of and done cleanly, I think those have been some of the elements that we've just missed from Blue Water, and the stuff that made Blue Water such a pesty team in versions past. So good to see that from Manui and Munchie, as this has been a good look game for Munchie and Manui. I think that what we asked for Blue Water coming in was for this jungle support tandem to play better. You asked for Munchie to maybe see some more of his own champions. We've seen both of that from both these guys in this game.
Yeah. And it's splendid because these are the two players we were most critical of. Manui back onto comfort. Munchie's been playing quite well this game, as you had mentioned. So showing up right here, trying to make this complete picture of Blue Water work. Now here comes the Cyclone. Manui is locked for days, finally able to flash out, but gets shut down nonetheless. Now coming out from the flank, committing to the fight is Blue Otter. Munchie takes one more tower shot, but does not fall. Wilson close to collapsing, gets out of the range of the curtain call, but Blue Otter gonna bully away the members of Winthrop, taking 2 kills and only losing 1. Deadly Flourish goes out. Philip trying to get a little bit closer. The tower gonna fall in the mid lane.
10k gold lead for Blue. Again, these fights still keep on being played out cleanly. That was a closer one just because Manui did get low early. Up a little bit too far, maybe looking for those fishes on Leona, but it still is Blue Water able to win out on the fight, take more of the base of Winthrop, and they were the comp that we kind of favored scaling-wise early on, Desterux, so no signs of looking back, and really all we can do is kind of praise the fact that Blue Water did play a clean game between their jungle support duo. I mean, this looked like, I think, Blue Water's best game of the split so far.
I really am enjoying what I'm seeing from Blue Water. And the pressure they're applying right now, they're not giving Winthrop even a second to breathe as they reset and get back to work with their Baron buff, now focusing onto this top side, doing the 4-1 split. Manui just hanging out towards the jungle. This tower is not long for the world, but Wilson going to step up nonetheless. Blue Water should be able to take this tower. Actually, here we go. Now fighting over from the side. Philip looking to trade hands a little bit, but it's hard to take out big Felipe Sexo.
Hope Toad's having fun with Philip back in the lead. Shout out Toad.
I'm sure.
Oh, good engage.
Oh, that was a nice combo onto Levitate, but Levitate does flash out. Will escape with his life. The tower going to survive for a little bit longer.
Good try.
As Winthrop do have a counterattack.
Yeah, really good try. Got both sums out of Jin. We'll take that. Get some reprieve for the Winthrop squad. But buck 20 before Dragon. It's Soul for Blue Honor. Gotta imagine a Mountain Soul is the backbreaker. As this...
oh, yeah.
Marksman, this comp, is already having trouble dealing with Zion. And I don't think Mountain Soul Zion is... That's... Yeah, you don't want to face that. That's nightmare fuel.
I also do like the build from Philip. He chose to go the Bramble Vest to just get the heal cut needed against Barrack and just kept it right there. Finished off with everything else. Has a lot of tools to make him real sticky with the Stride Breaker and even has the Maul to deal with the double AP.
Yeah, of course, that early defense always really nice on the Zahen because the sustain with your Q. Just get some more mileage off that. If you get some early defense. And now Barrick down 4 levels in this matchup is going to be feeling the pain. Because all he can do at this point is run.
Don't want any piece of Philip. Philip wants all of you. Now Dominus is going to be used from Barrick. Just feeling the pressure of what Philip's throwing down over here on the top side. We'll be able to clear the wave. In the meanwhile, Philip, he does have his teleport available. Even if you delay this, it's not the worst case for Philip because he can get over towards that dragon fight if needed. It is going to be Dragon Soul, but look at the recall coming out of Wilson.
Stand United.
Pretty much says they
Drake.
rather focus for this topside fight against Philip. Philip still fighting it out. Barrick's getting low, gets pulled right back in by the Q of Philip. Philip is still swinging, though. It takes a lot to take this man down. They're using shockwaves. They're throwing the whole damn kitchen sink at him. But look at that health bar. He's ready for round 2, and he chases on to Samikin, getting knocked up by the Cyclone.
Oh.
How many ults will it take to claim Philip's life? And you're still losing members. Young has arrived. Unleashed power to fall. It will cost you everything to take down Big Philip. Munchie jumping in. Cease and desist. Finds Samikin. Samikin's in a world of hurt. Here comes Levitate coming out from the sidelines. Barracks trying to close the gap onto Levitate, but finds nothing but a 4th shot in his face. Philip absorbs the weight of the world, and Blue Water will come out ahead.
There is no dealing with the Zahen. There was no dealing with the Dragon setup for Blue Water either, as Winthrop just can't get far out of base enough to try and get any setup around the objective setup they need with the Orianna Victor to poke. But not in the cards for the Throps this game, as Blue Water going to get their first bite of revenge against Samikin and Winthrop. Sure as looks like it's going to be that way in game 1. Baron secured, and Blue Water continues to take the right steps necessary for victory. As hold on, 2, 1. Philip up, Baron down. Yep, Blue Water will take that.
What do you do, man? What do you do? You don't got any, like, BFG to go try and destroy this monster of a man that's in the top side. Philip looks unstoppable.
Yeah, It's been nice having Philip back. I think that, you know, it's fun seeing the Gragas because we always knew that he was a good Gragas player from back in the day, but also seeing stuff like the Zahen or that Renekton that kind of emerged later on in Philip's career as a champion that he could take and carry pretty strongly on, shut down enemy teams on. It's been nice to have some of our players return here for summer. I know that's kind of a theme with this Blue Water team, and also a theme later on with ABO and Cupid.
Ooh, cease and desist lands onto the clone, unfortunately, but Wilson still low. Scatter the Weak goes wide, getting pulled right back in as Philip joins the fight. Guardian Angel going to get popped. Munchie now on the Resurrect, looking to get out of this situation. Will be able to use a Vault Breaker to create some distance. Still doesn't fall. Tomo going to flash forward to take down and shut down Munchie. Just like that, the jungle and support of Blue Otter going to fall. For a bit of a botched engage coming out from Blue Otter.
Little deep. Did get the flash of Wilson and Tomo. So maybe something that Blue Water can get later on, but it's just going to have to be a reset from them. As not the clean engage we were looking for to wrap up this game that we feel like is rather decided right now, Desterux. I mean, anything can happen to Elder, but Winthrop just getting in and getting any control over this objective doesn't feel like they really have the ability to do so.
Now, don't curse me with an Elder flip. My heart cannot take that right now.
We got our 2 best teams in the NACL getting after it later, Desterux. We need we need the tolerance to the real heart palpitations to start early today. Give you a little bit of taste.
I got my heart rate monitor on my desk right now, so I'm going to be checking in with that every couple of fights, especially if we hit to Elder. Speaking of, that spawns in 2 minutes, 15 seconds. And for Winthrop, I mean, right now, you're just kind of buying time, waiting out this Baron buff. There's only 25 seconds that remain on it. And honestly, decent wave clear for Winthrop. The big thing here is Just don't get caught up on some of these angles from Blue Otter. The cleanse going to be used by Tomo, does create distance, will not get caught by Munchie and Phillip, who are looking to pinch on him.
Manui's going to have pretty good info in here.
Oh, Tomo, here we go. Cease and desist, finds Samikin. Cyclone trying to peel off, but Young will go legendary, unleashing his power onto Samikin. And this is looking like the end right here as Blue Otter march forward in the mid lane.
You know that base fight that won even, or Blue Otter lost? It did get flashes out. Samikin used his flash previously from a different fight, able to get the big engage onto him. Barrack now going to go down, and this is going to be a Blue Otter victory.
Blue Otter, cross the T's, dot the I's, take down the Nexus towers and focus down that Nexus. Get the ace first just to complete padding those KDAs. Blue Otter, they want to get their first series win of the season. This is step one as they'll take game one.
And I think a common theme for Blue Otter's wins in the early season, it has been when Phillip's had big games. I think that Phillip has been probably the biggest correlation with his performance to Blue Otter wins and what's been positives. The big difference maker, though, for me with that Blue Otter win was how well Munchie and Manui played together. That's been an element that's been missing from some of the other wins, and I think is most needed for Blue Otter just to have success in this split for NACL. So honestly, a really promising outing from Blue Otter in that game one against their old mate in Samikin and his new squad in Winthrop.
I mean, it started with a lot of snappy plays coming out of Munchie and Minui around that dragon to try and catch out Wilson to start that dragon stacking. Of course, Phillip, I think that's the only man that could tank my great-grandmother's chancla, how much damage that man was able to absorb throughout that game. So great display coming out from Blue Otter. We're going to take a moment, throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll see if Winthrop can bounce back.
Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL, Winthrop University versus Blue Otter. And for Blue Otter, we asked for Munchie and Minuti to step up in Cubby. Philip prayed. It was received. Blue Otter win game 1.
Yeah, they stood more united than Kim Down was able to stand with Winthrop on that Shen. But no, it was a good look for Blue Otter game 1. It really felt like there was a semblance of a game plan. I just think Minui looked so much more solid that game. And to see Munchie and Minui have that direction together, the target selection was really sound as the game went on. Phillips' Zahan pick just scaled to being a giant problem. I think that really alleviated or made the game just far easier for Blue. But we've got to give credit where credit's due. Munchie and Minui took good plays. Blue Otter capitalized off that. And that was the strongest outing we've seen Blue Otter have on the Rift so far this split.
Yeah, as a team. Very specifically. I mean, we've seen moments of brilliance coming out from this squad. We highlighted Phillips so many times in his games where he's able to play Gragas, but seeing him on the Zahen and seeing the rest of the team come together and kind of set up these solo lanes, especially Young, who saw the damage right there. It was 44k on the Syndra, getting great picks with the Unleashed power. It was a great comp that wanted to scrap, that wanted to get in your face, and they played towards that exact condition.
Yeah, and they didn't let up, too. I feel like the one mistake we saw, the one in base that set up for the good late fight, just because flashes were down from Winthrop. But I think that's the other thing with this Blue Otter team that we've seen in the early season of Desterux is that they're prone to making mistakes. And there were no mistakes made that completely took them out of that game or through the lead.
Yeah.
And that's something this team has been prone to doing. That was both this split and last split. So, again, best outing we've seen from this new look Blue Otter. Feels like some of the older pieces saw good stuff out of them. Munchie Minui saw a lot of good communications out of them. And for Winthrop, I feel like that comp, they didn't really get into the game with it. And then there wasn't much of a game to be played. And just curious if we see a different approach for them coming up. As Tombo, I think in particular, has been really heavily biased towards these mages in the bot lane.
Yeah, he was very happy to take Vlad bot very, very early on. But then that leads to, kind of your own problems you got to deal with. In this case, the counterpick that we had of the Zahen really couldn't be answered with the duo mages that Winthrop University had picked up. So we'll see if they can find a better answer coming into this game. Number 2, draft now started up. Same bans mostly. Still going to take away that Ziggs. I'm not going to allow that to be one of the B1s we've seen many times. Also, Blue Otter targeting kind of a specialty on the side of Winthrop by taking away his Wilson's Lee Sin. Cassiopeia getting taken away on top of it. This does leave Poppy up that was banned in the previous game.
It does. I'm also really curious what happens with Rise, as I think a lot of the champions that are strong in a Rise off the board now, and the Orianna, the Syndra, and the Victor. So, going to start with the Ezreal, though. Likely going to be in the hands of Tomo, which could open up Levitate for a career favorite in the Kai'Sa.
That could be a lot of fun. Hovering onto the Gragas. Not willing to take it just yet. That's one thing that I'm going to keep in mind. One of the best wins we saw at Blue Otter, at least before today, was through Philip playing the Gragas. So that's always going to be kept in mind. But as you alluded to, Cubby, Kai'Sa get picked up. Levitate would be happy to take that one. So we got our marksman now lined up for both of our teams. Wait for the next pick to come through.
Yeah, again, a career favorite for Levitate.
It's been a big one.
It is his most played AD in his career. And in 21 games, he has an 86% win rate on his Kai'Sa. So when you take Ezreal, definitely always expect to see the Levitate Kai'Sa. He does play the pick very well.
Yeah.
So Nautilus to boot, the classic combo down there in the bot lane. Curious what Kimdown now wants to snag as opportunity for support counter pick. We haven't seen a lot of Braum of late, but Braum's kind of the classic or the pick that I at least want. I'm looking at the Kai'Sa Nautilus, so we'll be locked in here for Kimdown.
I know you just want it because you secretly miss Kangas a lot, man.
Yeah, that's the only reason. That's right. That's definitely it. That and stashes, you know.
It's a nice stash.
Also makes me think of Kangas. The slippery slope, you know.
I do like this for Blue Water off of the fact that it's still Minui staying to more of the tried and true supports, having that Nautilus alongside the synergy that you do have with Kai'Sa. But ooh, this is going to be a nice one right here as the Akali was left open and available. You're taking it on that final pick before you get into the next phase of the draft, so you can ban away some of those counters.
And we expect this to be in the hands of Young. I don't think it's going to be a Philip Akali, and not... Philip has a big pool. I don't think it includes that. So Young's been playing a lot of Akali on his stream, which he has been trying to keep more active since his days with DSG. Still one of the old school 720p gamers. You can always tell with the clicks on that map. He's just CS pilled, is I like to say, Desterux.
He's also got a really good win rate with the Akali. 18 games, 61% throughout his career.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I've always liked Young when he's been able to get on some of these, like, kind of melee mages type deal. The Akali, the Sylas, always works really well with those. Next bound's coming in. Blue Otter, happy to take away that Galio, as well as the Xin Zhao, going to be removed off the table. Some of these more quirky picks getting attacked in Munchie's pool as the Kha'Zix gets banned.
Xin Brahm's an nice combo. I think Xin makes life kind of hard for Kai'Sa Akali, so I like that ban from Blue Water. Wondering if Munchie might be setting up for a Pantheon here himself, as could be an option. Also, Olaf taken away. I mean, again, I don't expect Philip to really be the one to play Vayne or whip out the Vayne, but Vayne's playable here if he does want it.
The angle to go for. It's just, yeah, as you said, not the most known for his Vayne play. It's always been kind of more bruisery alongside that Gragas, and this would play towards that type of identity. I want to play towards that side instead. It's going to be the Ambessa locked in. So now we're getting kind of, you know, it's not the exact thing we saw in game number 1, but it still plays towards that style of just like dive and go in and fight and skirmish. The Ambessa gets picked.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more electrocute on Ambessa going into the Gnar. Just trying to be bursty in your trades, which you have to keep short against Gnar, or else we've seen more Gnars opt for lethal tempo and trying to all in you at the mini. That's the rise I was talking about. I did like the Xin ban, but I was kind of hoping they would take Rise away, just because kind of a low-range comp. Empowered Rune Prison, I think it's a lot of power. And Braum isn't exactly main engaged, and Rise can kind of make up for that. So, see if Munchie can take something that might interact well. I think Jarvan makes sense.
J4 makes a lot of sense.
Ability to control that terrain into Rise and Pantheon can be really helpful.
Yeah.
And the EQ gives you a buffer out of both the stun and the root. So I think even though it's Gnar Ezreal, two champions that Jarvan's not super duper happy to see, the Jarvan still makes a lot of sense for me here, just given how it does interact the mid jungle duo.
Yeah, something to try and set Samikin behind rather early. J4 can get active on the map. We saw how Minui was in that game number 1, willing to flash to get the ball rolling in the name of Blue Water. If you can sit behind a Rise, it does feel pretty bad because you are building a lot of those mana scaling items early. That could be an angle for Blue Water. Again, this is a very kind of skirmish heavy comp, but I do think going into this one, Blue Water do have some better answers than what they did in game number 1.
I just want to see if Blue Water can sync up and attack as a team together again. It's Jarvan, Nautilus, Ambessa, Kai'Sa. I mean, they're playing full dive against Winthrop. If they can pull the dive off, going to be good. If not, going to be ugly. And I think this was a Blue Water where we did see game 1. They played together. The target selection was really good. How they were syncing up their abilities as that game went on. Early on, I complained about a Solar Flare Cease and Assist combo that wasn't managed correctly, right? We saw Solar Flare come out when Cease and Assist was coming after. You want to order that differently. That got fixed as the game went on. So want to see if Blue Water can play together again. They're going to need it as they are playing a full dive comp in what Winthrop has.
Full dive, and with the chance of taking their first win of the regular season, Winthrop University still fighting for contention to stay in that top 3 of their group to auto-qualify for the bracket. We got to fight back now as we head into game number 2.
All right, going to be Jarvan starting topside. Pantheon mirroring. Not exactly as he's starting Raptors. So AOA clear for Wilson, making his way up. See if he can put anything down on that bot side. As early on bot, Levitate going to cleanse out of the exhaust drop by Tomo. And Blue Otter doing better in that push than what you're supposed to be doing early. So they're really trying to fight over the wave, try and get that 2. Tomo and Kim down, gotten controlled back, but trades early.
Honestly, I really, really like seeing the Kai'Sa again pulled out by Levitate. From what we've seen recently of Levitate, it's typically been some of the more just like kind of late game hyperscalers that have worked out best for him. I think of, for example, the Senna. Ooh, his flash is going to get burned in the bot lane. I think, for example, the Senna, where you're just looking to get into the late game, survive till then, and then take over. Kai'Sa plays a pretty different play style, and for some reason, this is one of those standout ones that Levitate can do very well on.
Yeah, definitely career bias for Levitate, but we have a 3 camp from Wilson. Gonna look to get involved against this Jarvan. Ward dropped by Manui. It didn't spot the Pantheon. Munchie spots it now. Kind of gets the bad news. He might just have to sack this buff.
Yeah. Ooh. I'm gonna sack his flash. As thinking he had any right to grab that Grump. Well, he didn't have priority in the bottom lane, but here we go. Fight gonna break out. Munchie again does not have flash. Gets out before the winners by concussive blows. Does stun up now. Wilson running low. He'll be able to shield out. A lot of that damage. Now another hook coming through. Minui gonna use that shield to buy time. Getting lower and lower. First blood's gonna get picked up. Atomo will give his life in the process. Winner's bite lands on to Levitate. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Young.
First blood going the way of Winthrop.
If they don't exit the right way, Wilson's walking into Young.
Right into Young's hands, and Munchie says, I earned that. He'll take the kill away. All that being said, that's a net win for Blue Otter.
Swag flag dropped. Munchie gets the kill. And a pretty extended skirmish coming out. I do feel like it is Blue Water getting the best of it. Munchie doesn't really lose anything from this. I mean, he lost a Gromp. Boo-hoo. As he gets the crab, they end up picking up a kill. And that was an invade that I think early on was very heavily posturing towards Tomo, Kim down, and Winthrop. But as that play extended, I just feel like Winthrop, how they used their abilities to pressure Blue Water onto the turret, Blue played that better. It got turned on him. So, advantage Blue Water in that skirmish. I really have to credit Manui. I feel like how Manui was weaving in and out of those fights with the dredge line. Like, yeah, he went down to the end, but I feel like that's what enabled the kills to come through, and that just Winthrop pushing a little bit too hard. A tower shot was taken on the redive, I think, from Tomo, but that was just enough to really push things back over the edge in favor of Blue.
Yeah, because I look at a fight like that, I just see Braum, and I'm taking the Braum team any time of day. I feel like it so heavily favors that, but the way the health bars were played, you saw how low a lot of the members of Blue Otter were for the extended duration of that fight. You credited Minui his use of the Dredgeline Titan's Wrath. I gotta agree completely. It's been coming out to a real good day for Minui after what was a rough week 3.
I mean, returning to some of those picks that were so good for him when he first swapped in that Conviction lineup. With the Bach team, which we'll see Bach wait around with Cupid. But Yeah, I mean, this has been,
Fellow ball.
I'd say, a much better day for Blue Water. And again, just kind of exactly what the doctor ordered, Desterux, which is what we're so excited about, frankly.
And Minui's still going to keep landing those dredge lines as Kim down almost goes down. Now Munchie looking to escape. Heel's going to be popped. Give a little bit of bonus movement speed, some health on top of it. The counter gank found by Wilson will cause Blue Otter to peel off.
Ooh.
Spicy.
Cutting it close there in the Void Seeker. Munchie going to stick around. I mean, Tomo's on his own.
All right, here we go. Dredge line onto Tomo. That's the nice thing about the Ezreal. If you get caught by crowd control, you can buffer out with the Arcane Shift.
I just want Munchie to the Dragon at this point. I feel like if they're going to split recalls like this, you're Jarvan, you can maybe... Okay, never mind. Thought there was a world where he could have ripped that one fast enough, or could have ripped that one while they were initially low, instead of looking for the regank to protect his lane. Levitate did get a lot there, but... I think he's just stalling time for this bot Crab, which, given how he's positioned, and Pantheon is going to get access to.
Yeah, Wilson.
Yeah.
That's an easy grab. You got the back half of Tomo.
I feel like Munchie could have gotten a lot more out of that sequence. I really like the waiting to see if you can gank an Ezreal or not, and didn't have flash up, so a little bit harder to pull the trigger. Feel like that was some time wasted there for Blue Water. And that time is going to be cashed in by Winthrop, where right as Blue Water exits the area, they hop on the Dragon as the recall takes place, and they're going to pick that one up for themselves. So well played by Wilson and Winthrop. But wasted time, we feel like, from Blue Water and Munchie.
And that's, you got to commit to the bit. Now, which way are we going? Going for the play? Are we going to focus down in the bot lane? Are we going to grab the Drake? Instead, he just kind of wails around. And it does buy a Dragon over to Winthrop University. We're going to feel good for Wilson there. Now he's pathing back over towards his top side. And smart enough, Wilson's not going to waste any time knowing that, these topside camps got to be up. Let's just take the recall and play it safe.
Well, bot side, nice trade by Tomo.
Yeah.
See, connects Rom passive and gets a big chunk out of Minui. So, decent looks bot lane here. As Winthrop's bot lane, yeah. Cannon waves, so not going to be the worst base ever for Levitate Minui, but forced off nonetheless. Might be a grub look coming out now from Wilson.
And that was so much damage so fast. The interaction that you get with the Braum Ezreal. Once the Winner's Bite lands, a lot of those Mystic shots mean more. Now here we go, fight going over towards the Grub. Munchie looking to fight this through. Here comes Young. Realm Warp used to peel away, but Young's still going to follow through. He wants Wilson, and he'll get Wilson. Now Samikin scrapping Minui, not far off, does not have his flash. Philip on the other side of the wall. Public execution not going to land. Young instead decides it's not worth the time. Let's grab the grubs and go home.
Still well played by Young. Sticks in there for the 1v2. Finds the kill. Early game Akali. Opportunity to cash in. Munchie to smite this one away. Gets out. Yep.
Nice.
So Blue Water answer back a little bit on that top side.
Ooh. Ultimate used. Wilson wants some revenge, but he's going to get none. Instead, Young will be able to walk away because too far under the tower. Pantheon can only tank for so long. So he'll go ahead and limp away, but that's all right. He gets the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, it was no Shroud there for Akali. I think that's why Wilson felt confident to try and go for that one. Doesn't find that big empowered Q, though. Needed to try and get the Akali, so Young burns TP back, and going to be, honestly, a pretty happy camper in this mid lane, Desterux.
Oh, yeah.
As he's on his way towards, we'll see if it's a Rocket Belt or if it's a Gunboy. I think it might be a Rocket Belt. We'll see what Young can do, as at least has a little bit of an early lead in the double stacking items of the Rise, and I'll take a go here.
It's level 5 for Kim down, so no Glacial Fissure You would just have to watch out for the concussive blows.
He's close to 6.
True Shot Barrage going through. Levitate has more health than Tomo. Tomo has that pushing power in the backup of the Braum. See the junglers coming into this side of the map. All the meanwhile, Wilson not far off from looking for an angle. Levitate's got to be careful. You don't want to lose too much health leading up to a Pantheon potentially being in your lane. But there we go. A flash forward from Wilson. And that's exactly why you got to beware of this Pantheon.
I mean, nice bait, honestly. Kindown gets hooked, goes under the turret, but the heal from Manui wasn't enough to get a depth charge off. Keep him down there enough to try and get a kill. Do think that when you can see you can hook someone under a turret, likely to throw it. Almost flashes out to avoid the Void Seeker, would have procced the passive. 50 seconds before Dragons, so I think that both ADs probably going to farm this last wave and then base, and we might see a skirmish over at Deserux, in which case no Kai'Salt available for Levitate if this one does get hit quickly by Winthrop.
Yeah, it was a trade. Do get the flash out. Potentially an angle to delay Tomo a little bit more over here, but Tomo has the wave cleared, so he'll be able to get his back nonetheless as he works his way towards that Trinity Force. Finishing off his role quest all at the same time. Trinity Force is going to be purchased off the next buy. Why are you smiling? I know the audience can't see it, but I see that smirk on your face. What's going on, Cubby?
It's more of a grimace, you know? I was kind of hoping to see a walk down from either of these. Hold on.
Okay.
Get a pause. Engage maybe coming on Kindown.
Now from the side, Levitate holding positioning. Stunned up for just a brief moment. Munchie, Minui on the op stand, eats a True Shot Barrage, but has the Titan's Wrath to absorb a lot of that damage. Go, hook lands. Minui landing hook after hook with the depth charge. It sends Wilson into the air and into his demise. Looking for retaliation as Samikin wants to find Munchie. Gets the sidestep. Another kill found by Young as the Sakali goes nuts, and so does Levitate. Now Samikin's left by his lonesome. Levitate able to sidestep, and another Shuriken gonna land right onto Samikin as Blue Water will take him down. Young on a rampage.
I mean, Young showing why the Sakali was banned away from him in a game 1, honestly. He's been really sound on this pick. As Barrack, nice sidestep.
Oh, Meganar going to come up as well. Killer Instinct going through. Public execution, excuse me. As Barrack still scrapping this out. Flashes into the bush. But I brought a lawnmower and he will mow down Barrack.
Man, fill up 2 good games in a row, but feels that way for all of Blue Water as they are firing on all cylinders. And honestly, I mean, this has been the Blue Water that I was kind of hoping to see when this roster was put together. I really felt like this could be a pesty middle of the pack team, especially if you got the best out of some of the members that were returning after a spring of not competing. And it feels like this is the Blue Water that everyone was hoping to see coming out this week, as it's been Manui, I think, taking really good fights. Philip has been nothing but on point in this series, and Young really stepping up. 2 champs that we know him for in the Syndra and the Akali, looking really good on both.
I really love the play that we've gotten out of Minui, going from week 3 to here in week number 4. Again, the struggles, seeing him on champions like Shen, seeing him on champions like Camille, combining those champions together. But going back to a lot of these old school picks that work really well, the Leona in game 1 and now the Nautilus in game number 2.
And it's pretty clear on these champs that Manui's just been dictating the pace of the game. And frankly, kind of a nice stray away from what the meta's been. I think that I'm starting to get tired of seeing my support Camille's run it down. I think we've hit that point in the split where it's probably time to put the Scrim God pick away, as a lot of these Camille's haven't looked nearly as good on stage. Nautilus, I mean, tried and true, guaranteed engage. I think Manui's made it look quite good on this series so far, as he has really taken that traditional engaged role and played it very well for his team.
All that being said, with the fights going Blue Otter's way, the Dragons are going the way of Winthrop. They have set themselves up very early dragon stacking condition, getting both that Cam and Infernal Drake. Rift Herald now hitting the map. The quicker on the reset will be Levitate and Minui, so we'll have some positioning to try and contest for this Rift Herald. Wilson instead going to path downwards.
Young will have TP if this is going to be a look from Blue, as it looks like... Yeah, I did see the public execution from Philip. Eric was able to get out of it.
All right, here we go. Round warp now coming in. They want to catch out Minui. The one who's been a pest in starting these engages. They brought the Exterminator. That kill to Samikin.
Still 2 dragons for Winthrop. And with the Pantheon of the Rise, they can make plays like that. As Munchie going to get most of the Krug camp. But it is Winthrop pressuring the top side. Rift Herald doesn't look like it's going to be contested. As Young going to get what he can on this bot side. And Philip, we'll see if he can survive this dive. He is down ult.
Yeah. Doesn't have his ult, doesn't have his flash. Minui getting called up right off the respawn. We'll go for a hook right away, and they just want to take the fight into the Meganar. This is very dangerous, and you see why. As dropping from the skies, Wilson has arrived. Now Young wants to turn it around, hops onto 1, hops onto 2. Back-to-back retaliation kills picked up by Blue Otter. Sundered Sky doing work for Munchie. Flash hook for Minui will force the flash out of Samikin. And just when it seems grim for Blue Otter, they get 2 kills right back.
Young joins the fight and instantly makes his impact felt, as this Akali has been having a really big early to mid game. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't get Kim down on that, but taking down the top side on Barrick and Wilson, well worth it for Blue Water in the end. Still, the objective does go the way of Winthrop. So it is a 3K gold lead for Blue Water that is significant, but we'll see if they can throw their weight around to get this first dragon for themselves, because less than 90 seconds ahead of what would be a Mountain Soul point for Winthrop. I think we're at the point for Blue Water where, with how big this Akali is, how big this Ambessa is, they should fight this dragon and shut down the stacking for Winthrop. Blue Water would be a lot happier with the game state. The dragon secured here.
Yeah, I am terrified of Young. This Akali, 2.2k lead individually in the lane. Exhaust going to be used. They're focusing on the Levitate. Levitate going to flash right on out as Wilson coming out from the opposite end. Has a chance to jump onto Minui, but sees Munchie there and chooses not to go for the engage until he gets some backup. Concussive blows, gets the stun onto Minui, and Winthrop find a pick in the mid lane. Rift Herald summoned.
And no steel caps in yet for Minui. Definitely felt the pain there as he was jumped on. It was kind of the sins that Levitate that the support goes down for. So that was a wave that Tomo ended up forcing him off of. So 20 seconds for the dragon. I mean, that was a play that was just made by Winthrop. Definitely a positive play, but not exactly a play to get control over the bot side of the map. As it will be ending this one, taking the top outer turret as the dragon spawns. So Samikin with no TP. We'll see if he can kind of get back and get in range to maybe be of impact. But this might have just been a give from Winthrop to put more gold in their pocket and try and contest the topside camps. And gotta say, I think given the game state, so that Blue Water would be happier with a dragon, stopping that stacking, which I think they are. But Winthrop at least getting some gold back in their pockets deserves some praise.
Winthrop University have been playing the map a little bit better than to be expected with Rise and Pantheon. Is now Flag and Drake catches Kim down out of position. Glacial Fish are going to be used, but Kim down feeling like how Minui has been feeling in this game. Number 2, support isolated and picked off by Blue Water.
Little support for support bloodshed, you know, keeping things even for both teams as
sacrificial lambs of the teams.
You know, Braum, not as mobile as Camille or Shen, maybe. So, getting picked off there. Nice hook, though, by Minui. I think Tomo was kind of hanging around to give him down that W out, but not granted. Thanks to the dredge line connecting, and Again, Blue Water, I'm still kind of nursing this lead. It has shrunk a bit, but if Levitate gets to 3 items here, you got to imagine that's kind of the next backbreaker / what they're really looking to cash in or drive home. Because 3-item Kaisa, that's a win con in many games. And Levitate, honestly starting to get pretty close. As he is ahead of the curve this game. And doing well. And it already has components for that 3rd item in the inventory.
Blasting one. And don't forget the conversation about Young. Easily large rod finished up.
Yeah.
Depending on what he wants to go for, you know, Shadow Flame is definitely in the books there to continue some of this tremendous damage that Akali does bring. Now positioning being fought for in the mid lane. Munchie looking to come out from the Fog of War. Hook lands onto Tomo. Comes the Flag and Drag. Doesn't get any knockup from the Flag and Drag. Teleport going to be used from both top laners to join the fray. Philip looking to back on out as Wilson hops in, gets pulled in by the dredge line. Wilson survives as he flashes out. Same thing with Philip. No one going to go down in a brief skirmish in the mid.
If Philip's no TP, so going to have to base to take the walk back from that one. I think Blue was just pressuring to try and get the outer. A little bit of an overcommit, but at least no bloodshed for them. It's kind of tough to break that one against Rise Ezreal. A lot of wave clear, and you're down the wave clear war, given you have Mbessa, Kali, Kai'Sa. So I do think that that's good defense from Winthrop. And oh, a playbook mid.
Here we go. Man drop coming in from Wilson. Instead turns the other way around. Will be able to put up the shield, block some of the damage coming through. Killer Instinct going to be popped, looking for Wilson. Instead, they turn towards Kim down. It might cost the life of Munchie as he gets auto-attacked and picked. Tomo grabs the kill.
Young.
Samikin coming out from the flank. Young's in a bad way. Young trying to create distance with the shuriken flip, but there is Samikin, and now the ball is in Winthrop's court.
Yeah, I kind of thought that Young had to take that E in because he was stuck after that. Ends up getting the ult out, but the root connects, and now Winthrop up 2 members, down a couple health bars. We're going to hit this Baron. Minui.
Oh, Minui maybe over-aggressive. Falls. Samikin gets another kill. Samikin flashing forward, wants Levitate. Levitate doesn't have that much mana. He's got some good damage with the autos. That Seraph's going to get popped in the process. And more members of Blue Otter chased away. It does at least stop what could have been a Baron attempt as True Shot Barrage. You felt the breeze of that on the back of your neck if you're Levitate.
And Levitate was basing in a spot where he was expecting for the ult to not be, and Tomo was in the head of the other Ezreal player, like, you know what? He's probably not standing where not going to stand in the lane versus this one, so we got to fish. But hey, Winthrop cut into that gold lead again. I mean, another 1.5 gold in their pockets a minute before the Dragon. Of course, soul point on the table for him. As Actualizer isn't done, that would be a big break point for Samikin, but on the flip side, Levitate doesn't have that 3rd item yet either. So, curious if Levitate sneaks the base in here to finish that one up, because he might be close to it.
$40 seconds. Or Mountain Drake comes down.
He's not basing.
No basing. Pretty much indicates he doesn't have that gold just yet.
Yeah, he's not going to base now. That's one where if it is 3-item Kaisa, it's kind of late to base, but I'd almost write it off just because Kaisa can join from long distance and 3 items big.
Yeah.
Doesn't have it. Going to be way too late to even fish now as Minui.
Ooh. Instead, they're going to try and pick off the support right here. It's the Glacial Fisher going through. A lot of health going to be chunked away from Minui and Munchie. Minui too deep. Levitate will still claim Kim down. The trade. Support for support. More damage done to Blue Otter means they need a reset on the map, which will give Winthrop an entrance towards the Drake.
I think the big difference in the last couple skirmishes has just been target selection. A lot of damage is being thrown into Braum, and these Unbreakables and the Glacial Fissures are big because the full dive has all been into Braum. They need to find a way to separate Braum or play around him if they want to have a more successful fight. So 1 for 1, but fight better, so it goes over to Winthrop.
Oh, here comes the setup, looking for Samikin. Samikin takes so much damage. Need to get away from that Meganar ultimate. Public Execution going to be used, but way too deep is Philip. Will flash over the wall to get to safety. Still gets picked off by Tomo in the grand scheme. Munchie not far off from Minui. Flag and Drake going to go in. Munchie in by his lonesome. Minui trying to get the damage that's needed, but there's not enough brought to the game. Young teleports in. Kim down gets low. Killer Instinct Instinct going to be used from Levitate. Gets the pick onto Wilson, but Tomo is fighting, and he's taking down the Otters. Tomo clutches up on the Ezreal.
Huge fight from Tomo. I think the spot that Levitate picked just felt like it wasn't there. And mostly it's because of Tomo's positioning in this fight, as a lot of small fight wins go over to Winthrop over time, and it adds up into the big fight win in the end.
And with that, they're awarded the Baron. And given the shakiness of this early game, they always had control of a lot of these objectives, of a lot of the way the map was played. Realm Warp, the man drop from the Pantheon, it all feeds into that. And of course, Tomo, who's been playing out of his mind on this Ezreal, is going to start to give Winthrop a lead.
I think once they stacked up as 5, the Pantheon Rise Braum control has been enough. And I think especially the Braum just getting a lot of mileage, soaking all this damage. As get another look, starts off in the 3v3. Again, just the double E's being thrown up by Braum Pantheon mitigates so much damage. Munchie falls for free. Then Young comes in. He has to get Kim down, but that's not a priority target. Levitate jumps in, but ends up jumping into a stun from Wilson. Tomo cleans it up nicely, and that's the damage gone. And before all that, it was Philip just jumping in too early. And so, again, just a lot of small fight wins from Winthrop, adding up into the big fight win, as they end up finding the team fight and the Baron in the back half. So Winthrop now have control of this game, and looking like they're going to try and push us to 3. It's goodbye, Manui.
Tomo showing so much damage, just kind of snapped away. Manui, that last little exchange, just going to leave the inhibitor tower under attack. It will fall, inhibitor exposed. And the base now cracked for Blue Otter. Munchie on the sidelines. He is spotted out by Control Ward, so Munchie's going to have a long way to go if he wants to get home. Recall's going to be channeled by Winthrop, meaning that Munchie gets to keep his life for now.
And for Blue Water, the last 2 series we've had out of them, Desterux, they won Game 2 against Cupid. They won Game 1 against Contingent. They've won Game 1 here. You got to start cashing in on some of these opportunities. I mean, there are teams sitting at 0-3. I know Cupid's a good team, but it feels bad going 1-0 against Contingent and losing against them. Against Winthrop, that's another team in this group you got to look at and say, all right, we kind of need to beat them if we want to avoid that last chance qualifier, especially sitting at 0-3. They go to 0-4. The odds of them being in that last chance qualifier are pretty high. So even if this goes to a Game 3, I want to see if Blue Otter can at least clutch one up. Meanwhile, Winthrop, they've been the one clutching up, and honestly, again, off the back of, I think, Tomo, as you rightfully called out, Desterux, but also just this Braum pick for Kim down. I mean, he's been at the forefront of some of these engages, just neutralizing so much. It's made the openings of fights for a full dive comp that much harder for Blue Water.
Another inhibitor tower under attack in the top lane. And it's very hard to reply. These Mystic shots do a lot of damage. And Tomo's been able to poke out Blue Otter. Having Kim down in your back pocket, as you had mentioned, means you have someone who's willing to protect you. Same thing with Wilson. Both of their stuns combined means that a lot of this dive instantly gets responded with crowd control. Dragon spawning 37 seconds before that hits the map. That will be soul for Winthrop unless Blue Otter can do something about it.
They're all the way back in their base right now. Here goes Munchie.
All right, here we go. Flag and drag again. It's on to Kim down. Hook going to go through. Public
Tomo.
execution onto the back line. Here comes Levitate trying to play in with Killer Instinct. Jumping in deep. Tomo's going legendary. They need to take down Tomo. And that's what's done. Levitate finds a clutch kill. Now Samikin next in the crosshairs. Flag and drag gets the knockup onto Samikin. Samikin trying to fight his way right back out of this, but Barrick on the back end wants to stop his mid laner from collapsing. Will teleport out of it. Flashes to safety in time, but a very big pick, a very big shutdown found by Blue Otter. Handed over to Levitate. Not done just yet. Cataclysm coming off cooldown. Round Warp is too damn late. With the dragon up, the dragon stacking his stuff, and the missile finds another shutdown for Levitate.
And it's been a few duds from Banui, who's sitting at 9 deaths in this game. But that one was a fantastic engage as his dredge line connected onto Tomo. They ended up finding Ezreal off that engage. I think just the time bought. The depth charge didn't even connect on the Ezreal, but the fact that Manui initially finds Tomo with that hook, that shouldn't happen, and it probably is not going to happen again in a game with Braum. So many of these fights have gone well because Kim Down has been the one catching these dredge lines. But the one hook that slinks through the front line of Winthrop connects on to Tomo, the most important member, and the full dive of Blue Otter, able to find the 80 carry of Winthrop, take him out, and create a fight where Levitate was able to actually carry his way on through because he wasn't dealing with the damage coming out from Ezreal.
It's been a lot of misses for Minui in this game number 2, but he just hit that one out of the park with that dredge line. But as you said, how many more times can he hit something like that onto Tomo? It is very difficult, but it is life given to Blue Otter.
And honestly, big for Levitate. I mean, he's going to get the W evolve with a death cap. I think that gives Blue Otter kind of an alternative way to play.
I'm pretty sure that was 2 shutdowns, too.
Yeah, having some poke threat as Manui just presses R on Samikin.
Oh, yeah. Here we go with the dredge line. Depth charge going into the back line. They want to find Samikin. Samikin's getting low, but watch for Tomo. He's unchecked in the sidelines. Levitate's fighting on the opposite end, wants to get onto Barrick. Munchie tries to get Tomo, but he's going to give his life in the process. The Meganar ultimate slammed
Levitate
against the wall. Levitate tried to escape, but he will fall to Wilson. Tomo, his positioning godly in this team fight to give Winthrop the team fight win.
Look, the opening on the Samikin was okay, but they couldn't find Tomo. I think it's so important to find Tomo just with how big, how fat he got on Ezreal this game. Seekers in tow was tougher to depth charge him, but was not found in that fight, and gonna be enough to clutch up Winthrop this game. Young's 15 seconds out. That's not enough to defend.
No, instead they can just dive right on.
Hold on,
what feels like paper. Guardian Angel going to be popped away. Inhibitor respawning is buying time. Young's going to get off the respawn.
The inhib respawn was big. The fact that Young's up, I mean, Levitate's only up in 5. I thought that was going to be game. That inhib doesn't respawn. Not sure if that's game or not. But did slow things up just enough to at least give you a couple more moments, Tesserux. We're going to have a little bit more action before this game's determined.
Oh, yeah. Much better game from Winthrop, obviously, since they're on the cusp of actually taking this and sending us to a series. But again, the target for Blue Otter, it has to be Tomo. You saw that Munchie kind of had that idea, but by the time he's getting in Tomo's direction, Killer Instinct's already being committed, and it's on the opposite side of the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, also just that's the opposite side of the fight. The fact that Tomo as well just split from Samikin kind of on different sides of the fight, right? Samikin went down to the river. Tomo was fighting up in like that raptor ramp. So I think it's important that him and Munchie, or Tomo and Samikin are not grouped to fall victim to a Munchie or Young coming into these fights. So I just want to see if they can find Tomo again. Tomo, he's got Flash Up, he's got Zanya's. I don't think you can cast Step Charge on the Ezreal anymore. I think that's fine to relinquish, but you got to find Tomo at some point if you want to win this game. The only way they were able to win a fight is by finding this Ezreal. And the only way they're going to get out of this corner that they're backed into is if they can find Ezreal again.
Siege is going to be focused on the top side. Winthrop University looking to lead a Baron-empowered wave into this inhibitor. You can see where Wilson is positioned right now. He can take some pretty easy control of this mid-wave to keep putting pressure, but he's also got the man drop to get in a heartbeat, as now the focus is going to be on to Wilson. You still have to watch out for Tomo in these fights, so as Wilson can absorb a lot of damage, but Blue Otter cannot. Tomo over the wall, peppering in a lot of these Mystic shots, and it's a dying gasp given by Blue Otter. Guardian Angel gonna be popped. It's a double kill for Tomo. Wants to find the triple as he sets up Levitate for his demise. Hourglass use, triple kill for Tomo, and we're going to a game 3.
We've got a fun match for the second series, but the first series proving to be a nice appetizer for the entree, as Winthrop fought back nicely in that one. I think a big part of the story for me with this game 1 to game 2, target selection. The target selection was so good from Blue Water in game 1. I think game 2, their target selection got a little bit lazy. too many engages onto the Braum where we saw Kim Down absorb too much. And that was a big difference maker for getting Winthrop into the game. And then Tomo getting a lot of gold in his pockets to then carry the later stages of the game where we saw the Blue Otter dive run out of gas.
And it was like you said, the one time they did catch Tomo, you're not going to get that setup again. That is a very hard hook to land in the very first place. It's a miracle that Minui got it, but it wasn't enough given back to Blue Otter. The way Tomo positioned was beautiful in those fights, was rarely challenged. Even the last fight, he was just over the wall. Mystic shot after mystic shot after mystic shot, and no one could touch him. It made it pretty much a dying gasp at the very end of that for Blue Otter as they try to desperation gauge onto Wilson. But ultimately takes us to a game 3, and that is where we send it over to our break while we get ready for the series-defining game between Winthrop University and Blue Otter.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Winthrop University versus Blue Otter. And Blue Otter, we've seen they can take a game, but they've yet to show that they can take a series, as in game 2, it's Winthrop pouncing back with Tomo.
It's been 4 series for Blue Water. They've won a game in 3 of them. They've just got to win a series, and they have a rubber match now to see if they can put a win in the correct column for their series score against Winthrop. But felt like target selection from Blue Water, it was good at the start, kind of ran out of gas as time went on. Do want to credit him down for the Braum pick, ended up being really valuable into the full dive comp for Blue Water, and also Tomo kind of being the stud at Ezreal in that game. Got a win up against Levitate's 21 game, 86% win rate Kaisa. So got to put another L in the column that Tomo would prefer in that reckon for Levitate too. But kind of a fun series so far at SRX. We know that Winthrop had to come together pretty late, given changes made with Denethor going to Dignitas rather late. And then Blue Water, of course, a team with a lot of changes coming into this split. Been the best look for them so far. I think out of any of the series that we've seen. We'll see who ends up taking it here for this game 3.
I mean, yeah, I kind of like that topic coming up because at the start of the season, for both of these teams, a lot of it was about identity, right? You have Samikin coming in to the mid lane with, you no longer have mobility, you no longer have Denethor. So how's this team going to shape up? I feel like we're seeing some of those key pieces sit into place. We know Tomo is a very capable player historically, but Kim Down really taking some of the reins, as you said, on that Braum pick to protect his team from a full dive comp. So it was a good showing from Winthrop in that game number 2, but now one more game to decide who's going to take the series. Both of these teams definitely very aching for wins. Not many teams having wins, only 2 on the side of Blue Otter's group. Meanwhile, Winthrop, again, a more competitive group indeed, so these wins do mean a lot for both squads.
Vayne taken away. Curious if any top laners that Vayne likes to go into will be considered for first rotation here or fill up. But yeah, for Winthrop, I mean, I have to keep Samikin's pool in mind. Blue Otter's going to know that better than anyone. The artillery mages will, I expect to see a Hui, Victor, or Talia of some sorts out of Samikin in this game. No Victor, but Hui and Talia. We'll put our stonks there.
I wouldn't be too surprised. Those are the Samikin specials. Even the Mel. Samikin was kind of on the Mel before a lot of other people were. I know that does get flexed into the bot lane more than it does in the mid lane nowadays, but it's still something that Samikin that plays towards the style that he does enjoy. But first pick now coming out from Blue Otter. The Fury going to get picked up for Munchie. So it seems to be in that similar direction that we've seen this kind of identity from Blue Otter, where they like just going for dive after dive after dive, and Fury plays for that.
Potential poppy value already. Also, do have to make note that Camille and Bard have been let through the majority of these drafts, so know that we've had a patch come in, but kind of curious. That's been different than what we've seen from teams so far. So interested to see our teams here at least opting to let those picks up, and both teams kind of having those picks drop through priority. But yeah, there's the poppy, and here comes the Camille now. So Camille makes her appearance in game 3.
And that's always been the 1-2 punch that a lot of teams like going for. If they're both left up on the same rotation, you can just take them both, because if you're going to have the Camille, the obvious counter is going to be the Poppy. Getting them both in one hand does you a lot of favors. So there's a lot of pressure that's going to be applied onto Blue Otter. It makes it harder for them to commit to this sort of full dive comp that they've been very happy going for. I guess this is one way you can get through it. It's not really a dash, but no, instead, I got excited for a brief second there. It will be the Lucian instead.
I would have been
Lucian
hyped
combo.
to see Lissandra. If we see Lissandra a little bit later, I'll be excited about that. I do enjoy that champion. I think she's got a really strong identity, and it's fun to see in games. But speaking of strong identities, Lucian and Milio picked up. Gonna make Poppy feel pretty bad in lane. And we'll see. I'm expecting this to be... If it wasn't Anivia, I was expecting that to be mid. That said, given it's the Varus, this is flexible between Barrick and Tomo. So Barrick has pulled out a marksman top already. I kind of expect this to be in the hands of Tomo at the moment, but I think that there is definitely opportunity for some tomfoolery, especially given that Winthrop does have last pick.
And it kind of does make things a little bit more dangerous for Munchie. You know, you go in with the Hound's Pursuit at the wrong time, you can get locked up by the chains of corruption. And if you're too far away from Emilio, that only gets worse. Emilio does help out with the situation a little bit, so always nice to have that on the table. That combo that you have with the Lucian is really good, but this leaves things up to the solo lanes for Blue Otter. We had alluded to it before. The Hui, the artillery mages, Zoe, another one, very good for Samikin's side of things. Meanwhile, top lane focus coming out for Winthrop. We'll see if they even want to consider the Gragas here. It would be a little bit dangerous to run Gragas into what was picked up by Winthrop. Instead, Mundo getting bound away.
All right, look, if they banned Talia, maybe Blue Water was listening to the stream. Or maybe I just stole their strat book that they had on Samikin from when he was on their team. It's got to be one or the other, right? I think Talia ban's kind of worthy here. Camille, Poppy, yep. That's two pretty good combos with Talia. Goodbye, Hui. Goodbye, Talia. Maybe check the users of the stream, see if any of the coaches are sitting in here. We got in their heads a little bit, but I do expect to see mid selected here. Wouldn't be surprised if it's Anivia now. Aurora is another Samikin special, but this does keep things extra flexible, I will say, because I think that Barrick does have capabilities of playing both the Varus and the Aurora. Both would be potentials. And yeah, now we're really shouting out Samikin there with Zoe Hover. But Winthrop don't really know where things are being slotted. I feel like they've got a lot of potential to move things around right now.
If this was literally any other Blue Otter split, the Zoe Hover is real.
Yeah, we'd be freaking out.
Yeah. But Samikin on the opposite team this time. So instead, Blue Otter go way into the LeBlanc here. I'm a little bit worried about this one. I get worrisome when I see Poppy on the opposite side and there's a LeBlanc that wants to bonk you.
It's a young special now. You got the Assassin coming out. And I still think that Poppy has the ability to shut down. And now it's the Sandra. And now we have to kind of question where things are going. Is this a LeBlanc top or is this a Lissandra top? I'm kind of biased towards the Lissandra top right now.
Me too.
Seeing some Imperial Mandate Lissandra be played here and there. But I do think that we've got options here, potentially. We'll see what Young wants, because Lissandra plus Nefiri is a very strong duo. As the tank Scion comes out. So that does slot the Varus in bot, the Poppy in jungle, which I think is probably the most likely place to see everything. And Scion makes a lot of sense here, because I don't think anyone really wants to get through the Scion now on Blue Otter. Lucian's your best candidate, and that's not a fantastic candidate.
Not a fantastic at all. And when you see more mages, having a bigger health pool is always very helpful going into something like a LeBlanc and a Lissandra. But we do get the lane assignments now. Lissandra over in the top lane. It was kind of most expected right there. Gonna be nice having that over there. A fortunate thing about having Lissandra is it's not as affected by the Poppy as, say, the LeBlanc would be or the Lucian would be in this case. So you can get in to a lot of these fights if you are Philip.
It is a blink, so get through that steadfast presence. Good shout, Desirux. But also the fact that Lissandra's top, I think that's the target that Nefiri really wants to go to. But Nefiri doesn't exactly want to go into a Scion lane. And the Lissandra is not mid, which allows for the Lissandra to be more mobile with the Nefiri. I'm curious if Bungie does pay any early attention to Barrick. I think that there is a potential for an early kill there, just with the lockdown the Lissandra brings and the damage Nefiri can bring too, even though it is Scion. But I also think there's a chance that Bungie farms out. But Mid game for Blue Water should be big with this Nefiri, LeBlanc, double assassin duo, and the Sandra. Meanwhile, I think easier comp to play for Winthrop. So we'll see if they can kind of survive early and get to a later stage where I feel like their comp's going to be quite happy.
Game number 3, Winthrop University versus Blue Otter. Everything on the line right now between these two teams in week 4 as they get ready to do battle. One more thing I do want to point out for Blue Otter's comp. No true frontline right here.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of targets you can go for when it comes to Winthrop University, focusing on to Blue Otter. And of course, having Barrick, Sion is a tank that scales. He becomes kind of this wall that's very hard to put down the later the game goes. So when you do get a front-to-back fight going, you can't help but to favor Winthrop.
I thought it was kind of a Sion angle for Blue Otter, personally. I feel like when you have Lucian Milio, you're really incentivized to take a tank here topside. Philip's not going to be that. Now, Sandra can be nice pseudo frontline, because between your ability to engage and then what you can do with your ult, possible Zanya's being in there, you can buy a lot of time and space for your team. But you're right, Desirux. You're not that health pool or your frontline. I think that's something that Lucian Milio would really benefit off of, and frankly, something Nefiri and LeBlanc would like as well. So I think more importance for Blue Water to win early. As time goes on, Sion's going to be harder and harder to deal with. And I feel like the combos for Winthrop, they can throw out their abilities and combo more as time goes on and be a lot safer against what Blue Water has to offer.
Yeah. Sometimes all you need is a big, beefy boy. That's what I put on my Tinder profile, by the way.
I feel like that the ability to respond with humor is very high with that one. Which sometimes can be a good way to meet people,
Yeah, I appreciate you, Cubby.
You have a good sense of humor or not.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a fast game here for Blue Water. I just got to hop off that. I stun locked myself a bit.
I appreciated that greatly. So, you're swiping right on Barrick, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Barrick Sion.
100%.
100%. I am too.
The man right there.
Yeah, I am too. I feel like Sion fits well. That said, Munchie posturing for a dive early.
All right, barrier's already been used up by Tomo, so that's one defensive cooldown that's gone. Now focusing on to Tomo. It's first blood that's going to get picked up. Aggro now dropped. Munchie gets out in time. A well-executed dive from Blue Water.
Tower into Fury right there. Reset the tower aggro. Double Q hit from Munchie. You called it out, Desirux. The barrier was down. And that is Tomo not exactly looking like a beefy boy under that turret versus the might of Blue Water, so... Nice first blood picked up by Blue Water. Again, important that they're able to get ahead early and drive home a lead. We think as time goes on, Poppy Sion are going to scale rather nicely for what Winthrop can do. I think there is a bit of a fair question of, is there going to be enough damage on the Winthrop side? I do think that's a bit of a fair question, too. Because Poke going to be neutralized a little bit by the Milio. I think we'll see how things pan out later on in the fights, but... As time goes on, Sion and Poppy will be very difficult to deal with. That is for sure.
Yeah, there's kind of situations for both sides of the token in this game. But I think a lot of the early to mid stages will be mostly game defining for the way this is going to go. I should say series defining. This is a game 3 after all. You can see the win-loss over on the top. Blue Water still aching for that first win. Winthrop have a chance to clutch into playoffs as long as they can continue playing well. So a lot on the line for this game, as now hovering towards the mid lane. They're getting some attention from Wilson, but we'll back out. There is a ward right there, so Young knowing better.
I'll give the cop-out answer and say that Blue Water need to win both series to control their own fate. I haven't done the homework on all the tiebreaker scenarios yet, but that's
Oh!
pretty fair. Ooh!
My word.
Flash
Yeah.
is used. Goodbye, Young.
And that's some of the horror stories that you have when you're going against a Poppy. And you try and distortion out of it, but Wilson was quicker with the flash, gets in with the steadfast presence, interrupts the tail end of that distortion, and gets a quick kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, I didn't see how that play fully developed. It looked like Samikin found the kill with the flash Q. Quite nice. And Wilson going to be able to force off a potential dive coming in from Munchies. So good defense played. Oh, that was really nice. It wasn't a flash Deserex. It was an E, taxied on the minion wave, and then found the W too. So
that was nice.
Very well played by Wilson. Shout out to our team for getting that replay in the bottom left. That was some good detail on a good play from the jungler of Winthrop University, who, I mean, really was, I think, a big part of Winthrop's success in the last split, Deserex. Just him stepping up and playing better. And good to see Wilson. I mean, a very different lineup with him now being the longest tenured member on the team. Good to see him keeping up with that, because I think a lot of folks would say Samikin coming into this team. Potential upgrade for Wilson in the mid lane.
Yeah, I've been enjoying Wilson's play pretty much all year, even when they had Mobility and Denethor on the squad. Especially when, you know, a lot of those highlight times we saw from Wilson was on the Lee Sin play. Yes, an incredible Lee Sin that worked really well going back over to the spring split. But Wilson, this puts you in a different role alongside Kim Down, as you said. Wilson being the longest tenured member, showing that he can step up to the plate pretty well.
And any reprieve now is going to be even better for Winthrop later on. As Barrick down a little bit as the Scion, and we're not that surprised.
We go, Kim Down coming in, gets the hook shot. Young survives by the skin of his teeth. This has not been a fun game for Young, Cubby.
Thought he was an auto attack or a scorch away from going down there. That was very close.
Oh yeah.
Emilio gets to the lane. Not going to enable Young to pick up any of the CS, just some of the XP. But yeah, I mean, top lane's painful right now, but again, just as time goes on, your Scion, your Barrick, you're going to get items, you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
And it's going to come down to, is it enough damage for Winthrop? I've said this a few different times in a couple different ways, Deserex, but this is such a hodgepodge comp from Blue Water. It's kind of why we have questions on how this game is going to interact, because I'm not sure how well the Sandra can hold space. And then I'm not sure if Winthrop have enough damage. I'm pretty confident they do, though. Even there's no real tank coming out of Blue Waters, so we'll be bot lane prio continuing, and first dragon secured by Blue. But nothing that's broken Winthrop so far. I think they're okay with where the game's at right now.
Oh yeah. I mean, what's the worst lane going on? Let's see. It'd probably be top lane. Even then, like, what's the Scion doing? He's just like, hey, I'm okay. I can lose lane. I play weak side all the time. There's no issue there. I'm still going to be an unkillable tank later on who has an R button and a decimating smash that's going to send you to the rafters.
I might be down 15 CS, but does every CS Philip get grant him max HP? No. That's
exactly.
Me. Yeah.
Exactly.
When I hit towers, are mini grubs going to spawn now because my jungler is taking 3 grubs? Yeah, absolutely. Blue Otter might be looking to respond. Not going to respond in time. Test the grubs and not going to make their way into the rivers. So, good secure. Neutral objectives traded. As Winthrop actually did pull off the swap to try and secure the grubs for themselves, was responded to by Blue.
Yeah, Levitate gets a welcoming gift of a piercing arrow. The rest of Winthrop University kind of chilling in the area, biding their time. They've already gotten 3 grubs. What else is there to get? Just some CS and some good vibes.
Hear me out.
I'm hearing, listening. What's up?
Odysseus Varus skin, when he charges up the Q, he says, "Get those begas out of here." Yeah, I know it's not from Odysseus in the movie, but Think about the potential to make money.
I'm not touching that with the 10-foot pole.
Every time you fire the Q as Varus, just get him out of here.
Here we go, fight breaking out. Ultimatum going to be used, but Kim Down going in by himself. Will get caught out. Munchie gets the kill. Between Worlds, Popeye Sammykin has Levitate, falls to Sammykin, still chasing under the tower. Tomio lives. Munchie gets out for the dive. Young collapses onto Sammykin, but Munchie will not get away from this. Poppy, it's a shutdown for Wilson.
Nice answer back by Wilson in the back half, who is keeping this play somewhat even. As the gold, big benefactor off this going to be Sammykin. Picking up those 2 kills should help Winthrop with the damage, and the fact that they at least even out the play, Desterux. Still feel like Winthrop's playing good defense so far.
Oh, man. Crazy little fight right there. Got to see more of that from Blue Water, though. You got to keep things going. It's a ticking time bomb named Barrick. That guy's going to be too tanky to kill eventually. He's already got a Negatron cloak. There's a lot of CS he's picked up since. And his next recall will only get him tankier as we get the picture-in-picture replay. Munchie getting one of those kills, picking up Kim Down. And everything else going kind of all over the place in this fight. Munchie almost able to escape.
Yeah, I mean, good sidesteps by Tomo, and also Sammykin had a nice fight. I like that R into the wall, and got the flash Q to clean up the kill himself. So well played by Sammykin to earn his kills. Tomo as well played to stay alive in that one. As Blue Water can't really find a gold lead off that. Still think the next Dragon, Desterux, by that time, it should be blue favored. And I don't think that Winthrop is going to contest. So I'm curious. I don't think it's soon enough in the game for them to feel comfortable going in and going at it. I think it's still probably, let Barrick get his stuff in the top lane and go from there.
We criticized a little bit how Minui looked last week on the Camille. I think it's an all right job from Kim Down on the Camille.
Agree.
Kind of a little bit of a meme when it comes to NA Camille supports, but at least Kim Down's not feeding into it.
It does help that the Poppy's on his team. And I think Camille actually ends up being pretty high value this game. There's a lot of damage in the game, so if Philip wants to burn R on Camille, you could make Camille really hate her game, but then you're tombing Camille, which is probably not what Blue Water wants. So I think that Kim Down, it's not like there's a Shen to answer the Camille. He kind of has Lay of the Land. As a defensive Chain of Corruption comes out, Munchie shows no more play. Tomo loses the ultimate, but doesn't get no play. It goes down on the Tomo on the bot side, so I think he's all right with that. Yeah, this game is really slowed down. I think it's important that Blue Water gets this next Dragon, which I still don't think is going to be contested, but again, this feels like the better game pace and game script so far for Winthrop.
I was hoping for a faster game from Blue Water.
Ooh, they brought Scion down. They're contested.
All that being said, it is a contest coming out of Winthrop. They want to get the collapse onto Minui. We'll get picked off thanks to that ultimatum, and Levitate goes down to follow. Yeah, they say, hey, you want to go fast? We'll go faster. Winthrop take the fight in the Dragon.
I really didn't think the Winthrop would contest that one. I didn't think they were strong enough, but they brought the Scion down first. They're going to TP Barrick back up. Well played. They have more members down to the bot side river. They went out on the play. Meanwhile, Munchie. Oh, they try to get Philip in the TP.
Doesn't find Philip. He's going to be okay. Puts the Frozen Tome on to Wilson. So all of that was lost. 2 kills, a Dragon. Blue Water are able to get 1 kill back onto Wilson.
Barrick was able to get that top wave in, being answered right now. Philip trying to get out, but isn't able to take the E.
Instead, Philip going to turn around and stay. Chain of Corruption's now on cooldown. Nothing else going to come of it. Now we're starting to see an area where Barrick is starting to feel a little bit better, a little bit more healthy. He's been taking his vitamins, saying his prayers. Actually, that was Philip who said his prayers, but same thing. He's getting beefy.
It looks like he's going to be Unending Despair, Force of Nature, somewhere around there, which I quite like for Barrick. I think Force of Nature value is good this game. Only up against the tick damage of Lysandra. Maybe room for a Spirit Visage in there too later on, because the shield value on Scion's quite nice. But Barrick's been a happy camper so far this game. I mean, he's down 20 CS, but you really can't complain if you're Scion in that aspect. The value you're going to bring later on is going to be real. I think the clock continues to tick here for Blue Water. And they haven't really given me the confidence yet that they can be strong in this game. It feels like Winthrop's been doing a nice job of neutralizing their early plays.
I mean, to me, it's a kind of sign of things that Blue Otter weren't able to fight for that dragon. So my worries are high right now as, ooh, this is a good combo coming in for the Culling. Levitate takes down Tomo. And these are the plays we need from Blue Otter. Vicious aggression gets 2 kills in the mid lane.
I mean, these tower dives they can pull off are nasty. Between the Sandra and Nefiri, just being able to play around with the tower aggro, not to mention the lockdown. Philip and Munchie collapse on the mid lane. Get 2 kills for themselves. I mean, Winthrop are there. It's just, boy, it's brute force by Blue Water. As good read by them. I think Levitate, really nice trade. Dodged out of the Chain of Corruption. And Philip flashing forward to make sure that that engage is true. Blue Water gets 2. And now, I mean, that's gold in the Levitate's hands. I feel like if he gets Flicker Blades, you know, maybe that's a pretty good window, / might be the strongest window that I think Blue Water has this game, Desirux.
Yeah. And the more of a lead you can get to Levitate, the more of a chance you have of, you know, becoming the lumberjack that chips away at this big tree stump named Barrick. As right now, Ultimatum going to be used in the mid lane. Chain of Corruptions goes out. Kim down. You're up the creek without a paddle, and you get punished. Barrick gets the kill onto Levitate.
Didn't hear the Scion ult, but looks like it started with that. Plus the Hextech Ultimatum, of course. And yeah, again, nothing like a Shen to help play defense against the Camille this time, as that's been the handshake that we've seen. And I think part of what's really fed my anti-Camille bias, wearing the Shen side of that, do have to pause, because Munchie.
There we go. Munchie stepping forward. Looking at Samikin right now, but Wilson playing defense. Takes a bit of damage, but will flash to get out from the situation. You're seeing that Kim down is now hovering for a potential angle in. 3-member strong is Blue Otter. It doesn't have enough backup, so just getting some idea of where Blue Otter are positioning.
Yeah, some good flashes taken away there by Blue Otter, as both Wilson and Kim down being down flashed is something they can look to punish. As Dragon, min of the way, Hextech Soul, so a big soul to secure here for either team. And honestly, a Dragon, again, that can be given by either team. I feel like especially Winthrop have time to play with in this game.
Means we get a little bit of time. How's the summer been
That's
for you,
why
Cuddy?
I paused. I didn't know what to do with said time, Desirux.
How's the summer been for you? What's going on?
It's been summery. It's been kind of quiet. I've had this New York Times recipe saved to cook, and I keep on not cooking it. And I think it's gonna be my Friday treat, because I'm on NACL all 3 days this week, which I'm excited about, and I'm on LPL off the next 2 nights. So I've got 5 broadcasts over 3 days, and it might be nice to cook after all that on Friday. I'll ask about your summer after this.
Yeah,
but I think we're gonna have a dragon fight here, as Rift has been dropped. Munchie is behind Winthrop at the moment.
Standing in a position to fight, but Wilson's going to take that fight straight to him. Now, you might not have had a chance to cook, but Barrick's got the dinner bell ready for you. So Blue Otter got to watch out, or else they're going to have this Scion right in their face. Still looking for multiple angles will be Blue Otter. But Munchie, you got to feel like it's going to be a one-way trip now that his flash is down. Now jumping forward, Ultimatum going to be used on the Levitate. Levitate is locked down for days, and Barrick will grab the kill. Down their ADC, jumping forward is Young. Will get the double sortion, and it finds a pick, but Blue Otter are going to lose 2 in the process. Their bot lane evaporated.
Young can poke with the rest of blue, but Winthrop holding strong. And I mean, that engage from blue, it just felt like it was a wee bit late. Whereas Winthrop, the Chain of Corruption's really what kicked that fight off. They kind of threw their abilities out first and benefited off of it. Winthrop is up a man, but kind of down in health bars. So Munchie has pulled this dragon out. Bot lane has respawned for blue. They're sprinting down here as we're still posturing over the objective.
Still posturing around at Winthrop.
Watch Bill fall cooldown.
The 3k
Holman's
health.
up.
Teleporting back in. Here comes Samikin. Samikin looking for an angle on the levitate. Here comes the calling. Finds Tomo. Tomo gets dropped. Steadfast presence able to deny some of the mobility of Munchie.
Chains.
But this is not a good position for Blue Otter. They have to back out, but Munchie will secure the dragon. Even with the low health bars, things looking grim for just a brief second. It's Blue Otter who will come out ahead after picking off Tomo.
I thought Tomo's ult won them the fight. The Chains of Corruption hit everyone as they bounced through Blue Water, but Munchie recognized early that his team had the health bar advantage. Pulling that dragon when he did ends up being the big difference maker, Deserex, because that was a close skirmish. Tomo falls, Blue stands tall, but the fact that Munchie started the dragon when he did enabled him throughout that skirmish to melt that objective down, get it for his own team. And in a very close game, at least give Blue Water a small edge in that dragon count.
Yeah. I also like this from Munchie. Second item is going to be the Black Cleaver. So if they do get stuck in a situation where you need to chip away at Barrack, this mega tank that's going to form as the game goes on, it helps out Levitate's damage a lot. So Blue Otter kind of finding their way through this game bit by bit.
How's your summer going, Deserex?
It's going all right.
Yeah.
Especially
any
as of-
highlights?
As of lately, there's been a lot of good wrestling on. Just got through SummerSlam. Or
Wrestling's going all
Super
right.
Slam. John Cena meme. I've also been watching a lot of Japanese wrestling. It's actually really dope.
Quite the culture they have over there for wrestling.
It's insane.
Yeah.
If you ever watch Stardom, oh god, we gotta hold that thought because here we go. An instant fight coming out. Samikin picks off Levitate, might give his life in the process, but Steadfast Presence will deny Munchie any entrance into the fight. Now Philip looking to bail away. Tomo gets his flash out in time. The knockup gonna be found as Winthrop University. They fight, they scrap, and they come out ahead in a 3-4-0 with Baron on the table.
And that fight, in a nutshell, is kind of why I've been talking about how Blue Water is on a timer. As the Scion, the Poppy get tanky enough where Blue's comp cannot deal with them effectively. In that time, they really came in and held the door, because Wilson, the Steadfast Presence, was what prevented Munchie from getting in the back line. And Scion just gets to stand in front, do his damnedest to protect his teammates as Kim Down gets out with a sliver and gets his team the Baron off a very good engage from Kim Down.
Yeah, that was fantastic defense played by Winthrop University. And now here comes Wilson chasing away Young. I really love the way that was played. Wilson and Barrack were just like watching the kids play and just interrupting whatever they could at any given moment. Steadfast Presence, decimating smash, it all comes together beautifully. And Winthrop, again, these are hard fights for Blue Otter to take, and they're only going to get harder.
And for Winthrop, I mean, how they've brought this team together in kind of a short amount of time, I think that everyone behind the scenes deserves kudos there. I know that Samikin's talked about working with Foles. Student they have over there is full-time backup midlaner, also assistant coaching this time around. They've been cooking up stuff behind the scenes. I think Wilson being the longest tenured member, oftentimes not the member that was talked about in the last Winthrop iteration. Nana Thorn mobility. Hold on, gotta pause. Kim Down.
Ooh, Frozen Tomb going to be used, but still Young
That's enough.
will find the pick. With Young grabbing that, takes away some of that major engage that Winthrop have. It slows down this Baron-empowered siege that Winthrop are looking to set up.
I mean, like how Tomo stepped into the team. I know we talked a lot about Blue Water. They've got some players who didn't play in spring that came in for summer that have had high form in NACL in the past. Tomo definitely falls in that category. This guy's also played in finals. He's played in the LCS stage, but the other guys haven't. And Tomo's come in and really embraced the mages, and I think has played very well on the mages and the AD carries too. His teammates have definitely given him credit with how well he's played as an individual so far as well. So I think the fact that Winthrop's firing on all cylinders like this soon, and especially just incorporating Barrick in, who I think is the greenest out of all the members, the one that kind of I least expected to see at this level, but well, I don't think Barrick's been landing well. I think other aspects of the game have been quite good for Barrick. Definitely a lot of kudos deserve to be given over to this Winthrop staff and the players who have stepped in and stepped up.
Munchie hopping over the wall. Siege continues for Winthrop, and yeah, Tomo, he does have a bit of a storied career, right? He's I do remember it was Cloud9. Was it Cloud9 Academy? Was that what they were called back then? 2020, where they won it. It was Fudge that was part of that team. You go further ahead of that, and you also got Tomo at Worlds, so he's had a lot of experience that he brings to this roster for Winthrop University to keep them looking good, even with the losses that they've had.
He was in NACL finals of that Dignitas team too, with XU and Insanity. Shout out to XU. Announced his retirement the other day before Stardock getting promoted. That said, we got a little bit more game to focus on because we have a soul point available for Blue Water, but currently Winthrop, the team in the lead, the team that has control over this bot side river. Wilson, who has started that objective and taken it off screen, so no play for Blue Water. Just going to be a push granted to them, but Winthrop even up the Dragon score. And honestly, for me, this is kind of not only of taking control of the game, but the odds of them letting up at this point in the game, just given how big the Poppy and the Scion are now and the difficulties that Blue Water have in terms of dealing with those champions. I don't think that Blue Water get control back of this game. They're going to have to make a few good pick plays in a row as a team to get control back.
You have to find good pick plays, but I feel like it also hinges on Winthrop kind of messing up, right? Like, if you try and get a pick onto Tomo or Samikin, chances are, if you find that pick, it's just bad positioning from Winthrop given the defensive tools that they have. So you're looking for that misstep to come through on Winthrop's side. That being said, it's not completely said and done just yet, but it is a hard win condition for Blue Water to find.
And definitely one where, I mean, Munchie has to engage alone this game. He'll have Philip to help out, but onus is on him to make sure that they can make good stuff happen. As you even see the preemptive distortion there from Young, not for the damage, but just for the escape path against the Poppy. Yeah. It's really trying. That's the small impact the Poppy has that ends up being big if you aren't using those Ws for damage, because you can't.
And it's also double popping it, makes it that if Tomo goes for that chain of corruptions like he just did on the original distortion spot, you're going back to the furthest one. So puts Tomio a spot where he's not going to just get instantly picked off. But looking at the gold across the board, I mean, the leads are all in favor of Winthrop University. They're liking what they're working with as Philip has used the rock belt to get away. But here we go. Dinner bell going to be rung as Barrick hopping right after Philip. Philip going to play this one. Try and find his escape out of it. Does have a lot of cooldown reduction, but doesn't have enough health to deal with that 1-2 punch of the two tanks of Winthrop.
It didn't drop the ult. Was probably going down either way. Might save that for a TP back to try and impact this Baron. As spawning shortly, Winthrop up in man. Munchie's going to deter them on the way in, but Kimdown's just going.
Yeah, Kimdown. Ultimatum going to be used on the Levitate. Levitate's caught out, slammed against the wall. Blast Plant used. Still stepping forward is Wilson. And the rest of Winthrop, you have Barrick now arriving. Munchie's on the opposite side. Does not want to be there. He is in no man's land. Will have to take a recall and immediate evacuation right on out of it with that Hex portal. And gets himself into friendly territory.
I mean, I really feel like this Blue Water comp, we came into this game with a few questions. Pairing up Lucian Milio with a non-tank topside can be difficult. Starting to see some of those difficulties emerge now that they don't have that lead that we were looking for early on. Just like sometimes this is why we see control mages with the Fury, just to add that element of safety. if things don't work out, or also just see tanks with Lucian Amelia, like in terms of balancing your comp out across the top to bottom, you know, all 5 roles. It didn't feel like a balanced comp from Blue Water. And now that they've gotten behind and these defensive tools come in, whether it's the big HP items for the Scion or the Poppy, or even the Edge and Knight and these shields for Tomo, it feels like the win cons or the ways that Blue Water can find leads in these fights, it's becoming harder and harder to do. And I don't know, I just feel like when you're not one of the stronger teams in the league, I think that we've really seen with a team like Dorado, they're very much a team that we've started to talk about is if they do get out of the lane phase, they're good, and if not, things are hard. Hold on, I gotta pause.
Go dinner bell round by Barrick Minui. In the blink of an eye, he is gone. Kim down, getting critically low. Munchie getting chased up by Tomo. Tomo will find that auto attack. It's another trade now coming through, but slammed against the wall by the heroic charge of Wilson. We'll see the death of Levitate. Young gets popped by Samikin, who comes in with the 2-fold hex and delivers 4 graves for Blue Water.
Yeah, Blue Water's comp. This didn't get online on time, and Winthrop's running away with this one. And the previous point I was going to talk about with Blue Water is when you're not one of the strongest teams in the league, sometimes balancing out, taking scaling or early game, and using Dorado as the example as the team that, you know, they've gotten blown out in games and haven't gotten into the mid game, but clearly move around the map well and understand how to play mid game, but sometimes aren't strong enough as laners to get there. I feel like Blue Water as laners are strong enough, but as a team aren't playing well enough to win these games. And this isn't a game where I feel like they had a ton of win cons just as this game rolled on.
Yeah.
Just Scion denied so many. And man, I mean, seeing this Camille Poppy combo, we talked about the Poppy deny to protect Camille, but also the combo, Hextech Ultimatum into the wallbang. Good luck playing your way out of that.
Yeah, this is not a fun game for Levitate. Kind of just locked down for days. You're put into the timeout corner. Anytime you try to turn around, my great grandma's there again with her chancla. Is no, not getting away from that. You have to think about what you did with your screen now gray.
I mean, it feels like when Barrick presses R, that's the chancla game thrown. It's fat chancla at that.
It does curve like that. I'm telling you, man.
The chancla could find targets you would have never imagined. And the chancla.
Swear it could be 3 rooms down and that thing would still hit me as a kid.
Get frisbee across the house.
3 cannon minions to chip away at this tower, man.
Yeah, Tomo being a nice 4th one too, with the arrows for the champions as those come through.
Yeah, this turret's gonna fall.
It is. It's been a nice series for Winthrop. I think they continue to build confidence with this new look, and I think prove that, I mean, a lot of the players stuck around and the staff behind them, definitely helping the new elements look good and come together.
And for Blue Water, could be back to the drawing board as they try and figure out what's going to work for them. A lot of attempts at these diving comps that look to go in. They're going to make another one as Philip goes in. Frozen Tomb used on self. Double distortion going forward, but Samikin will pick off Philip. Meanwhile, on the back end of things, it's a kill for Young, but Levitate hitting the ground does not bode well for the Otters as Winthrop look to take control of Blue Otters base. The Eagles are soaring to a series win as they take down Nexus Tower number 1, Nexus Tower number 2. The tanks hold the line for the carries to get to work. And even with the game 1 loss, Winthrop will not be denied. The Throps are out today. It's a 2-1 win for Winthrop University.
You know what? The Blue Otters, they went to the Eagles' Nest to try and recruit back Samikin, the first Otter that was taken. But turns out he joined his new foe, and he turned Stockholm Syndrome and all. Got revenge on the Blue Otters as his new home. Looking good as Winthrop continues to prove as a team. They're coming together with this new look, this new lineup. I think that some of the elements that have stuck around and Wilson, him down, look really good. Tomo as well, of course, going staff to player. That transition is going well. But to see how Barrick and Samikin have been incorporated in, I feel like Barrick continues to be a role player within this team, but is playing his role decently well. And Samikin looks good. I think Samikin's had a really nice split. Was on my top 5 players of the week, not this past week, but the week before, for that first Winthrop win over Conviction. And I thought I had a really good series today.
And on the opposite side of the rift with Blue Otter, this is a team that shows that they do have the ability to take games, but it's that reoccurring thing, Cubby, that we mentioned. They can't take a series. Even though they've slugged it out with some of the best teams in this league, you see those moments where you want to believe in this squad, where Philip is able to show up. Manui had a much better series this time around, but ultimately it wasn't enough at the end of the day. Still, hats off to them, but they will go 0-4 as they have one more game in their season. Winthrop University going to be the victorious ones right here. As you know, you got to like it. After a lot of the shaky play that we saw in week 1, they've shown that they're able to grow into their own, that some of these older members can bring that experience and kind of bring out the best in this roster when they need it the most.
Yeah, they are. And, that was kind of the mission for this Blue Otter team, is to bring in some of those older members and help Munchie look better. And I think we saw that a little bit more today. But we're going to have to maybe see that in the last chance qualifier and maybe in the promotion relegation tournament. Because right now, Blue Water, they're sitting at 0-4. That's a last chance qualifier, pretty much guaranteed. They're going to have to face. I know that Maryville and Conviction both do not have wins either in that group. So things might get weird. But I think that if you're Blue Water, you're likely going to be staring at Insanity or Yuji on the other side of a series that decides if you go to playoffs or if you go to the promotion relegation tournament. And that's scary. And that's really the thought process behind this Blue Water roster, was to not end up in that position again. And I feel like they took a roster where the odds of them ending up in that position again, being in promotion relegation, were definitely less going into this split than last, but still find themselves in that same spot, even though some of these series have been close, haven't been able to find those wins, and we'll see if they can find one of the last chance qualifier.
All right, let's pull up our MVP, because I think this one was pretty easy. Overall, when you need him the most, he will show up. Big KD. You're talking Kevin Durant. It is Kim Down, Winthrop University, and pretty great play coming out from him. I mean, the Braum, all the credit in the world. He played his job beautifully for what Tomo needed. And then even on the Camille, putting some of those NA Camille memes to bed as he found the engages that were pivotal to continue Winthrop's momentum.
Kevin Durant, one of the most gifted natural scorers I've ever seen. I feel like the Camille game was kind of just like that. Whatever play KD went for, it was there. He had everything in his bag. That said, the Braum game, a little bit better defense than what we've seen out of KD throughout his career. I think sometimes defense, especially earlier on in his career, been slept on. Played good defense, some of those title runs. But overall, that Braum defense, that was the LeBron James defense. That was not KD defense. That was superb from KD. I feel like this is a pretty deserved pog from him. Even the Shen game, there were some good plays or engages that we saw from KD, like that flash taunt where he hit the first person, then flashed and hit the other two. There's no shockwave to back that one up. I feel like if shockwave's there, that's a massive play. So really feel like it came down. It continues to have a good year, continues to have a good split, good series from him, and a well-deserved pog.
Yeah, it's been exciting watching Kim Down go from, the player that I just knew as, hey, he's the UCI guy, to picked up by Team Liquid, all the way to now, development he's made being one of the premier engaged tanks when it comes to this league. And that was a good showing to prove why he's at the top of that list when it comes to that specific role. But overall, it was a pretty joint effort coming out from Winthrop University. I mean, to bounce back from that game number 1 and to start to read some of the comps and the win conditions that Blue Otter kept going for. It was really nicely done from draft all the way to finish of the series, but we are getting word that the interview is now ready. So we're going to go ahead and pull up Barrick to the broadcast. Let's get him in here. Barrick, how you doing, man? Congratulations on the 2-1.
Thank you. I'm doing good.
So first questions first, I want to talk about the start of the season. Denethor getting called up to the LCS meant that you had to slot in pretty quickly for this squad. So tell me a bit about that transition and getting situated with Winthrop University.
I think we had like a bit of a slow start. I think our team is like learning really quick. Like our progression is like pretty fast compared to other teams I've been on in this short span of time. Overall, it's been good though, I'd say.
Yeah, it seems that way. I definitely echo the slow start. Week 1 was a little bit rough.
Yeah.
But after that, you guys have been looking good from week to week to week. So on that note, what has been leading that development of you guys, like kind of finding your identity and shaping up for the rest of the season?
I would say. Sorry, can you repeat? I blinked.
Oh. So from the slow start to
Yeah.
starting to pick up wins and looking better, what's been part of the process for you guys, well, getting better in the season?
Every scrim, like, we have something we focus on, and recently it's just been like being more aggressive, like less passive in the early game. And I think a lot of it's just our coach giving us direction. I don't know if that's like, yeah.
Hey, if it works, it works, man. And it seems it has been very much working. Now, when it comes to the calls for this team and the comms, whose voice is the loudest? How do a lot of your calls in game get shouted?
In game, a lot of it's our ADC, which maybe doesn't make sense. I feel like ADCs usually talk the least. But
It's also kind of a Winthrop special because I know Mobility used to do a lot of calls like in the earlier stages of Winthrop. So
I heard that.
This almost feels appropriate.
Yeah, but recently we've been getting better at like specifically jungle support mid synergy. I would say they have more of a voice, mainly jungle and support now.
Yeah.
We're working on solo still.
So what about yourself? What are some of your goals now stepping in to Winthrop University? What are you looking to achieve now being in the NACL?
Of course, I want to win it all. That's the main thing. But I do just want to get better as a player, because I don't think I've had many opportunities to try. I'm just doing the most I can out of this chance.
I will say, as someone who's seen you all the way back in the UCI days, I feel like you have, been improving since those days, and especially seeing you here with Winthrop. We've seen you get the better of a General Sniper. We've seen you go toe-to-toe with Zamudo. So where do you feel you stand when it comes to a lot of these other top laners and your skill potential in the NACL?
I'm not particularly nervous or scared of anyone, but I mean, top wise, I don't really care about who the top is. I just want to play my best.
So it's like name tags off, we're just throwing hands?
Yeah. I'll play the same way I do against anyone.
I respect it, man. Yeah. That's a good way to go about it. I do got one more question before we get to shoutouts. I know you and Kim Down have history playing back on the UCI days. So what's it like joining up with your old teammate?
It's definitely fun. I enjoy playing with Ethan or Kim Down. We don't really talk much outside of the game, but even on UCI, I respected him. It was really good. Sorry, that's kind of a broad answer, but
No. Whatever you feel good with, man, we'll always go with. Well, congratulations on your win. You got any shout outs you want to give? Family members, staff, coaches? The floor is yours.
Shout out my team, of course. They're goated. And shout out my parents. They always support me. #1 supporters.
Well, Barrett, congratulations once more on the win. I want to wish you the best of luck in your final match of the season. Hoping you guys go far, because Winthrop does have a legacy, and I do think you are adding to it quite well so far.
Yeah.
So take care, man.
Hopefully. Thank you.
All right, we'll bring Cubby back on. Cubby, any thoughts on that interview, getting Barrick on the screen?
Wholesome Barrick. Soft-spoken.
Awesome.
I think has some good thoughts, and we'll see if he's able to add to the Winthrop legacy. I appreciate how he talks about not playing with nameplates on, because I feel like some teams have definitely targeted Barrick with nameplates on. You know, they can pick on him in lane, but he stood tall. I mean, this team's 2-2, and I think that Barrick is, for being one of the latest players added to an NACL roster going into the split, has done his best to perform admirably and has helped get his team some wins. So good for him. Excited to see what he can keep on doing over there. But Deserex, we got to shift gears to our upcoming matchup, the featured matchup for the day and honestly for the week of NACL, as our two undefeated squads from Groups A and Groups B going toe-to-toe to see you can stay undefeated after this one.
And I know this is one where it's really two different viewpoints coming in to this game and these teams and the way they've kind of worked things, where NRG has gone for the long con. We've seen Cupid as a bit more of a team that's built for this summer to take over this summer, but we do want to get more insight from the teams, and we got Joey on standby currently. So Cubby, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Let's get Joey on in here. Speaking of course, UCI. We just are contractually obligated to mention that, I guess, for the entire broadcast. And we go from Barrick Kim down to Coach Joey. Coach Joey, good to see you for this one. Big match. You've got to be excited to go up against Cupid. Both teams sitting at 3-0. I know you guys have been a project from the very start of the year. You signed on as 5 with the intention of being together for the entire year. You've talked so much about development for the year. Start trying to, get to push comes to shove, trying to kick things into high gear. Chance to win a big matchup going into Cupid today and stay undefeated. What have you liked about your team so far in this split that has you guys in position of being 3-0 right now?
I think it's just the individual skill. We're still working on meshing as a team, stuff like that. We've had a little bit of people being sick here and there, so we haven't gotten the best quality of practice this split, but we're hoping that just the things we've worked on from last split kind of carry over, and it'll be a good match today.
Yeah, Joey, I mean, you've gotten to work with teams in person. You've gone through the Academy LCS experience yourself as a player. What's it like, having moments in the year where you are with the team in Korea, trying to manage some of these things like nutrition, health, life, being a remote coach from home? What are some of the difficulties that remote provides you? And then how do you try and kind of keep those skills up as a coach as you try and help the guys just be better people?
Yeah, I mean, remote is definitely a super difficult thing. We have a sports performance coach, Batfish. He's amazing. He helps us with a lot of different things, making sure that they're, doing the right things. We try to keep on top of their sleep. We have like Fitbits for all of our players, make sure they're exercising and taking care of themselves more than just playing the game like degenerates. So we do put a lot of priority on that, and it's definitely something difficult being remote. When we're in Korea together, it's very easy. We're all there. We're having great food together, all these things. We're policing these things kind of because it's just easy. But when they're on their own, you kind of have to stay on top and make sure they're making the best decisions for themselves.
Yeah, tough to do when you're remote with a lot of young kids, but I know definitely something that you guys have on the forefront of your minds. Of course, going up against Cupid today, both teams at 3-0. What's the biggest issue or biggest problem you think that they present you on the other side of the rift?
I think they just have talented players. I don't think they play too well as a team overall, but I think they just have a lot of solid players. I think Olive is showing, his own coming back to Academy. So I think it'll be very interesting in the mid lane today for sure. But I think it'll be a good match.
Yeah, should be. Joey, I'll let you get back to the squad. Best of luck today, and excited to see what both teams can bring out to the Rift.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah, all right. Shout out to NRG, Joey, and of course, Phillips Norelco One Blade for powering our interviews, our entire broadcast here at the NACL. As SRX, two top teams we have in the league. Potential preview for a matchup that could decide who gets to compete for an LCS slot. Yeah. Both these teams could be the two teams competing for the LCS slot when all is said and done with the form that each look in right now.
Yeah, they've been looking spot on, and I did enjoy that interview because we did kind of frame that, right? That this is a team that's looking for the long con, that was formed in spring, looking for the development of these players. And hearing Joey talk about stuff like a sports performance coach really adds to that picture. But as we pull up the rosters, And this is a very strong team. I think Phi Mini has been performing phenomenally. Zamudo, you don't even got to talk about Zamudo. You just know he is him. I think Kizno has been one of the biggest standouts, though, as this man just keeps winning MVP week after week after week. NRG are loaded.
Yeah, I think important thing for me with NRG so far really felt like when they came short in spring, the two biggest things that I'd point to are inconsistent bot lanes where, some games they'd go out there and they'd hard win the 2v2.
Yeah.
Other games they'd go out and lose. And also some inconsistency from Kizno. Kizno has been the MVP for all 3 outings of NRG, and I think has put together much better maps from start to finish so far out of the jungle. And I think we've seen a little bit more consistency out of Sushi and Spica as well. So for me, this is an NRG that still has a lot of the really positive elements from last split, which was fantastic solo lane play from Zamudo and Phi Mini, and some really good play to support things around that. I think we've gotten more of the same identity with more consistent looks from all members that has NRG looking to be in good form early on in split 2.
Yeah, and this very much could be that sort of redemption run that NRG need after they had that, somewhat quick fall off, not making it to finals in spring. For the most part, it seemed like the team was perfectly okay with that because the main goal is to win summer. So coming back, looking stronger, taking care of some of those issues, as you said, with Kizno, Sushi, Spica, always going to make them better coming into the summer, and they're showing that right here, right now. But do got to talk about their opponents on the Rift. That is going to be Cupid. Cupid is a team that feels like it's a lot of people who have a strong amount of experience when it comes to the NACL environment, whether you're looking at Breezy, Music, Hoarder, Mobility, of course, ABO being one of the bigger playmakers on this team. This is why it's kind of a heavyweight smackdown to allude to the old content days. This is a pretty loaded team as well.
Yeah, and what you were kind of hinting at, Tesserex, before the coaches interview was that NRG is a team that really signed up as 5 to go through the year together. It took a lot of young developing players. Phi Mini was our most improved. Sushi is someone that a lot of people are looking at to be a next up AD and are trying to get the most out of them throughout the year and use that as the best path to make it to LCS. Cupid's the org that just came in. They just won a promotion slot. They're looking at this as a big opportunity. They grabbed good players in the league to kick off their opening split. Brought back ABO, who has not played the last couple of springs, but has played the last couple of summers and has looked good. And this is an organization that is immediately looking to hop in and compete for that LCS slot. And what I liked from Mobility and catching up with him before, as he said, because we've heard from a couple different voices, just, Bach and some other people within the team, that this is a team that's meshed really well together early on. So I kind of asked him about that. He's like, you know what? This is a team where there are a lot of big voices that have all been leaders on teams they were previously on.
Yeah.
So it's not really one person coming in and leading, but we all kind of know what it's like to lead a team, but also be a part of a team. And I found that kind of interesting because I knew going into this split, there were going to be a lot of voices in this team. And I was kind of unsure of who would take the helm, but the fact that they're all kind of embracing that together and trying to uplift each other as a team, I think is what has Cupid in such good form early on.
I mean, Cupid, it's very easy to say that they've been the most dominant team in the NACL. Their games are won more convincingly than any others. By the way, Hoarder, you gotta give me that exercise plan because that man is jacked, to say the least. But
yeah, I feel like we're kind of beating the dead horse with Hoarder being jacked, but I do appreciate it as he's just trying to be Haunter light.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's in the tank top this time, so it's like unignorable to see him like that. We got to pull up our head-to-head, though, as we do move on. And we got to look at the jungle role. This is a pretty big one right here. We talked about how Kizno MVP multiple times throughout the entirety of the season. I should say the entirety of summer. He's taken that in NRG's presence. Music is also someone you cannot deny.
Yeah, I think Music's been really good so far to start this split. I will say these are 2 of the 3 best early game teams we've had. You said that Cupid has looked like the most dominant team. They're averaging being up 2,500 gold at 15. They've been blitzing teams just off the Rift early on. So I really feel like Cupid it's been a team effort. It's been through Music. It's been through good individual play, as Coach Joey highlighted. And I agree with Coach Joey. I'm excited for Phi Mini versus ABO. I'm sure that Joey wants to see if his young pupil can take down an old teammate of his from his LCS and Academy days in ABO, but we really felt like the jungle matchup was the one where Kizno has stepped up and helped elevate NRG to the form they look in right now.
Yeah.
And Music has just been fantastic. I mean, the Lee Sin's been on point. Feels like every game that Music has hit the Rift, he's had a game plan that he wants to execute. And because of the team around him, he's being able to assert his will and show off some good individual moments himself. Because this is a team where I really feel like looking at the names and the volatility of, you know, a Hoarder or an ABO, that I would kind of expect Music, or wouldn't be surprised if he just kind of fell into the shroud of, hey, he's not the guy on this team and other people are. But Music has not gone unnoticed individually. He has not gotten lost amongst the talent of this team, which I think really speaks to the talent that Music has, that oftentimes goes unrecognized, as he's more known as a game manager than that freakish individual talent that we have in the NACL.
Yeah, I've always appreciated Music's play. He does play more on the aggressive side, and oftentimes teams haven't been able to complement that well. Of course, this team very much complements that, and he complements them as well as we head into the draft of game number 1. First band's getting out of the way. We do have some focus onto some of these early presence champions. You know, you're not going to have the Vi there. Take away some of that poke. This leaves the Orianna up for the B1, and NRG going to take it right off the cuff.
Plenty of jungle pairings to go with the Orianna. As Nocturne, Wukong, and Xin all up, Cupid will have their opportunity to take one off the board. I think pressure to take Nocturne away is high. And can pair this up with something like Syndra. They want to have that to be flexible. Or, I will say, I think that with the Ezreal and Ziggs taken away, there's a lot less pressure to just lock down an 80 carry right now. And even with Syndra, you can kind of poise this as being flexible throughout the draft. But again, with Orianna showing, definitely expect a little bit more bias towards that Syndra mid.
Now, could look for your jungle role. Try and get ball delivery system. Wukong has been a popular one. Some other teams have been pretty happy to use even something like the Lee Sin or Nefiri to get that ball delivered. But instead, might have a hover away from that. Instead, it's the J4 that gets locked in. And the way the J4 plays here, if you do get a flash early out of the Syndra, this is a lane you can punish with that Cataclysm or the Flag and Drag. So Kizno going to be looking to show up on Gold Old Jarvan the 4th. One more pick for NRG.
Do we see the sneaky Galio coming out from Spica? Spica's played Galio in game 1 of every NRG series so far. But going to be the Blind Rumble from Zamudo. So it was a Cataclysm Shockwave that now has a hot pot amongst the back of it. So ABO going to be under a lot of pressure this game. And that flash on Syndra might be the most important cooldown in the game, depending how this one goes. But order, choice of answer into the Rumble. Not going to be the Cassante. It looks like going to be that Ambessa. So going to try and hunt in the backline himself versus NRG.
Yeah, backline dive versus backline cooked. But it does work well to make sure that Music's not going to be by himself when he goes in with the Paranoia off of the Nocturne. You have that public execution to complement it, but this leaves the bot lane to be up in the air for both squads right now. I know Syndra can flex over to mobility if they need it. See if that will be the case, but expect to see some support and ADC bans. Could go for some of those engagers. We'll see if like the Camille has fallen off a little bit more, or if they want to ban away stuff like the Shen to stop some of the protection that you're looking to get onto the backline. Next ban that comes in, mostly focusing on the marksman role.
Yeah, I think they're going to be banning out marksmen that can deal with the dive on each side. So, no Lucian, you can get out of the hot pot with that. Xayah can kind of play around Cinder Scatter, and also Xayah Rakan, somebody that you can blind, because you have 4 or 5 here for NRG. Then maybe trying to set up something for mobility too. This might just be a mobility Jhin game. There is enough damage on the Cinder, Nocturne, and Ambessa that you can just go Jhin and try and play outside of the range of the combos of NRG. Is no game 1 Galio for Spica. So keep it doing a little bit of homework, and I'm going to make sure that's at least not an option to contribute to the hot pot with the free swirl from Fi Mini, you know?
We're just adding mechanics onto it, you know?
It's a hot pot stirred, not shaken.
I think it's very much shaken.
What shakes it? The shockwave, I think, stirs it.
Okay. You do got a point there.
A Melphite would shake it. I don't know where Melphite saw it.
If the Galio was still on the table, but as you said, they did their homework.
That's a shaken and stirred. That'd be kind of nice.
Next up, Cupid's turn to pick. You're alluding to the Jhin. It is something Mobility likes to play a lot, so very comfortable on this champion. Gonna take that, but that does leave another ADC that's a little bit more on the immobile side that can get picked off by some of this.
Is it Kai'Sa Nautilus?
Set up for NRG.
Is it Kai'Sa Nautilus? I think maybe World for that could close the gap against Jhin. Camille is up. Camille is taken. I think that means it's Shen's support for Breezy.
Yeah.
And kind of why I didn't love the Camille, but man, the Wombo combo is there for NRG. I mean, it is
nasty.
It is all the tools to Wombo. And I think Kai'Sa's ability to kind of slink her way through this and deal with a dive and play in the Jhin is very high. I also trust Sushi to play this, so we'll be locked in. And now it should just be a Shen, and then we go from there.
I mean, I really do like the Kai'Sa for Sushi. Back on Dorado, when Sushi was struggling last year, it was him hopping onto the Kai'Sa that started to give Dorado some success. As his champion pool has extended and his capabilities more shown up, this has always been something that's still in his back pocket, but happy to take this into the matchup. Breezy going to be playing some defensive work to make sure that this Wombo combo doesn't completely obliterate Blaze all of our mobility. Can follow up on one of Music's dives if they want to go aggressive with it. But this is going to be a game where I feel Cupid do want to watch their step, because the execution of this Wombo combo you were mentioning, Cubby, from NRG is not that hard to pull off.
It's not. I think the only interaction that's to be worried about is Hextech Ultimatum does push people away. So that plus Shockwave, just have to kind of respect that.
Yeah.
But the rest, I mean, this is a hot pot. Hextech Ultimatum locks you down. You can knock it out of that. That's more set up for Shockwave and Equalizer. And the way that Fi Mini and Zumudo play off their teammates, very sound here. But I don't mind some of the answers for Cupid. I think that there is a world where Mbessa can kind of survive or has way to play out of the combo, and Music can get some tempo early. Also think the single target damage from Nocturne Syndra very high. I like what I've seen out of Syndra. He's been one of the Syndras that's comboed like EQ appropriately, so getting the pushback into the stun, and then also ulting into scatter, so you don't get the max damage, but you do get bigger scatters in the fight. I think that he's utilized some of those mechanics that I look for on Syndra that I think a lot of good Syndras do the best, as him and Insanity have been the two strongest performers on this champ so far. So we'll see if he can manage it this game, because he has a lot of pressure that he's going to be up against.
Two teams stand undefeated in the NACL currently. NRG, Cupid Esports, technically contingent if we throw it out there, but these are the big heavy hitters, and this is game number 1 in NRG and Cupid.
Both junglers going to be working their way down. And we'll see what happens when our two top NACL teams hit the rift. Both these teams at 3-0. The two teams that sit atop of our respective groups. With I got to say, Cupid's, going into the split, we think that Cupid would have the more impressive 3-0, but Group B has been stronger so far, which people did not expect. But between Maryville and Conviction going through roster changes for their own reasons.
Yeah.
Has been an interesting split of NACL so far.
I mean, that's kind of a soft way to put it. Group A have 3 teams that do not have wins. This is a very brutal situation.
That's the I'm on the official broadcast way of putting it, not the I have my co-stream going because I'm not on the official broadcast way of putting it.
Like, in reality, there is a world where if Blue Otter just get 1 win, they could save themselves from the last chance qualifier. I mean, yeah, this is a very interesting season, to say the least, but only time will tell when Conviction will take on Contingent and CCG. Maryville still have 3 games in their sights, but here we go. Over in the bottom lane, a little bit of a scrappiness coming out between supports, as to be expected.
Again, Shen just looking to neutralize Camille in this matchup as Breezy expects to see Stand Uniteds with whoever gets targeted by the Cataclysms or the Hextech Ultimatums, whatever NRG wants to use to get the party started.
No, I am. The more I think about it, the more I am excited about the way this mid lane could play out. Mostly through the players themselves. I mean, I know ABO is the more storied player, has spent time in Tier 1 and everything, and the new Sweet Summer Child. But by many, the improvement and growth we've seen from him, dating back all the way to the Apex Mission Impossible days, it's been phenomenal.
And this guy... Oh, hold on.
Hold
Breezy,
on. One more
goodbye.
auto! Sushi will take down Breezy, drawing first blood for NRG.
Not sure if that started with a Breezy flash engage and then got turned, but the fight in the end wasn't that close as NRG finds first blood off this bot lane as Sushi and Spica been a little bit more consistent this split and got things off to a good start against Mobility and Breezy.
Yeah, doubling back into that mid lane point, I wanted to know your thoughts on that, Cubby.
Hold on. We got music
it's never
looking
gonna
at
happen.
Zimuto here as, okay, order low enough where music's not going to show. Breezy still up here, though. Zimuto might get looked at.
Kind of scary, because Hoarder's pretty low.
Okay, they're going to pull it. All right, I'll go back to the mid lane point, Deserex. I think it's crazy that Phi Mini went from being relegated to the most improved player a year later, and was also kind of on our list as a potential most valuable prospect, which for fans at home is like a wins above replacement in theory for like 2 years of LCS if they were to promote the next split. It's kind of like that's the criteria we use to vote on it. So kind of make your arguments for it. We've had some fun ones in the past, but yeah, I think ABO so far has been the best mid laner in NACL, but Phi Mini, just how well and how quickly he's scaled up, been really big for this team, as I know that he provided a lot to the comms, part of why he was playing over Zero, who was also a very talented mid laner in his own right, but just really impressive to see how much this player's grown in kind of a short amount of time. That's what these teams look for, because if you want to be a good pro for a long time, you got to play in whatever meta Riot throws your way, with Exhibit A being the meta that we're in right now.
And that's what makes this matchup really fun, because it's kind of a test for Phi Mini. How well can you deal with one of the best mid laners in this league overall? So Phi Mini so far scrapping it out in the mage matchup, Orianna versus Syndra. Taking a look at the jungle pathing right now, I mean, the respawns are coming in the bot camps for both of our junglers. So they'll be making their way northward afterwards. You're always going to see a lot of power farming out of a Nocturne early, because main idea is hit 6 and get that Paranoia online.
And I think this is going to be given. No 6 combo available yet for Kizno and friends. So going to give away the dragon, going to take that top crab, hit 6 himself, see if he's able to make any headway into Music's topside jungle. So that's the other response that Kizno would like to have, but a good early dragon secured by Music, who does have jungle priority given the matchup early on.
So that combo coming through, Deadly Flourish along with the taunt. Spica returns fire onto Mobility. Turn call opened up. How much can Sushi dance? Not when Breezy's in your face. And that Shen Q does so much damage. Experiencing it firsthand, Sushi getting auto down by Breezy.
I mean, he was, I think those 3 mage creeps away from hitting 6 himself. Would have maybe given him a way out, but not the case. Mobility, Breezy answer back. Kill goes over to Breezy, which not exactly ideal, but they'll take the kill nonetheless. As we'll see if there are any swaps or rotations really going up to the Grubs. Quiet game outside of that action so far, Deserex.
Yeah, but all the action being bot lane.
Yep.
He had the first kill that was picked up by Sushi on the first blood, catching out Breezy, and now it gets returned in kind by Cupid's bot lane. The only unfortunate thing, Breezy picking it up and taking a look at Mobility's build. He might be doing that build where you go the serrated Dirk first, but you don't complete it right away just to get the early bonus damage going.
Yeah, maybe. See if it's that or Collector. I think there is a little bit of credence for Collector this game. Given that you're mostly against squishies on the flip side, but see if that ends up being the case as ABO gets caught.
Oh, Kisno, brilliant on the
Not even a
timing.
flash.
Will deliver it right over to 5 Mini.
You know what? I think it's smart that ABO doesn't flash there, but the fact that he was caught out like that, you can see that ward in the top side that spotted Spica. So that's part of why ABO was hovering down, and then Kisno had him over the wall. Off another control ward they have by that red buff brush, right above there for the bot side of the map for Kisno. So nice board setup there by NRG on the top side. Again, I think Spica being spotted, part of why ABO is in that position in the first place, but good setup and collapse by NRG to find that kill, manufacture that for 5 Mini in the mid lane.
Now, taking a look at the top lane, this has been a little rough for Hoarder. Some of it to be expected. You get a lot of good spacing that you can utilize with the flamethrower that makes it hard to CS without getting that flame put right in your face. But also, it's Zamudo. Zamudo's been one of the most dominating laners that we've seen in the NACL. As Shockwave going to be used in the mid lane, looking to chip away some damage onto ABO and make sure that he stays behind.
Well played, though. 5 Mini. Early access to Boots, too. Went for the offensive Boots into Syndra. Oftentimes, we see Merc Treads in this scenario, but not going to be the case. Versus Syndra as pretty much the only magic damage. Into the early Sorks for 5 Mini as he looks to push Syndra around and doing so successfully so far. Forced ABO out, and on that reset, Grub's going to be taken by his jungler.
And Grub secured. Spica on that top side, just hovering on the recall to make sure that no interference is going to be around. That's all 3 Grubs going over to NRG. And again, I really do want to emphasize how good Zamudo is. It's kind of terrifying, some of the leads he's able to generate. If you look at goal difference at 15, 1.1k on average, which is absolutely insane to be that consistent against every top laner.
Yeah. The scary thing is the consistency. It just feels like he knows how to play his lanes better than everyone else, regardless of what the lane is. With some picks being, in particular, really strong for him, with the Rumble being one of them. Just in terms of rune setups, like, he's got everything down to a science, is really what it feels like, and there just are not players in this league that can really contest him.
Yeah.
Those come few and far between. And Hoarder going the early Hex Drinker against Orianna Rumble will help out, but just find himself at least down a little bit early. This is somewhat expected in this matchup, so it's not like it's out of bounds down for him, but yeah, Zamudo is one of, if not the best laners that we have in this league.
Just get him out of my league. He's too good.
I don't want to have too much ego here, Desrex, but I feel like I somewhat coined that phrase with Masu. And it is one of my favorites when it comes to NACL, because it's more, the purpose of it now is a little bit of the LCS promotional relegation slot. Hold on, pause. ABO.
Here we go. United. Stand United going to be used. This might be suicide for Breezy, though, as ABO goes down. Breezy's taking a lot of damage. Here comes the paranoia from Music, who's still trying to scrap this for return kill. Does grab that. Curtain call opened up. Forces the flash from Spica to get out, making it a 1-for-1.
I think 5 Mini waited to cast the Shockwave there because they wanted Shen to land, because they felt like they won with Shen there too. Wasn't the case, as the Jhin ult coming in ended up being enough to at least make sure that play was evened up by Cupid. And the back half, it's going to be Dragon that falls for Cupid as well. So NRG just going to get the kill, and Cupid continues to stack up these early Dragons.
Second Dragon of the game. Going over to Cupid. Calling up Spica towards the top lane. They might look for a play onto Hoarder. Hoarder's getting burnt down. Equalizer goes down, and Hoarder has to walk into it if he wants to escape, but he gets cooked by Zamudo.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a surprise in store for the Executioner there, as Public Execution lands on a pit of fire. Is it going down to the Equalizer? Good setup by Zamudo and Kisno. So 2 kills now picked up off the back of that dragon take by Cupid. NRG gold in their favor. They've got grubs, but Cupid, these 2 early dragons in a mountain soul roll. That's a strong soul to roll as music.
Ooh, music. Music, no flash. Shockwave going to go out. Gets spell shielded by Music. Kisno trying to bail out. Breezy flashes forward. A trade in the 1-for-1 thus far. Mini now going on to Breezy. Breezy looking to dance around before his taunt comes off cooldown. Helps him escape. Jungler for jungler traded in that Raptor exchange.
Nice walk up there by Mini to make sure that he got the trade kill. Didn't have Shockwave available yet. But got that command dissonance off in the backline to make sure that he found the kill on the music as he moves to 3-0. So this Orianna, which is going for the Wombo combo build. This is not a Blackfire Torch. It is going to be a Ludens and full damage. We'll see if Mini can connect with these plays early and often, because this Orianna is very far ahead.
Breezy's here to help out the situation. As so far, almost 700 gold in the lead is Zamudo. Again, he generates these leads consistently. Has been pretty gross in this, so you always need to give some level of help. Bushi dancing away from mobility in the meantime. And you can see how Spica's been playing the map as of recently. You know, in our interviews, we talked with Spica post-game saying, like, the transition from jungle to support was so easy for him. Given the role that you kind of fulfill, you know how to play the map already as a jungler, and now that you are roaming out so early in the support role, it does help Spica kind of just be jungler number 2 for NRG.
Yeah, you know, if I know Coach Bach is all wholesome and stuff, and Cupid is, you know, the sign of love. If I was Coach Bach, I think I'd be running Spica's interview to our team, too. You know, the part where he said, I don't really care what the nameplates are. I don't even know who's on Cupid's team. I just kind of show up and play the game. Which I do kind of respect the mentality as a player. I do. I don't mind that. Like, you got to show up and play your game best you can, no matter who's on the other team. But also, like, Cupid's playing a little bit better than I don't know who's on that team. It might be some, you know, some free fuel for the team, which you never say no to free fuel.
I'm actually trying to remember, what are Maraville and NRG in the same group? They are. A bummer, because I was thinking about that interview again, and Spica did call out Obstinatus, of all people, in that interview. Random shade towards him. I respect it. We need more fighting words from our players.
Yeah, I mean, all right, well, go on this man. Hold on, Hoarder's going to be played upon. Alt to block for Stand United.
Not going to land through, but here we go, Stand United. Zamudo's taking a lot of damage. Will throw down the equalizer. Used a little bit defensively here in case they keep pushing forward, but Zamudo stays too long, and with one more taunt, it's a double kill for Hoarder.
I mean, that was just a missed combo coming out of Zamudo and Spica. I don't know if Zamudo just missed the ult, or if they missed combo what target they were going on, but a better play from Hoarder and Breezy gets Cupid some kills, and that's a minute 15 before a potential soul point, as Cupid feels like they kind of have control of this game. And gotta say, scaling-wise, I do prefer the scaling of the Ambessa and the Syndra. I do think the Kai'Sa breaks that, but the fact that NRG haven't connected on some of these big combos, and that Cupid's up 2 dragons, they're gonna be pretty happy with where they're at in this game.
Two kills over to Hoarder after what was a pretty tough lane to go through. It's now flipped the gold lead in the top lane completely back into Hoarder's favor. And Hoarder, after Zamudo, you know, was technically called up to tier 1, you know, unfortunate for those visa issues. Hoarder was kind of seen as this next player to follow up Zamudo, given the talents and capability. And now going against Zamudo in the same light.
Yeah.
You know, you want to bring your best for this, so to turn that gold lead around, it feels good.
To speak to that, Hoarder was originally slated to be on this team. These are the guys that were a part of the combines that Parth had out in LA. Spica, a flash out. That's at least one big ult used. If Spica's able to reset, get back in time, maybe they can contest. No paranoia is something that NRG can look at. Spica can't reset, though.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to get back into position, so we're just going to ride in. We got our driver's license. Do we know how to zoom around? A lot of pressure onto ABO results in the flash being burnt. Zamudo now going to teleport in. but Hoarder will join the fray as well. Hoarder stepping up to Zamudo. Big shield right there to protect Zamudo from any damage coming in. King 4 up flank. Breezy's going deep.
Breezy's not really spotted. We'll see if they spot at least someone sweeping that ward in the back of the pit. NRG can logic out. Someone's there, but nope.
Here we go. Yeah, the flash comes in. Public execution. The combo's beautiful from Cupid. Zamudo goes down to the curtain call. Spica's in too deep. Another shot put into his back. Delivered by Mobility. And Cupid played the fight perfectly off of Breezy's flank.
That was really good from Cupid, just stalling out the dragon, kind of pulling it down by them as Breezy finds the right positioning on the back half. And then the execution of it, as you called out, I mean, that was perfect from Cupid. A team, again, talking from Mobility before, he said, I love this team. Everyone's working so hard and holding each other accountable. It's been a really fun experience so far. I think the fact that all these guys have been voices and things are clicking right now, you can see how in tune they are when they play out some of these fights and executes. I mean, that execute on the Fly Mini, no chance for him to play the game after the flash taunt connected from Breezy, because the execute was too good from Cupid.
And you could see the way they played out that fight. You can see the comms were on the same page, because the moment that taunt hit, public execution follows through from Hoarder. All of the play going exactly the way that Cupid wanted. And now they're granted a gold lead and Dragon Soul point.
And for NRG, just not really sure how they can play their way out of this one. The combos just haven't connected. And I think Fly Mini, like that Shockwave against ABO was a decent idea, but Flash for Shockwave is not worth it in those scenarios. You have to try and reserve some of those tools, especially if you are the most fed member, the biggest tool, to have an impactful moment in the fight. That's why going into that dragon, when Paranoia was kind of dodged out on from Spica, yeah, he lost his health and Flash, but it's like, hey, could be an opportunity for NRG. Sometimes burning Flash for the ultimate to keep that health bar up can be really valuable at that point. ABO, necessary Flash that he got out of against that Shockwave, and that tool being unavailable for Fly Mini and NRG. Definitely impactful in that fight. Is now keeping one dragon away from a Mountain Soul, and that's a lot for NRG to overcome.
NRG now on the back foot. They're still looking for this Wombo combo to come together, but they can't allow flanks from Cupid to happen. Flash going to be burnt, looking to run away from this Shockwave use. Get spell shielded. No Scatter of the Week just yet. Phi Mini is going to live, but with the taunt coming out, Spica getting put in some hurt. Phi Mini's going to interrupt the curtain call, but gets caught by the Deadly Flourish onto a Blaze Olive. A Blaze Olive will fall. Mid laner for mid laner now. Music still fighting this out, looking for one more shot, but the taunt is too good from Breezy. Now Sushi wants in, doesn't have the health bar to make it come true. Blocking a lot of that damage. Finally, NRG find their angle.
Sushi.
Big shutdown for Sushi.
Sushi played that fight so well, burned all the tools, but kept the lethal tempo running at range as he was able to shred through Cupid. His DPS could be a difference maker later on in these fights, as he's not 3-item Kaisi yet, but made his presence felt at 2. Enough to get NRG the fight, the Baron, and get them back in this game.
And you can see the moments coming out from Cupid where they were pulled in different directions, wanting to get Phi Mini, wanting to take the fight, but ultimately it's NRG that take it to them.
I mean, ABO down early just makes it so much easier for Sushi to play this fight. Great flash against that Breezy, and just it kept the lethal tempo running. Mobility was on the reload, wasn't able to turn and fire against him, and when he was able to, was already slowed down by the red buff, kind of had to turn and fire, not enough DPS to get through. So that DPS marksman from Sushi, he's been quiet so far this game, but boy, oh boy, did he make his presence felt there. Now sitting at 4-1 and nearly has that 3rd item on the Kaisa. We know how deadly that can be.
And it's important to reiterate once again, I look back on those Dorado days. That was immediately after he was a substitute for Near Airport, where that team struggled. But once Sushi started playing Kaisa, that was one of his big picks to get him back on the map and get Dorado back on the map as well. Now on NRG, pulling out that tried and true Kaisa. It looks damn good, man.
Needs to look good again in a minute. As Soul on the table for Cupid. NRG looking for their first dragon. Important they deny this one. They do have Baron to help set up around this dragon. And honestly, a lot of outer turrets to take. I think this could be a Baron where NRG gets a lot of gold back in their pockets, but If they don't use it to secure this dragon, I think that's the soul doesn't really have a big impact. They don't use it to secure this dragon. They need to take this away from Cupid. Mountain Dragon or Mountain Soul would just be a lot for them to overcome.
Getting that early damage on the Sushi. 20 seconds before the mountain does spawn. Order's going to head over towards that top wave that's being pushed in by Zamudo. Both top laners do have their teleports available. It's Zamudo who burns his first. Order going to follow immediately after. Blaze Olive, Scatter the Weak, chips away at Kisno. But first touch on to the river belongs to NRG.
They've got control of that Banana Brush. They've got control of that Embankment Brush. The 5 minis in right now. And Zamudo going to delete the wave best he can with his ult because they know they have control over the dragon. So Soul prevented. Step 1 of this Baron secured for NRG. Now let's see if they can just knock down these outers and get anything else. And Zamudo down ult.
This is risky. They don't have the equalizer anymore, but they're still going to try and fight this out. Going a little bit too deep. His music falls in the blink of an eye. Hoarder takes too much damage. Pulled back in by the shockwave. And NRG don't need the damn equalizer. They'll 5v5 you at any given point.
I mean, ABO flashed into ult for this fight, hit Zanya's immediately after, and just set himself up for a giant shockwave from 5 mini, which connects as the team fight connects from NRG. And yeah, who needs the damn equalizer when the enemy mid laner jumps in the middle of the fight like that and gets immediately shut down, really for no value for ABO.
5K lead now for NRG. As you see the momentum start to swing more and more. Again, going too deep. ABO Music trying their best to find picks that they had no right to go for. Gets punished big time. And also that shockwave to really put a pretty bow on top of a team fight win for NRG. It's got to feel good right now, and they are off to the races.
Honestly, game 1 kind of delivering between our two top teams. Really felt like Cupid had control. Had this game ready to be shut down before that fight on the top side where Sushi took over, got NRG back in control. And now NRG, if they can prevent this Soul from going over to Cupid, this is a 5K gold lead 25 minutes in.
Yeah.
They've got Sushi at 3 items and a Seekers. That's going to be great defense against the Ambessa, Nocturne, Syndra. 5 minis about to pick up that Void Staff too. Going to be really good against the Treads and the Hex Drinker that he's seeing. And Spica, I think, has done a nice job of slowing down the game a little bit on this Camille and finding sound engages in the second half of it. I felt like he was getting picked in the first couple of fights that went Cupid's way. Now I feel like Spica's using that Camille to be able to stretch and reach better in terms of following up his team instead of being first, maybe a little bit ahead of his team. That's been another big difference maker to make sure NRG gets back into this game. As with control now, they've knocked down the 2 outer turrets. Now looking at all the inners for Cupid, as they have full control over this topside jungle a minute 15 before Baron spawns.
Cupid right on the struggle bus. Fortunately for ABO, he does have enough gold to finish off that Hourglass, which can help out now after using that Seekers. You'd also have to imagine with a little bit of extended time that 5 Mini's been on this map, that Void Staff has to be near completion. Then there could be an angle to go for an Hourglass of his own to prevent some of this deep dive that Hoarder and Music are looking to go for. Pieces starting to fall apart for Cupid while NRG keep control of the map right now. Will be a bit of a lull in the action while we wait for that next neutral to jump up, and that's going to be Baron.
Waves being collected. If Music wants to make anything happen, he can. But yeah, I think next base 5 Mini is going to have that Void Staff for sure, Desterux. That's a good call. And this ABO build kind of... I do think the Zanya's is necessary to get out of some of the Wombo. It's a difficult game for Syndra, as we set up before, but I just think that last fight
look at this, look at this top.
hard. Okay. Double
Yeah,
play.
Stand United used as well. This is really tough to get out of 4 or 5 minis, so he's going to go down. But what do Cupid give for it as Kizno's here, Spica's here, the rest of Cupid now looking to show up. Curtain call should open soon from Mobility, but here comes the first assault now to follow up as Sushi's able to grab one onto music. Equalizers goes down. The Equalizer's onto 3. Unleash power doesn't find anything as Sushi will take it right on the face and continue delivering damage with a quadra kill.
Sushi, he was taunted at the back half of the fight. Mobility flashed in, but it was not enough damage to deal with the Kaisa. As Sushi carries yet another fight for his team. Zamuto's going to take the tower. He's going to look to turn on Hoarder after.
Oh, and that's going to be a staggered death timer for Hoarder if he goes down
Maybe.
right here.
Yeah.
Flamethrower finds the ace.
NRG off the back as Sushi, and 2 brilliant team fights from him has taken this game from Cupid and now has control. 10 seconds until what would be Soul for Cupid spawns, but NRG have more members and are back out of the map. We'll take this one off the map from Cupid. And let's take another look. Music gets popped here by Sushi. This engage from Spica with the equalizer from Zamuto, I mean, just fantastic. Watch how Sushi navigates this fight. The flash in, again, that taunt from Breezy was really good. But I love the space that Kizno created afterwards. That EQ, it comes up empty, but it did zone out the members of Cupid from following up onto the flash taunt, protecting Sushi, enabling him to get the quadra kill, and keeping NRG in control of this game 1.
Sushi, man, this is great play coming out of him. Harpening back to that near airport substitution, Doublelift was the one who said he saw some good things from this player to put him in the role of being the sub for him. And now seeing more and more life for him in the NACL and how he's grown, clutching out moments like that where NRG can depend on him. It is big for Sushi.
And I really felt like with Conviction going Cody-san, it was kind of a Mobility's like, why not me moment. His Mobility is coming off of one of his best splits. He really is. And I think that there are some people behind the scenes that are like, Mobility's playing great, definitely an 80 that's next up. But a lot of people, myself included, are very excited about Sushi because the raw team fight mechanics that he has, the reaction speed, just the clicks that he is able to input in, the thick of things, it's really impressive. It's why a lot of kids are excited about this guy. ABO has to flash, and Zanya's, and goes down.
Sushi goes legendary. Shockwave pulls ABO to his demise. Inhibitor down in the mid lane. Inhibitor down in the bottom lane. And now it's starting to look surgical for NRG as they're demolishing the base. 4 members alive, trying to stand tall. But they can stand no longer. Nexus Tower number 1 going to fall as Breezy comes in with the taunt. Blocks a lot of the damage thanks to the W. Gets hit by the Void Seeker missile, but doesn't fall just yet. Public Execution going to go out. Here comes the Equalizer following through Spica. Ultimatum finds Mobility in the backline. So Muto will jump right onto Mobility, but he gets back onto the respawn. Nexus Tower falls again with 2 down. Nexus exposed. NRG will strike first blood in the series against Cupid.
Fantastic team fighting coming out from Sushi. And I think NRG, good team win. Kizno ended up getting really fed to the back half. And for some of the fights that didn't work out for NRG earlier in the game, Desterux, they really did a good job of diagnosing, hey, our combos missed, combos hit in the back half. I think they punished ABO, who we highlighted as being having a really difficult game to play out as an immobile mage against all that range in Wombo. They did a good job of punishing the Syndra later on in those fights too. That really opened up the space for Sushi to have the pop-off fights and carry NRG through to a 1-0 lead in the game too.
Fantastic game coming out from NRG. And, of course, fantastic game from Sushi, who was that big clutch in the top lane fight. As he said, keeping that lethal tempo going and showing how lethal this marksman can be. We're going to throw it over to short break. When we return, we'll get in game 2, NRG versus Cupid.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. More style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. And game number one between our two heaviest hitters, NRG and Cupid, did not disappoint. It was back and forth until Sushi decided to take matters into his own hands, and his Kaisa just dominated Cubby.
Yeah, I mean, the top side team fight really felt like the game just turned on a whim from Sushi stepping up. But I think it was a team effort as well. I do want to give NRG some kudos of kind of diagnosing throughout that game what combos were needed and where, and also at how they punished ABO. I feel like it really doesn't show on the damage graph the impact that Syndra had in those fights, and the focus that NRG had to focus on the Syndra, as they put ABO in some really tough positions. I think the one fight in particular where ABO flashed up and went Seekers and came out of Seekers into immediate Shockwave in the midway lane. Yeah. That one he didn't answer very well, but there was clear pressure from NRG to really focus on the Syndra. I think that was the right answer for fights, and I thought that was really well executed by NRG.
Yeah, we talked about it in the draft, where a lot of these champions are going to be on the immobile side of things, which means for ABO to try and get some of these picks that he's looking for, sometimes the flash was the only way to go about it, but it became a question of, is it giving too much back over to NRG to put yourself in such a vulnerable position? And oftentimes the answer was yes, because responses you'd get from Kisno, from even Zamudo without his equalizer would still absolutely evaporate the composition of Cupid. But all is not said and done. It was still a good early fight from the early to mid coming out of Cupid. So chances are still there. Again, Cupid is a very dominating team when it comes to the league. They've had the most control of a lot of early games, and this is the first team to really push them. We'll see if they can push back in the draft of game number 2.
I'm going to assume that Cupid took second pick, or red side. They had choice of pick after a loss.
Yeah.
So most of our teams have been selecting which pick they want, unless Cupid saw that NRG's only been taking first pick and just want a red side. But diving into this one, so far bans are the same, Deserux, as Cupid taking away the 2 highest win rate champs we have so far in NACL, as Zig's sitting at a fat 10-1 or 9-1, and Jace has also been off to a very successful start, as a lot of our players have really tried to kill the memes of NA Jace. As I have really enjoyed reminding people that the only region that Jace has a positive win rate in this year is NA. And that features the 2 top LCK top laners, the last time I checked, being 24-1 on Jace.
And you talked about Ziggs, 10-1 is what I see, but Jace is also 6-1, so
yeah,
that pretty much tells the story right there. First pick out the gates for NRG will be the victor. Now, we go with right here, Cassiopeia on the board. It does block a lot of mobile dive that could go after Cupid's composition. And of course, Cassiopeia just strong on her own, scales incredibly well. So that getting locked in as the response to the victor so far.
Wonder if we see a Trundle now, or a Music Lee Sin. Music Lee Sin's been good.
It's pretty good with it, yeah.
Yeah, I've really liked the terrain to help enable Cassio from the Trundle. Seen some Trundle Alistar Cassio. It's been quite nasty. It's just set up for her. But Lee Sin going to help be bursty with a Cassio that we expect to be in the hands of ABO, but would be remiss to say this also could be bought for mobility, just given what our players have been going after so far. But maybe Xin Zhao here for Kisno, as he looks to hold the door on the front line, and we'll see a choice for NRG here. They could blind top again for Zamudo, or could be a world where they slam AD, or even could slam support if they want to preserve that Victor, which could be flex. But just seeing Cassio early, I expect to be into the Cassiopeia.
Yeah. Music's Lee Sin. we've gotten some good highlights out of it. I do remember the one, it was a mid lane play. I forgot who they were playing against. He reads the flash and Warthop flash to get the Dragon's Rage kick. Was pretty gnarly, out of music, and kind of one of those game-winning plays. But now Cupid, they looking for the response to the Bard right now. They'll go for the Nautilus, which is going to provide even more lockdown. Get a little bit too close, you will get hooked in. I do think there's some good space creation so far for NRG. Using just having Crescent Guard on its own is already a good enough answer for that. But the Bard is a good way to catch out anyone who's out of position with that Tempered Fate.
Yeah, of course, Dredge Line depth charge into Miasma can be quite painful for NRG, but not a ton of mobility out of them to begin with. Bard tries to fix some of that. As Caitlyn denied, one of the better Bard pairings, and we'll see if any of the not pairings get denied here as Corki taken away. Wonder if we get a Varus ban.
Marksman focus means that Varus is very much on the table to take away. I mean, that would be...
Yeah, Sivir, potential Varus ban coming out here. Wouldn't be surprised about that.
Yeah. Because if you do get locked down, that means Miasma can be on top of you. With a Nautilus who's locking you down, it pretty much sets up the freest chain of corruptions you could ask for in your life. But yeah, one more ban. And instead, they're going for the Vayne. So this leaves that Varus wide open for Cupid.
Probably points to what they want to blind at the top lane, which might be Gnar. Definitely a champion that Zamudo just added to his arsenal last split. One that he is not biased towards, but could be coming out here. As this would be a mobility special if it is the Lucian, but I don't know. I think that Lucian has a couple of shortcomings when you get paired up with Nautilus. I expect the Fauna Life to be ran by Breezy because you can get Lucian passive out of it. Kind of a short range carry, though, to go into Victor. I feel like Victor is a happy game, and NRG, if they set up for more things to kind of hold the line or maintain range, set up for a really happy game for Victor right now.
I still think there's just really good zone control so far for NRG. Gravitational Field Crescent Guard, I really like the way those tools influence a team fight or a skirmish.
There's the
As
Gnar.
the response you were talking about it, the Blind Gnar picked up for Zamudo. They got one last pick for NRG. See what marksman they want to go for here. Some tricky ones. I mean, you do want to go the MF. I guess the Mega Gnar ultimate could work alongside that to set up the bullet time. But the Zerath also getting hovered. It is going to be a misfortune.
I wanted to have fun with the Zerath. It's like, I don't usually like sitting up here and talking about biases, but I would like to cast a Zerath game. I haven't cast. We haven't seen Zerath in competitive in a long time, and he is a fun champion. That is for sure.
Yeah,
a lot of strengths and weaknesses in his kit. Jack's gonna round things out. Sorter gets his hands on a favorite of his, and feel like the Jax Cassio, their ability to win in the side lane, pretty high for Cupid, but a little bit concerned about their power when they group, as I feel like they're very vulnerable to range and holding the line, and Victor MF Bard Gnar does that quite well. So do think it's important that Cupid finds some leads in lane, as if this gets to even footing. I really like how NRG's comp can interact with Cupid's later on.
Yeah, my only concern is Sushi cannot find himself in a bad position, because there is a lot that will punish you for that. Jack's Counter-Strike, the Dredge Line, Miasma, even just the Lee Sin finding his way onto you could be pretty deadly for Sushi. So positioning, making sure you're not out of place, going to be pretty pivotal right there. But our draft now done. For game number 2, I do want to give a moment to give a quick shout out to some of our co-streamers and people who keep this community alive. Now, I know Raz is co-streaming. I'm pretty sure he's compared me to an egg at some point throughout his co-stream, as he normally does.
He compared us to Dunkin' Egg.
I can't believe that, man. Also, Shauna who is always on top of his co-streams as well. I know Aries was co-streaming earlier. But yeah, always got to appreciate a lot of people within our community who make this possible. We are ready for game number 2 and hitting the Rift. NRG versus Cupid. Match point for NRG.
I'd like a third game, selfishly, Desterux. We had a very fun first game if you guys missed out.
Yes.
Some back and forth gameplay. I think both teams at points looked like they had a real chance to win. NRG able to turn around the game with a big Sushi team fight on the Kaisa and some good team combos that came in the back half of that one. As see if Game 2 didn't get the best of Cupid yet again. Do want to give kudos. I know we were looking out for the jungle matchup a lot in this one. Desterux, as both of our junglers starting on the top side this time around. But Joey himself mentioning he was excited for the mid lane matchup between his young pupil in Fly Mini and an old teammate in ABO. And Fly Mini got the best of the first game.
Yeah. That being said, it was a lot of presence and pressure applied onto ABO early that, you know, made it hard for Fly Mini to fail, honestly. Like you were mentioning before, hovering on a ward towards the top side of the river allowed for Kizno to play on the bottom side of the river and get a gank onto ABO. So smart plays like that to make sure that Fly Mini is going to be ahead. He still played the game incredibly well and patiently, that Orianna. You know what I was mad about, Cubby?
What was that, Desterux?
You know how Dardoch got called up and Dig had the little podcast addressing questions? Raz was watching that, and he did not compare Kangas to an egg.
The good thing is that he's got plenty of time to make up for that behind the scenes this upcoming week of LCS.
You better.
But I think that any and all of your frustrations are valid. I think any and all are valid.
It's my brown brother. We're supposed to be on the same team. We have both slapped Kangas' ass. Viciously.
Both have suffered wrestling moves at the hands of Kangas as well.
This is very true. You used to have to fight out of headlocks from Kangas. Living with him was a fever dream, and sometimes I miss it. Most of the time I miss it.
Most of the time. Junglers ending up on this bot side. Music going to have longsword advantage to try and posture for this crab and mobility.
Sushi's been really good at sidestepping these dredge lines from Breezy. That's the second one he's been able to narrowly dodge.
Yeah, this guy's clicks are really good. I just think that's why people are so excited about Sushi. Like every reaction speed test that is thrown at him, there's always a couple players every split you're just like, yeah, you just passed the reaction speed test. Like, Sushi's just one of them. It is fun to watch when you get the hands players that play very well. So good clicks from Sushi, taking advantage of MF's W in the bot side, and we'll see if Kizno can take advantage of the fact that he's going to be fresh off a reset, has 2 camps to take, but might be able to be active for a quick portion mid on the map, while Music's going to have to reset again after Krugs.
I'm always watching for the early agency that you kind of get with a Lee Sin as Counter-Strike going to be used. Hoarder hopping right onto Zamudo. I'm going to take it right to his face, but there's so many creative angles you can take with the Lee Sin, and it's why Lee Sin players, they just tend to be so exciting to watch, whether it's Wilson or, in this case, Music. I want to see what Music's cooking up with in the early game for this.
It's definitely a champion where if a good player has a high win rate on it, I don't really care, because he's so fun to watch, and the skill expression's there. That said, speaking of skill expression, the Storm Razor Surge from Hoarder, taken yet again on the Jax. I think has been using the Q auto W combos to proc it and trying to use the move speed to close the gap. Right now trying to do so into Zamudo, who does not have access to Mega. Will have access to his own jungler as Kizno comes up to hover. So only going to be the plate for Hoarder, and that's it.
Yeah, Music just playing for the pressure. Allows for the recall of Hoarder, but also plate getting taken. Taking away some of that crust right off of the recall. Both top laners will teleport right back in. And we await the violence.
Phage does feel good for the Jax, but early action. I do think an early Dragon's in the cards for Cupid again. Curious if they go for it here. They should have bot lane priority, and Lee Sin can take this rather healthily. So I do see Breezy kind of around the pit. I think they're looking to maybe clear it out for a Lee Sin take. Just would like to see Cupid try and focus on that one.
A slow start to this. You can't help but to feel that as things go on, it will exponentiate very, very quickly. Priority being played here for Cupid. Sushi off of the recall means that Cupid will have positioning to easily take its first strike of the game right into their pocket.
Yeah, again, I feel like they drafted for the stronger bot lane, so some of this is partly in draft. As alt attempt from ABO had teammates coming to his lane, is turned away from by Flyminnie. Doesn't want to look at him.
A lot of contention on the Raptor camp. I know a lot of coaches really value that because you are, kind of taking away basically 25% of the jungle EXP from a jungler if you can grab that and steal it away. But it really does depend on, your roaming support and a little bit of priority in the mid lane that you are able to grab.
Well, we'll see if Grubs get traded back, because that's what happened last game for NRG. They were able to give up the first Drake, match with the first Grubs. But, yeah, at the moment, I mean, Cupid drafted a little bit more early. We still think that their solo laners can be mighty full in their own aspect, just when things group up. I think the value that Victor can get, the value that some of the spacing tools of NRG can get, Cupid's a pretty short-range comp, and they have a lot to get through if they want to stay on top of NRG, so I think the fact that we have no significant leads early on in laning, kind of have come to expect that out of these two teams, being two of our strongest teams. Did not expect Cupid to get 2.5k gold leads at 15 today, that's for sure, but it's been interesting just kind of seeing these early responses.
Over in the top lane, putting pressure on the Hoarder. Breezy's able to get there. Out comes the bullet time, but the flash is in the wrong direction to escape the dredge line. First blood belongs to Cupid. Now coming through, Breezy just saying hello, how you doing? Thanks for the first blood.
Yeah, the React flash was there, but wasn't really. If it picks up the dredge line in the back half, NRG only get access to one grub. They're cut off by the miasma too.
Yeah, here we go. Cupid now stepping up. Attack. Cupid not looking good right now as they get slammed against a wall. Two quick kills picked up as NRG are going to continue the chase using the magical journey to follow up onto Breezy, who flashes over the wall. Kisno will follow suit. Zamudo is happy to say thank you for that kill. I'm getting one right back.
Great turn by NRG as ABO tries to walk in along the wall. Just gets shut down by all the tools of NRG as Zamudo gets on top of him, and that's chained together really nicely by the team. In a fight where I really felt like it was going to be one grub and that's it for NRG, but kind of hold together and turn it around. And again, some of the range issues that we're looking at with Cupid, I feel like kind of came to fruition at the grub fight early on.
And even with the attempt, petrifying gaze and everything, you're already against the wall. It's already a bad time when Zamudo gets in there. That's going to feel good for NRG, who get an influx of gold back into their favor.
I think it really speaks to some of the development we've seen out of NRG this year, that they're beating this Cupid team through playing better grouped up as a team. Yeah, I know that Cupid's come together for the back split, so NRG's got the advantage of playing together more. But this is a team of really young players, and to see them beating up on Cupid, definitely have the experience advantage, the LCS experience advantage of that too, looking at the mid lane matchup, especially with ABO. I think a lot of the times, and when we see these young teams get wins, it's not from playing the slow, grouped up, methodical moments better. But it has felt like that's been the case for NRG so far today.
Yeah, the development from split to split, hang off. You get more of an idea of how your teammates play and how to play around that. And I really do like it when NRG come together because, man, they look fantastic as a team. Cupid are going to try and find their own way to capitalize as things go on because this is still a team you can't count out. It's only 1.3K. No,
All right.
not over just
Hold
yet.
on. Order, we can't be a Jax main and use this skin. This has to be one of the new ones. This is not a Jax main skin. You've got like 3 chains for the cape in the back. Where is my Godfist Jax with the sound effects? You get to feel cooler.
Is that a requirement to Jax main?
I think it's one of them. Tempo Jax is, if you're a real old school Jax player, that's it. That's mobility.
Oh, yeah, he's going down. Bullet time comes out. Sushi will pick up the kill. Now Breezy, Dredgeline to escape. But with mobility hitting the dirt, more gold into NRG's pockets.
Good patience from Spica. And we haven't talked a ton about Spica this game, and he's been involved in every kill, and he definitely has the Bard pass. His Bard was very good last split, as this is the first time we've seen him pilot Bard so far this split. Been a common ban that we've had on the table, but feels like our teams coming into this week did drop the Bard and Camille bans. Still getting played, though, as Spica makes a good play there. Burns mobility's flash, gets the kill. Helps secure his team the first dragon, as Kizno takes care of that. The crab. And NRG in control here early.
2.3K gold lead. Evening up the dragons. Music wants to take something, but this is where things can get a little bit tricky. You never know how far Magical Journey can take you. You don't want to take this one, though, given ABO's in the vicinity. You don't have enough firepower. 5 Mini just trying to push the wave. Music walking down into the mid lane. There are plenty of ways to catch out 5 Mini. Dredgeline goes out. It does not land. Petrifying Gaze onto nothing. Used a little bit too preemptively right there. Now Breezy caught by the Tempered Fate. Kizno stepping up, looking for the 3-tone strike knockup. Music going on to the chase with 5 Mini, but Breezy's already dead. Will Ward hop away with the safeguard? More damage onto Music. Doesn't take him out, but he gets critically low. Meganar ultimate forces the flash out of ABO. And again, NRG playing as a cohesive unit over and over.
Didn't connect with a ton of kills on that play, but did get a lot of flashes that could lead to more later on. They chased mobility out of the bot lane, so he misses a wave. And they're going to TP top to catch the wave. So not only do they win out on the fight, they win out on all the waves afterwards. As NRG feeling good after that one.
A good lead coming out from NRG early. And you got to kind of wonder about some of these plays from ABO as well. It feels a little uncharacteristic with the Petrifying Gazes we've been seeing. The one around the grubs, not really doing much when you're already Meganard against the wall. And then that last one, expecting the dredge line to pull in 5 Mini, hits nothing.
Yeah, we haven't seen those chains with a Miasma where the CC comes in, Miasma gets dropped, and it just looks unplayable for the other team yet.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get those moments later, but haven't seen that happen yet. Really easy to combo off Jax, Lisa, and Nautilus for that. So sure, Cupid will get a full shutdown, but so far NRG again, they have the range advantage, and they have a lot of tools that can help space Cupid. And they've been first to the play, just playing better as a team so far. But I think they've also used their tools in these fights well so far as well. So it's going to be on Music and Breezy to try and break this.
So I'm curious, Cubby, what's been on your summer playlist? Jams that we're listening to.
Okay. Not proud of it, man enough to say it. Olivia Rodrigo's new album Slap. That thing's really good. My old podcast mate, someone I'm very thankful for in life, Travis Gafford, he really liked the girly pop, and I didn't really get it. I like Sabrina Carpenter, but I'm not gonna go buy VIP tickets to her show. Travis, different fandom. Same with Olivia Rodrigo. I'm like, all right, this guy kind of a young Disney Channel star. I thought her last album was okay. That's a good album. It's been a lot of that and a lot of Billy Joel for me because I got to stay true to my roots. What about you, Desirux?
Okay, I'm a metal guy, but Bring Me the Horizon re-released one of their first albums. Count Your Blessings. It is one for the Deathcore kiddies. Is now Taking a look
There was
over
a
on the top
shutdown.
side. Shutdown going to be picked up. Zamudo going down. Finally, the Petrifying Gaze landing the way you wanted to. Tempered Fate going to buy some time for Kizno. Miasma used means that you can't really dash forward if you want to for Kizno. But a nice pickup getting found by Cupid.
I didn't see how Zamudo went down, but a good shutdown for Hoarder. Nice Tempered Fate from Spica to deter anything else that went on with the play. But will be a turret traded now for hopefully for NRG a turret later, because it looks like they're going to get the Rift Herald. This is spotted on a ward, and a TP's coming in. They're going to collapse on Fi Mini.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Looking for Fi Mini right now. Fi Mini is trying to get out of this one. Gonna get caught. Miasma goes down. Fang's getting sunk in, but they can't get onto Fi Mini just yet. Rift Herald gonna get picked up by Kizno, who sidesteps the dredge line. Fancy feet. It's not just Sushi who's got him.
That was important that Kizno sidestepped that one. A lot of strength now for this upcoming Dragon. Another Mountain Soul on the Rift. That's the last 3 games for us, Deserux. And Mountain be the option. As...
RNG's not real.
No, that team disbanded, sadly.
Okay, that was good. That was good. I respect it.
I got Raz back for you. That's how I get him right there. We hit him where it hurts.
I know there's something in our caster DMs about Raz saying something and that I should kill him from Rafa, but I'm going to be responsible. I'm not checking it just yet. I'm going to freak out after this cast is done.
A non-essential update.
We are getting a look at a replay of what happened that caused that shutdown. Yeah, bottom lane. Play from border. Still more plays going to come through as Spica having to flash out. Here comes Kizno on the opposite end. Petrifying Gaze lands onto 2, but Kizno threatening means that ABO can't continue assaulting. Now a lot of damage from the calling lands onto Sushi. Sushi will hide behind Kizno. Sonic Wave. Zamudo catches one. Low health bars for NRG as chipping away. Cupid trying to do some work.
Kind of curious what Fly Mini is waiting for. He's going to collapse down topside by quarter here. I'm curious if he's waiting for a break point in terms of maybe where he's looking for his Rocket Belt second. But
Acious Charge looking for the 3 Talon Strike. Interrupts the dredge line. Now Breezy's in a bad way. Will use the dredge line one more time, but it's not enough as Spica will catch him in the air. Support down. NRG with positioning on the Dragon.
Decent try from Breezy. He was trying to short the dredge line to get on the other side of the blast cone and create the space, but Kizno got on the other side of the blast cone too, so he helps find the Nautilus. Kill goes over to Spica. Dragon gonna go over to NRG as a TP top to try and find Fi Mini, who evades Cupid. So NRG find the win.
It's gonna be a second Drake going over to NRG. They'll start their Dragon stacking. More of those resistances going. All that being said, Cupid's response is to continue applying pressure over towards this top side. Turret gonna go down in the bottom lane. Zamudo will still grab that one, but Hoarder returns it in kind.
Still waiting to see really for Cupid. I think that they need to probably wait for a second item on Cassio before I feel like they start to look more aggressively. As Hoarder can't exactly find Spica. It just feels like they don't have a lot of control of the map right now. And we haven't seen Breezy really be able to get out on the map and fish. As Spica's been the one who's been quicker on the roams and been there to answer. And I think that's really helped kind of slow this game down for NRG. The Victor MF have really helped them with the wave prio. And if they get set up, again, it's just really tough for Cupid to walk in. This is a shorter range composition. And one where they haven't really had the set up from a side laner to buy the space for them to walk in.
Here comes Spica, looking at a Blaze Olive. Doesn't get the stun with the Cosmic Binding. That's the cue to back away. Breezy already walking up. One thing to keep in mind is that a Blaze Olive did get his Rod of Ages rather late. Just receiving its 6th stack right now, so 4 more minutes to go before that's fully stacked. It does hurt a little bit. Usually you want that online a little bit sooner. But you can see the build is mostly on the defensive side for ABO, looking to pair well with some of the other damage sources that you have from Cupid. Now NRG spots something out of position. It is going to be Hoarder. Hoarder walking the other way, make it rain, slows Hoarder down. We'll go over towards the blast plant, but here comes Spica. Tempered Fate going to be used, forces the flash out of Hoarder.
Really like what Spica kind of tried to do there. I think he was trying to play around with the blast cone to find the stun, and then waited to drop the ult until after Hoarder used his other tools, and I got the flash out of him in the back half. I think sometimes good bards, difference is when you use your abilities, and oftentimes that choice is not early. As your Q is kind of slow and easy to evade, but if it hits, it is one of the longest CC durations in the game. So, appreciate seeing Spica be a little bit tenuous on when he drops those abilities. I think it feeds into why he is a good bard player, and did have a really nice showing on the Camille, so kind of funny that the trend for this week of NICL is to start letting the bard and Camille through. Spica's gotten both champs. This has looked good on both.
Gizno has no problem absorbing these sonic waves of music. Wishes them back. It's been a pretty solid game out of Gizno thus far. Right place, right time pretty often, and more forward vision found by NRG. As there might be a dive going in onto Phi Mini in the bot lane. I did see Hoarder jump forward, trying to pick out Phi Mini, but gets low in the process, has to back out.
That Victor is going to be hard to move. It's currently Sushi. Let's see if he can click his way out of this one.
How is he so smooth with it, Cubby? Reaction time test.
Fresh off the conveyor belt.
That should be a content bit. We should get him to actually take one of those reaction time tests. I want to know.
That actually would be fun. I'd be curious what some of our players have. Because I think there's a lot that goes into being talented at this game. Some measuring that in a quantitative way. Something that I think a lot of players don't explore outside of LP. But yeah, it's like watching F1 drivers do like the neck strength test and then the reaction speed test.
Oh my god.
Start to realize how, like, yeah, they might be my size, but those guys are freak athletes.
Yeah, I had no idea how strong the necks of those drivers are. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, that's a different type of life and training, and I will never. I don't think I'm ever going to break 90 on my car. I'm a 5 over kind of guy, which makes the parking ticket I got this past week feel quite bad.
Oh, you had to bring it up.
It feels bad, man. Like,
yeah,
was it deserved?
Boy, man.
Yes, because I've been parking illegally in that spot for over a year. But does it still feel bad to get caught this time? Absolutely.
Cubby's a bad boy. Dragon now spawning.
The permit was cheaper than the ticket, so I might have to fix that moving forward.
Is now forced into the mid lane for the time being. Cupid can't really get any forward positioning while this dragon gets pulled. Again, this would be Dragon Soul point. Music would have to jump in quite quickly here. Miasma going to be thrown down. Music hovering. Gets closer, 3k health remains, lands the Sonic Wave, but Kizno just hops right onto Music. Music still gonna go in. It gets secured by Kizno, teleporting in. Zamudo looking for the fight on the back end. Out comes the Counter-Strike, finds the stun onto Zamudo. Still 3 Talon Strike knocked up with the bullet time. Tempered Fate puts a Blaze Olive in a bad way, and Phi Mini will take advantage and capitalize. Now jumping in once again, Counter-Strike stuns Phi Mini, but Phi Mini's okay with it. Going right after Hoarder. Breezy's low. Sushi will take him down. NRG striking from all angles. Get the Drake and get 2 kills in the buy one, get one free deal.
If we end up getting a replay of that fight, the opener of it was just so in NRG's favor because of the work that Phi Mini did early on. Holding that banana brush, he dropped the gravity field, the laser, the ult, and 2 members of Cupid were already at half HP as the dragon was already secured. Yeah, this is already after that ult was dropped, but ABO was taken so low as this play kind of started to emerge that I just really feel like it set NRG up for success later on. Kind of a cute play here to, for Hoarder to clear out for the rest of his members, just using the blast cone. Breezy still falls, but a really good opening to the fight from NRG and from Phi Mini. I think that the initial rocket belt miasma missing before the dragon Those are two pretty big tools when you're down range that can kind of help NRG step up and hold the range. And Flyman did a really nice job of that in that standoff.
Yeah, NRG looking so good right now in game 2. 3 minutes, 30 seconds before they can try and secure a Dragon Soul. That would be a Mountain Soul, making this team oh so tanky to have to take down. And the way they play this from all angles, the way they know how to play like a team, it is pretty disgusting to see as right now. Hoarder trying to find a way on to Spica. Spica will take that magical journey right over to safety. Dredgeline lining onto nothing, allows for the Cosmic Binding to land, and this might be the punish on the Breezy. Depth Charge used, but it's defensively. Hoarder jumps in, but there's nothing to stun up. There's nothing to counter-strike. Will use the Seeker's Arm Guard to buy time to hop right over the wall, but goes golden again thanks to the Tempered Fate. Zamudo looking for an angle in. Off cooldown. The counter-strike can't dodge the bullet time. Going forward, Kisno wants more. He will use the Crescent Guard to save himself. Music goes low. ABO goes low. Cupid goes out of this fight, and NRG keep dominating.
Just doesn't feel like Cupid has a way into fights. They're behind in this game. The range of NRG is reigning supreme. As they clean up that skirmish, they aren't going to look at the Baron, but they do take the mid to inner. And they are going to get those waves in top. So I think Kisno got low enough, and without an ult, with music being quick out of the gray screen, they weren't going to find anything else there. But yeah, this is quite the, I think going into this series, Deserex, most of us were kind of Cupid favored, looking like the more dominant team so far. But I think NRG has shown really good Team League of Legends today. That so far has been the difference in putting them ahead of Cupid in this series.
I love it from NRG. This is what they were hoping for. We talked about it, long-term development. They signed this team at the start of the year. Not a single roster change going in to summer. Believing in this squad, believing in what they've built, trying to give the best structure for them to succeed. Even with that interview with Joey, talking about, you know, taking care of their health, having a staff that helps to bring out the best in them. It's been awesome to see. This team just keeps showing up.
Teams talked about development all year. But this is a matchup. You get in the summer, playing for an LCS spot, you got to start finding those wins. Doing so against the other top team we have so far this split in Cupid has to be a confidence builder for this young team that continues to try and be that team that bands together for the entire season to beat DSG and overcome that advantage of just competing in the LCS. Having that slot. As we'll say at the moment, DSG looks a little bit more vulnerable now than they did last year. I feel like the addition of Rahel was a big one for DSG last year. Definitely felt the difference in him in the promotion tournament. Right now, they don't have that singular player where it's like, man, we have to go in and beat this guy. Because I really felt like Rahel was the player to beat in that tournament, and he was not. Whereas these teams won't have to deal with that. Breezy does deal with the Tempered Fate by flashing out as NRG takes control over the bot side river as the Dragon Soul spawns.
Engagers losing Flash always feels terrible. Breezy will not have that when Dragon Soul is now on the table. It's going to be up to Music to try and find a steal to stop this Soul from going through, but he's stepping towards the mid lane right now. Teleport now being used. Order joining the fray, takes the magical journey over the wall. It's jumped on. Counter-Strike going through. Not going to get the Crescent Guard. And there's the stun. Finds it onto mobility. Zamudo's looking to walk out of this. Music needs to act, and he needs to act fast if he's going to steal this away. 1.5k health remains, and Dragon Soul now belongs to NRG. NRG looking for the fight. They're stepping forward. Dredgeline to buy some space. Breezy stepping away. Kisno looking for an angle in. Hoarder leap strikes away with the Counter-Strike. Cupid will still get out with their lives, but they gave up Dragon Soul.
And this Victor damage is just so big at this point. Fimini dropped the ult and pretty much zoned all Cupid away. As I really like how Fimini has played this matchup. I think that Fimini continues to be one of the more impressive players that we have in terms of how quickly he's been able to ramp up and become the player that he is today. ABO has been a mid laner that has gone unchallenged in the series that Cupid has played early on this season. And Fly I think, frankly, NRG and Fly have gotten the best of ABO today. I feel like they really pressured him in game 1. Didn't respond well enough to that to find the win for Cupid. And then this game 2, just haven't really felt the impact of the Casio nearly as much as the Victor, that with every laser just feels like they pushes Cupid a little bit further back. And that's all the NRG in this comp needs.
Respect. One of the biggest tests. 4-5 mini, and he's passing it with flying colors. Breezy forced to bail once again, now focused on to Hoarder. Zamudo going to kite that right back. Hoarder has nowhere to go but to the gray screen as Sushi goes on a rampage. Baron is on the table, top lane down for Cupid.
Baron start at least. They do have Zamudo about to hit Mega, so he can easily zone off and try and turn. Music not spotted, not going to show on that top wave, and yeah, Zamudo not going to hit this Baron. He wants to preserve that Mega Bar for the right time.
That Mega Bar now going to click through. Again, it's up to Music. He's in a good position. He hasn't been noticed just yet. Zamudo's holding off the rest.
They're going to notice him now.
And now
they see everyone forward. Except for him. You see Zamudo's getting up there.
Sonic Wave goes in. He's going to follow the resonating strike. He's looking for the steal. Kicks away. Kisto steals away the Baron. Music to my ears. Cupid are wearing purple.
Holy smokes, Music. You made that steal look so damn clean. I still don't know if that gets Cupid back in the game, but that's going to buy them some time. As Music finds the kick, gets him out of the pit. That's a perfect setup for the steal right there. Kisno tried to get back in, but not in time. Great steal for Music. Keeps his team alive in this series.
It's a Baron buff. It alleviates the pressure on the waves. As you said, not out of the game just yet, but here we go. Looking for the counter-strike onto the back line. Sushi's looking to run away. Sushi under so much pressure. It's a shutdown. Found by Hoarder. Push against the wall by Zamudo. Hoarder will follow, but no. He goes golden. Temper Fate going to be used. Hoarder looking to escape. Hops away with a slither of health. The laser's not enough. He survives and will escape with the pick onto Sushi.
Wow, 2 big plays from Cupid now as they can't get the turret, but at least they get a shutdown back in their pockets as Hoarder literally just queued on his head and started down smashing him. Gonna be dealt with by Sushi. And a game 1 that really looked like it was all Cupid's got turned by one big team fight off Sushi. Could this be a game 2 that looks like it's all NRGs turned off of a big play by Music?
This is still a lot they need to get through. Not having Sushi makes this difficult to fight. Looking to get out of this one. Here comes the calling. Critically low is Kisno, but the gravitational field of 5 mini will hold down Cupid. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. And NRG will chase down, looking for Music. He'll ward hop, safeguard over the wall. Spica is not done with them. Will knock up Kisno as part of the process. Safeguard over the wall once again to find his safety. Hoarder now running away, but the counter attack from NRG will be found, and an inhibitor tower under attack.
The one champion that wasn't there for the pick on Sushi, it was Fly Mini. He shows up for the second fight, turns it around, but now he's going to get chased out. As Hoarder TP'd behind them. We'll see if he finds the look or if he's found out.
This is tough right here because it's Kisno and Zamudo walking down the mid lane. You wanted Phi Mini, so you can't really run for this, and it'll allow the recall to be channeled out of NRG.
At least Cupid got this game to an Elder. Minute 20 till the Elder. We still feel like this is NRG's game to lose, Deserux, but it's one that Cupid, at Baron steal that pick on the Sushi, they've at least kept themselves alive. I feel like the momentum from that pick's kind of worn off now. It's still going to be NRG with control of this side of the map, and NRG with a comp that's played better into Cupid's 5-man so far. But Cupid at least showing they aren't going down without a fight in this game too.
50 seconds. Elder will spawn. And this time, NRG are looking to stand as a full stack as we take a look at our Philips Norelco precision replay. It's Music getting the Baron.
I mean, this is just so beautiful. You know, Zamudo's hopping in. Sonic Waves in under the Gnar, kicks Kisno out, finds the smite before Kisno gets back in. And then Ward hops out on the other side. Chef's kiss. That was perfect for Music.
But Cubby, can Music do it again?
Might have to.
It's positioning belonging to NRG. Ooh. Tempered Fate goes out. That's one major engage tool that's going to be down. Elder spawning in 5 seconds.
They haven't really eaten any poke yet from Fly Mini, which is another positive, because that Victor poke can really add up at this point. Kizno goes.
Ooh, here comes Kizno. 3-talent strike finds a knock up to Breezy. Breezy forced to flash away. Safeguard away, all at the same time. Kizno at half health will jump in! Crescent Guard combo takes down Breezy. And even with the Petrifying Gaze, the Crescent Guard is going to protect. Out comes the Dragon's Rage to peel Kizno right off. Now going forward, Music might need to jump onto 5 Mini. Ablaze Olive in a bad way. 3-talent strike knock up all the healing. Coming through from Kizno! Spica goes on a killing spree, and all the work done. Music trying to save the game, but NRG will not be denied.
Wow, Kizno between the GA, the Sundered Sky, the Bard, and the passive able to actually get through the Cassiopeia there. Didn't even pop the GA, as it's going to be Elder on the table. Music, Hoarder, trying to see if they can look at all.
Oh, Hoarder taking damage. We'll use the Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike's going to be down now. 5 Minis right there to bring the damage onto Hoarder. Tempered Fate catches 2. Spica, great ultimate, forces the flash out of mobility. Hoarder still critically low. Zamudo wants him, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Here comes Music. Music needs to do it again. Can Music be the hero? Spica going to drive away that Sonic Wave. Might look for the reset on the patience bar of this Elder. Vision. Music still around. He wants to find this still. 4K health remains. Spica going to go over the wall, takes away the Blast Plant. Sonic Wave lands. Music is looking to go in. He's looking for the steal. Crescent Guard goes out. He takes out Kizno. It's secured by Sushi. Guardian Angel popped. 5 Mini finds mobility. It's a kill on the backline for Cupid. But look at how much they've lost for it. With 5 Mini falling, it will cost them 3, as well as the game, as NRG march forward.
ABO cuts him off on the bot side, but I think he's going to get cut off on his way back to bases. NRG going to take the 2-0 as they went out on the bump between the two 3-0 teams, as NRG cements themselves as the early favorites to promote into the LCS.
One team was going to have a loss marked in that column and their perfect season done, and it's damn well not going to be NRG. The battle of the heavy hitters. NRG take it 2-0.
You can see some laughs and smiles on those faces, too, as they're happy they got the win for today's series. Again, two of the better teams that we have in NACL in terms of how people projected the teams to finish and in terms of what we've seen and how they've played. I think a statement from NRG there, especially in that game too, frankly doing to Cupid what Cupid's done to their opponents so far and blowing them out of the water in that game. I mean, if it wasn't for Music's Baron steal and that play that followed up mid, that wasn't a game that Cupid really got into. NRG took control, utilized the control tools they had in that game, and made sure that it was a tough game for Cupid to play.
I mean, you saw how close that got. Even if you look at the Elder Drake, Music went in, and it wasn't the smite of Kizno that secured it. It was Sushi autoing the damn thing. That's how much this was on a knife's edge for Cupid, trying to find their comeback back into it. But ultimately, NRG, the weight of it, too much for Cupid. Beautifully played throughout the entirety of the series. I really respect what they were able to bring. And when it came down to team play, I feel like no team can touch NRG.
What they showed today, I think this is an NRG team that's very scary. And I think that, again, Kizno playing as consistently well as he has, for me, has been the really big difference for NRG. I think, we said coming in, this feels like an NRG where Kizno's leveled up a bit, and the bot lane's leveled up their consistency a bit, as I think last split was, it was either a win or a lose lane. It was less so like a win or go even. Which it felt like that was what the case was today. As NRG, I mean, did they necessarily win that bot lane and lane? No. But did they win it in terms of the impact that was had outside the lane? Spica was everywhere in that game too. And Sushi was the reason they won game 1. And frankly, the reason that he's going to be our MVP for this series as well, as he turned that game 1 on its head with those Kaisa fights.
I think this was a really close one to call because in 5 mini game 2 looked spectacular. Was handed quite a bit in game 1 to get him going, but it's Sushi who fought back in that game 1, who positioned pretty well, only got caught out once in a critical moment in that game number 2. I think it's important to highlight the Kaisa game, as you mentioned. The Kaisa game was insane, where being able to keep the lethal tempo up for the extended fights, being able to find the right targets that he needed to, and even with a slither of health come out ahead. I know a lot of people have been calling him Guma Sushi, and there's a reason for it because he looks fantastic, man.
I like that one, Guma Sushi.
Yeah.
That's
especially with the MF pick, right? You know?
Well, especially with like the croissant memes. So now we just have Guma Sushi. You know, we get to fish it up a little bit here in NA. Deserex, I would love to talk more about the series, but I think we're going to do so after an interview. So I'm going to hand it off to you and a winning member of NRG.
All right, bring him in. Bring him in. Who do we got?
Hello.
Oh, of course. It's Sushi. Congratulations on the 2-0 and the MVP performance. Good stuff, man.
Oh, thank you.
So, talk to me. Coming into this series, this was a battle of undefeated teams. Cupid, we talked about this before the game as kind of tortoise and the hare, where you guys are the tortoise. You guys have worked up throughout the year to build this roster up, whereas Cupid is a team that's built kind of a slugfest of a roster coming into summer. So, what were your expectations coming into this game, and how were you feeling?
Honestly, I feel like even if their team was made like in a split second, I feel like I still had like a lot of respect for the players. I think all of their players are really good also, and so like I like this match was gonna be like one of our best match to play. So I didn't have any like expectations. I'm just going in with the game and playing my best, and whatever happens will happen. But I'm really happy with that we got the win versus them. It was probably like the BOT that was like highly like expecting. Like it was like a good BOT. I was really looking forward for it. So I'm glad it happened like that.
I think a lot of this lived up to expectations, even for both teams. I know it was a 2-0, but I think Cupid put up a really good fight in both games, and sticking on to yeah, those were great games. Speaking of game number 1, there was a moment in the top lane where they kind of focused down onto 5 mini, and you guys were collapsing on them. It felt like a game. It felt like a fight of centimeters. But you were the one to clutch up on the Kaisa, keeping your lethal tempo going, keeping the autos going. So talk to me about a moment like that where, you know, you're so close to clutching out a team fight and you just need that much to get through.
It was definitely very intense. I kind of like knew in advance that I was really strong during that timer, right? Like on Kaisa, like 2 items, you got everything evolved. Well, your Q&E evolved. That's like the moment where you really want to fight on ADC, right? And so I kind of like knew in advance that I was really strong, and I was like talking to my team like, "Hey, fight with me," and like we got this. Like even if the early fight like didn't seem that good for us, I kind of like knew in my head that like we can just turn it around and like clean up the fight. So it was just a very intense moment. Like moments like these, I love those because you like your heart like starts pumping, and so yeah, it was just really fun. That's like the moments where I'm like, wow, like I really love this game, like competitive game, right? And so yeah, it was really nice.
We kept kind of making jokes about it, but we called it the reaction test, where you were able to dodge these like dredge lines or anything that went at you in a split second. Have you ever actually like taken a reaction test to know like how many milliseconds your reaction is?
I think I have. I don't remember the like end result, but I do know that like one of my best I don't know the word, like characteristic, or I don't know. Anyways, like one of my best strengths are like reaction time. So I definitely like it was a good test during that fight. I'm glad it just like worked out, and yeah.
So talk to me about what development has been like with this team, because I feel like this is my personal opinion that very early on you do well when you get a lead, and the question was, how does Sushi do when he falls behind? And that could have been a little bit shaky from time to time. It feels like you've cleaned up a lot of that play, and you've started really synergizing well with Spica. So what has it been like, you know, working with your support and finding, you know, these weaknesses that you're improving on day in and day out?
Well, Yeah, it was like, I mean, we've been playing together for like now from January, right? We've been going to Korea, we've been going like 2 weeks in LA as well. Like we've seen like a lot in person as well. Like I feel like in person the development goes so much better. And so just like spending time together, just playing some scrims together, although our scrims these days haven't really been high quality, but anyways. But yeah, it's just like just spending time IRL, like in and outside of the game, is super helpful for like a team development. And I feel like NRG has given us a lot of this, which it was really helpful. Yeah, it's been really great working with Spica and like both like playing even better together. And I have a lot of good expectations for the rest of the split.
Yeah, can you talk to me about some of the support systems within NRG? Because Joey had alluded to it earlier that you guys have, I believe it was like a sports psychologist alongside you guys, or a sports performance coach. Yeah. What is that like, having this type of infrastructure to support you?
Honestly, I mean, working with like the managers, the coaches, James, Matt, I feel like, I mean, like sometimes like it happens that we're like mad at not at each other, but we're just like mad during some scrims, and I feel like just having them with us, it's been really helpful, not only like for like our gameplay, but also for our mental, which I do think like our mental it's like high part of this game. And so just having Matt work with each and every one of us, like we're having like meetings every like week to like have a checkup, and they've been really there for us. And I feel like I love every teams I've been working with. I feel like this team with like Matt and all the good managers, I feel like it's really been really helpful for us.
It definitely shows. You guys have developed incredibly well. You alluded earlier to the Korea trip. Can you expand on that? How things went when you went to boot camp in Korea?
It was awesome. It was my first time going to Korea, and even like in Asia, it was my first time. I've never played on another server than NA, but it was awesome. Like we've had a really good schedule. We were doing lots of solo over there. I think we scrimmed 3 times, but I think we were really just concentrating on doing solo queue, staying all together like 24/7, just having this like team spirit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was insane. Like I really want to do another Korean, but shit. Boom. Yeah.
It's all right. We all get one. What about the food? How was the food out there in Korea?
It was insane. It was really good. There was a lot of like rice, but I love rice. Like I love sushi. I love rice, so I'm down with it. But yeah, it was insane. I remember we got some skewers at a skewer place. It was crazy. The pictures I took about the food are insane.
All right. I got one more question. This is a little silly one. No reason. Notice the crowd has started calling you Guma Sushi. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think it's funny. I like it. I think it sounds really good. But yeah, I just love everyone like supporting me, and yeah, it's been really great. They're really funny.
Well, it's always a joy to talk with you, Sushi. Before I let you go, do you got any shout outs you want to give?
Well, shout out to my team, to managers, to Matt Fisher. Shout out to my family, to the supporters, the people coming on my stream every day. I love you guys all. And yeah, just shout out UCI Sport as well for Joey. But yeah, thank you everyone.
Yeah, to sincerely enjoy. I always love your energy. I love your positivity, and I love seeing your growth. So congratulations on the 2-0 against one of your toughest opponents, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the season. So you take care, man.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, let's bring Cubby back. Cubby, I love it. Love it. The infrastructure, the growth, positive vibes. It all comes together to show a team that's performing immaculately well in this season.
Look, the only thing left for NRG is to make sure they have a better playoff performance this time around than last time. As 4-0, they've secured their spot in the top 3 in playoffs, and excited to see more of them as they are now the team to beat in the NICL.
You know, and maybe with some more victories, getting ready for a promotion tournament, if they do make it that far, at that point, hey, take another Korea trip. Get my boy some more good food, man. But a lot of fun.
We always like the good food, but yeah, favorites so far from the NACL to promote. I think DSG is going to be tough to face as always, but again, congrats to NRG. Kind of fun to have a premier matchup in the middle of the split. Desirux had some tape on both teams. Felt confident they were the 2 best reps we have so far in NACL, and fun to see him duke it out. I think Cupid played okay today. I think that game 1 was very competitive. Both teams could have won. Game 2, we'll give a lot of kudos to NRG for how they played that one. I feel like Cupid's draft's a little bit tough. But yeah, I feel like we saw some good play today between the 5 games. It was a nice win for Winthrop as well as they continue to scale up with their new roster.
Yeah, it was a pretty fun day, all things considered. I think even Blue Otter still showing those signs that they can slug it out, but just need to get that 2 in the win column to finally take a series into their favor. Winthrop to take that series. And then Super Heavyweight SmackDown, we had mentioned NRG versus Cupid. Ultimately going NRG's way with well-deserved win, a great performance. That will lead us to the standings. And actually, tomorrow's matches, I should say. Not tomorrow just yet. It says today's matches right there, but it is what's happening tomorrow. That's going to be Maryville University versus CCG and Conviction versus Contingent. So we still got a lot more fun headed on the way for this week, especially for both of us, because we'll be on those games, brother.
Yeah, excited. You guys are stuck with me for the week. I got passed the baton and won't pass it off until next week for the NACL, so it should be fun. But definitely excited for MU versus CCG. We'll cheat actually in Discord real quick because I can see who submitted rosters. We have the new jungler for CCG playing tomorrow. I am not going to announce who that is yet. We'll let CCG announce that, but I'm excited for that. And then it's Niles still in, so no UG yet. But
no UG yet.
Yeah, might be interesting as we're looking at the junglers tomorrow. We've got a new jungler for CCG. We've got Niles still in for UG. We've got Perry still in for Conviction. And then Kaido's been playing really well for Contingent. So excited to see what happens for that series because I don't think we thought there'd be a chance Contingent could beat Conviction at the start of the split. But with what we've seen so far, could be a real opportunity for Contingent to take down a big dog.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings. Still 3 teams without wins in Group A, which is leaving that 3rd slot pretty much to any team who can start racking in a couple of dubs here or there. Ole Miss taking that 2nd place, and NRG 1 more win away from finishing with a perfect season. Group B still being the wild one right there. Cupid suffering their 1st loss, and a lot to be decided later on as you see that 3-way tie between Contingent, Dorado, and Winthrop.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's been really surprising to see Group A be lacking of the wins. Just because coming into this split, I think you talk to anyone that followed NACL, they would have told you that Group A would have been the stronger team. Not been the case so far. Play the games for a reason, and excited to see Group B teams can keep on taking it to us. I feel like some of the younger teams in Contingent, Dorado, really motivated and playing really good leagues so far. So it's made for a very interesting regular season.
All right, well, that's going to do it for today's broadcast. We want to give a shout out to co-streamers who part of the community enjoy this together with
Raz shout out
their...
or no Raz shout out? We're kind
no
of 50-50.
Raz shout out this time. I know he's not even watching anymore. Get Raz out of here. But no, shout out to Raz. Fine, I'll let him have it. Of course, he's a big part of this.
Got to shout out everyone. Appreciate everyone tuning in. All the help we have behind the scenes as always. And shout out to teams and players giving it their all as we had. I think 5 pretty competitive games today. Saw some good stuff from all of our guys.
Saw some good stuff. Shout out to the players, staff, coaches, Liga SA, who do the production behind the scenes, and of course to you guys for tuning in to our Ugly Mugs. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, same place, same time, for more of the North American Challengers League.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.